Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at the events that occurred on January 13, 2019. Surveillance cameras caught 17-year-old Augustina M. Winkelried leaving a bowling club she'd attended with her friends. Several hours later, it became clear that Augustina was missing, and her family began searching for her. Shortly after, she became the talk of the small Argentine town of Esperanza, where she lived, and word spread quickly throughout the country. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza, where she lives with her large family. As the youngest of her parents' 5 children, she was always given preferential treatment. It is common knowledge that the youngest child in a family receives more attention due to their age. Augustina was described as friendly, caring, and always smiling. She, like most young people, enjoyed spending time with friends, whether at the movies, bowling alleys, discos, or simply playing the ukulele. Esperanza is a small town with slightly more than 40,000 residents, the majority of whom know one another. Because of the town's limited entertainment options, all of the young people there met and knew each other in some way. As a result, Augustina's parents became concerned, but we are not afraid for her, allowing her to go out and spend time with her friends, with the only condition that she stay in touch and send us her whereabouts. On Saturday afternoon, January 12, 2019, Augustina's father dropped her off at a friend's house where a group of about 6 people had planned to meet. The girls had planned to go to Teos, a nightclub and bowling center, after everyone had gathered. Augustina told her father that she would spend the night at a friend's house after leaving the club and return home the next afternoon. She was dating a man named Now. They appear to get along well, and their families know one another. That night, about an hour before midnight, Augustina messaged him and asked him to go to the club, but he declined, saying he was tired. Later, the young man came to regret staying at home that night. Augustina and her friends were having a wonderful time at the club. They had a good time, danced, and enjoyed the music. By 5 a.m., the friends decided it was time to leave. However, Augustina ran into another group of her friends at the club and decided to stay longer. As a result, the group split up and headed home, leaving Augustina with a different group of friends. At 5:40 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Augustina walking out of the venue with a cell phone. After leaving the building, she went to a fast food restaurant. Augustina waited her turn, received her order, spoke briefly with an acquaintance, and then proceeded to the road. The friend's house, where she planned to spend the night, was not far away, so Augustina decided to walk there. The day was getting brighter, and she appeared to be confident in her safety. As you can see, there were no sidewalks, so one could only walk along the side of the road. It's unclear if Augustina drank that night, but the footage shows that, despite wearing high-heeled platform shoes, she walked steadily. She veered slightly to the side as she approached the driveway, but this is not surprising given that the site is an unpaved road with rocks. She could have simply tripped. In addition, it should be noted that the Club Teos has an age division. One zone is reserved for those under the age of 18, so no alcohol is sold there. Augustina eventually failed to arrive at either her friend's or her own home. Her parents were always aware of her location because she had always told them this time. However, when morning arrived, they noticed that their daughter had not texted to let them know she had arrived at her friend's house and was fine. So they became concerned and attempted to contact Augustina but were unable to do so. Her phone number was unavailable. The parents were aware that she was expected to spend the night at a friend's house, so they contacted her friend, who informed them that Augustina hadn't returned from the club. The friend also informed the concerned parents that Augustina had stayed at the club with another group of people. After contacting all of his daughter's acquaintances and discovering that no one knew where she was, Augustine's father called the police and began searching for her on his own. Daniel M. Winkelried was a well-known figure in town, having served as president of a local soccer club and owning a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When they discovered he was in distress, many locals volunteered to help with the search, and Christina's friends were able to raise awareness of the case through social media, resulting in coverage on television news programs. After beginning the investigation and learning that Augustina had been at Taylor's club all night, police officers went there to speak with potential witnesses and examine the surveillance camera footage available at the venue. aside from footage of Agostina walking towards the road. This revealed nothing new. When the officers realized which direction she had gone, they began questioning people who lived along the road, as well as employees from various businesses in the area. It was possible that someone had seen or heard something, and any indication was significant. Agostina's friend Brian was among those who learned of her disappearance through social media. I noticed the large number of posts about finding Agostina. Brian contacted her father, Daniel, and informed him that he had seen Agostina outside the Tios Club around 6 a.m. He was driving along when he noticed her standing by the roadside. I was talking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped next to her a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued down the road, but he quickly grabbed his phone and called Agostina. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. She said she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that it was dangerous to walk on this road because she could be hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride and explained that she was going to a friend's house. There was a gas station a few hundred meters from where Brian spotted Agostina, so we decided to stop, wait for her, and fill the tank. When Agostina didn't arrive at the gas station 15 minutes later, Brian decided to go get her himself, but she was nowhere to be found. His attempts to contact her were also unsuccessful, as she did not respond. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, assuming that Agostina, had gone directly to her friend's house, forgetting that he was waiting for her. Given all of this information, the main clue was a silver car. Brian couldn't say for certain which brand and model the car was, but, according to him, it was quite old. Demand, sitting in the driver's seat, may have been the last person to see Agostina. The possibility that he was involved in her disappearance was not ruled out. When the police attempted to locate Agostina's cell phone, they discovered that the last time it received a signal was from a tower in the same neighborhood as the club. Because the club was on the outskirts of town, there were numerous vacant lots and fields where the search teams focused their efforts. Agostina was walking along the road and noticed that only this gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel had arrived to examine the footage and determine whether or not his daughter had reached that location. Given the location of her friend's house, Agostina was bound to pass by the gas station. Daniel explained the situation to the gas station attendant and asked for assistance. The attendant, who was a father himself, showed him the footage the camera captured that morning, almost losing his job as a result. Later, the gas station owner fired him for allowing an unauthorized person to watch the footage without permission. When the town's residents learned of this, they banded together and began refueling their vehicles elsewhere. This quelled the gas station owner's rage, and he reinstated the employee and apologized to him at Esperanza's home. Daniel reviewed the footage captured by the gas station cameras, but did not find his daughter. It appeared that Agostina never arrived. However, the footage revealed the same old silver car that Brian had previously described. It had passed the gas station around the same time that Agostina was walking down the street. It was a Renault car, and Daniel determined who the owner was. Pablo Trionfini, 39, is a municipal employee, or more specifically, a garbage man who lives less than a kilometer from the gas station. He had no prior criminal record but had drawn police attention on several occasions. The first time, his ex-wife reported him to the police for beating her. This resulted in a court order prohibiting Trionfini from contacting his ex-wife. He was arrested a second time for violating the order. Both of these incidents occurred in 2017. Police officers arrived shortly after Daniel reviewed the footage from the gas station security cameras, also wanting to see the footage, but unaware that Agostina's father had already done so. They were able to identify the silver car after reviewing the surveillance footage. When they discovered that Daniel had watched the video before them, they became concerned that lynching would occur and went straight to Pablo Trionfini's home. When the police arrived, they discovered that people had gathered in front of the house and were shouting, but Agostina reported that the crowd dispersed after the police arrived, and one of the people present informed the officers that Trionfini was inside the house. When he heard the shouting, he looked out, but when he saw the hostile crowd, he fled inside and bolted the door. The officers lacked probable cause to justify an unauthorized entry into the man's home, so they requested a search warrant. While awaiting the warrant, the house was cordoned off to deter the suspect from attempting to flee. Around midnight, one police officer decided to investigate the yard and discovered that Pablo Trionfini had died. The police officer rushed to help, but it was too late. Trionfini had died. Such a turn of events revealed his involvement in Augustine's disappearance. But despite searching his home and car, the police discovered no evidence. Pablo Trianfini used the rope to free himself from further trouble and proceedings. As the police were searching the house, Finna's neighbor approached them and said that Pablo had stopped by during the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for earthworms because he was fishing. A half hour later, he returned the shovel and told his neighbor that he had noticed something strange. Trianfini thanked the man and said tentatively, "Thank you. I am not sure if I will ever see you again." Witnesses saw Trianfini leave the house several times on Sunday while riding his bike and holding a shovel. This could indicate that Agustina had passed away. On Monday, January 14, 2019, a search began at dawn with the assistance of drones and police dogs. Augustine's half-stained body was discovered about 500 meters from his club at 9:15 a.m. It had been hidden in a ditch filled with dense vegetation. As word spread about the discovery of Augustina in Winkelried's body, her friends and family began to send her heartfelt farewells on social media. This included a touching post from her boyfriend who, posted 2 photos of himself with Agustina on his Instagram account and wrote, "I wish I could wake up and this was all a dream. I'll miss you so much. My love will never leave my heart. Fly hello, my queen. I know we'll see each other again." The forensic examination revealed that Agustina fought desperately for her life. Her hands were covered in defensive wounds, with pieces of her attacker's skin under her fingernails. A DNA test confirmed that the man who assaulted Agustina was Pablo Trianfini. Forensics determined that the cause of death was strangulation. We may never know how Agustina ended up with Pablo Trianfini, whether he forced her or simply offered her a ride. We can only speculate because only 2 people knew the truth and will never be able to speak about it again. The police searched the tree on Finnis's phone and found no evidence that he knew Augustine. Hundreds of people came to the funeral to say goodbye to Agustina in Winkelried. Meanwhile, according to Argentine media reports, Pablo Trianfini's relatives did not attend his funeral. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gloomy love. Teenage years are the most difficult of all stages of development. You are no longer a child, but you are not yet an adult. This time, the body experiences a massive hormonal overhaul. This transitional period is further complicated by the fact that yesterday's obedient child has become unstable and rebellious. A teenager's worldview is a picture of contrasts in black and white shades. The dominant color in teenagers' judgments and actions is heavily influenced by their surroundings. The story we're about to tell took place in Medicine Hat, in the southeast of Alberta, Canada. The Richardson family suffered unspeakable cruelty and betrayal, and their tragedy captured national attention. Once again, the Gothic subculture came under fire. In town, the Richardson family was regarded as exemplary. Deborah and Mark, along with their 2 children, Tyler, 8, and Jasmine, 12, lived in a beautiful and cozy home. They were very hospitable and sociable. As are all Canadians, their home was frequently full of guests, and the atmosphere was based on love and respect. Everything was going well until the eldest daughter reached puberty. The calm girl transformed beyond recognition. First and foremost, Jasmine's personality shifted. She became bold and frivolous. Conflicts between her and her parents began to arise, and her academic performance declined. Second, her music and clothing preferences changed. She used to enjoy modern pop, but now prefers heavy rock. Bright colors and clothing were replaced by shades of gray and black, and her dressing style became provocative. Jasmine wanted to appeal to boys, so she started emphasizing her rounded features. Her interactions with former friends declined noticeably. She began to spend more time alone in front of her computer screen, and the door to her room was frequently closed. With the advent of the internet at home, she became interested in Gothic themes, dark poetry, criminal psychology, and human anatomy. Miss Richardson even identified as a witch and preached the Wiccan religion. For this purpose, she visited various similar websites and discovered a circle of friends who shared her interests. The greeting on her social media page read, "Welcome to my tragic world." It appeared to be a typical adolescence, complete with excessive dramaticism and mysticism. However, the girl's relationship with her family grew increasingly distant. In her profile, she used a fictitious name and stated her age as 15. She preferred older interlocutors and aspired to be like them. During this difficult time, her parents tried to support her by suggesting that they spend time together. They searched for common ground activities. However, she found this uninteresting. Jasmine thought her younger brother was an annoying nuisance. She spoke to him less and less, but she could spend hours on end on the computer talking to strangers. Deborah and Mark recognized that their current state was only temporary. She would grow up and gain wisdom. As a result, they were very accepting of her new hobbies. Jasmine one day expressed an interest in attending a punk rock concert. Her parents agreed. If only they knew what this excursion would lead to. Early 2006. Jasmine Richardson attended a local youth band concert, pursuing her own interests, knowing that he would be present. The boy who had been stirring her heart for months, Jeremy Allen Steinke, was also fascinated by Gothic culture. They met on a vampire enthusiast website and occasionally communicated. Jeremy portrayed himself as a 300-year-old werewolf looking for blood. To prove it, he wore a vial of blood around his neck, but it was unclear whether the fluid was human or animal in origin. Nonetheless, the boy clearly considered himself unique, which Jasmine found appealing. The young people's feelings for each other grew stronger after meeting at the concert. Steinke eventually asked her out, and she happily agreed that everything would be fine, except that Jeremy was 23 years old. The couple knew her parents would not approve of their relationship, so they kept it a secret. Furthermore, his troubled past will not endear him to them. The young man was poor, living in a trailer with his mother and sister. His relationship with his mother was strained due to her heavy drinking. Jeremy had to deal with her constant stream of volatile partners, many of whom beat him in drunken rages. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental health. Steinke was tempted to commit suicide when he couldn't bear such a life, but he was saved just in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. He dropped out of school after being bullied. Over time, Jeremy imagined himself immortal and began visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile included topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. Except for their friends, no one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship, which they found strange. Their communication would have remained private had the Richardsons not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet usage. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was communicating with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. They therefore decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were surprised to learn that she had fallen for an adult man with questionable interests. His nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. As a result, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship was forbidden in order to help their daughter break free from this toxic relationship. Deborah and Mark saw two psychologists and sincerely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. It worked out well for them. Jasmine demonstrated compliance and appeared to be returning to normal life, as if everything was behind her. She received her computer back. This became Richardson's final fateful decision, resulting in their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Mrs. Richardson was getting ready for bed when she heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. As she descended, she turned on the light and noticed someone wearing a ski mask. He stood opposite her and looked at her. She screamed out, startled. The stranger rushed towards her, covering her mouth. His efforts were vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew his knife, and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. When Mark heard his wife scream, he dashed down and grabbed the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and, by chance, had left the tool out. When he entered the basement, he was confronted with a horrifying scene: his wife lying in a pool of blood, with someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder, but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by more stabs as the agonizing pain subsided and his eyes closed. Mr. Richardson asked quietly, "Why? Because your daughter wanted it." The attacker responded. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one remaining. The boy sat on his bed wearing his pajamas, too afraid to move. The approaching footsteps became louder, and the bedroom door opened. Several days before the murder. Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, which allowed them to communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at the time, so the computer was the only way to communicate. When Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy, "It all begins with them disappearing and ends with us remaining together," she told him. During her visits to the psychologist, the young lady devised a terrible plan. It solidified after several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinke Co. found it enticing, but emphasized the importance of being creative and paying attention to detail. The couple knew they couldn't be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how frequently she mentioned her parents, particularly how much she disliked them. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, nobody took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. Despite the cold weather, it was pleasant outside. This was the spring of that year. Garrett approached the house and noticed that the blinds were still closed. Nobody answered his knock at the door. Strangely, he assumed the Richardsons would be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. The child looked into the living room window, hoping to see someone, but there was no one there. Garrett then decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he frequently plays with Tyler, while peeking through the window, and he noticed something strange on the floor. It appeared as two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother, who was skeptical, so she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he'd looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately contacted emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They appeared to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood. A neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. They broke down the front door and descended to the location where Garrett and his mother had seen something. When the officers entered the dark basement, they had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bleeding. However, there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they had died. Blood was all over the floor, walls, and ceiling, a bloody mess. There was no other way to describe what lay before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys covered in blood and visible knife wounds. The child's throat was severely cut. Medicine had never witnessed such horror. One officer said, "It would take me decades to forget what I witnessed today." After searching the house, police discovered that one family member was missing. Richardson's eldest daughter was gone. Officers are concerned she may be in danger. Everything indicated that the attack took place in the basement and child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed. And at first glance, nothing was amiss. The state of the body suggested that the crime had occurred the night before. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and assaulted the boy and his parents. So what happened to Jasmine? And where was she? The police began to develop theories about what had occurred. Perhaps by chance the girl was safe outside the house, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or a ransom demand from relatives would arrive in due course. However, as time passed, there were no obvious answers. Detectives quickly turned to the media, requesting assistance in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or that someone would provide useful information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators spoke with relatives, friends, and colleagues about every aspect of the slain family's life. Were there any adversaries or enemies capable of such heinous acts? However, as the investigation progressed, the situation became clearer. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. With the exception of the eldest daughter, they were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses, and loving parents. The officers discovered that the girl had been causing a lot of trouble lately. This time, the investigation aimed to find a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl was aware of the crime or had been involved in it. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. As a result, news outlets began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as Jr. When her relationship with Jeremy Steinke was revealed, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, believing they were hiding with them. However, while this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, they did discover something intriguing. Several hours after the crime, the young couple was seen at a restaurant and a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no evidence she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they got away from her parents, Jasmine laughed, and Jeremy and I just took care of them. Yes, the boy agreed. I cut them up like fish. The party guests laughed, believing it was a cruel joke, not realizing that the statement was true. A comic found in Jasmine's school locker confirmed her involvement in the crime, as it detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend acting as her accomplice. Photographs of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before a citizen came forward with information on their whereabouts. Soon enough, information arrived. A couple was spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, about 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. They got caught off guard. Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinke were discovered sleeping peacefully inside a pickup truck. They were escorted to the police station without resistance. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, beginning with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinke, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, their age and social status differences served as a barrier. Jasmine believes the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. As a result, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the opportunity to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she replied, "I wasn't home when it happened. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy so much that I ran away with him." Detectives needed to figure out who was the main instigator because breaking the suspects proved difficult. The investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, and he skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy admitted to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. He wasn't initially supportive, but he agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took her computer. I cared for Deborah and Mark Richardson, while Jasmine looked after her younger brother on her own. She begged me to leave Tyler for her. I was pleased to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy made a cruel revelation. Following the confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess everything, admitting that she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him as an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigators, who began looking into their correspondence. They exchanged thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements. Jasmine devised the plan on her own. Steinke claimed that Jasmine was the only person who understood and approved of his tastes. He feared losing her as he replaced the society from which he felt alienated. He contributed to the realization of the dreadful idea. "I want to cut their throats. They will regret what they have done, especially when I know they're gone. They will pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence, and their blood will be the payment." Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also claimed that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which depicts a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to carry out a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the greatest love story of all time." Steinke made this claim based on sufficient evidence. The suspects have been charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the accused's confessions, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a more complete picture of the crime. Jeremy was intoxicated prior to the act. Jasmine led him inside the house and directed him to the basement, where he assaulted her mother. Deborah was the first to die, with 12 stab wounds to her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, measuring 12 centimeters and striking her heart with rage. Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who received 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. The family patriarch, like his wife, bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinke dealt with the parents downstairs, Jasmine stabbed her younger brother 5 times upstairs. After finishing, Jeremy went upstairs to assist his girlfriend with the child, coldly slicing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. After that, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine took a taxi to the restaurant where the couple had planned to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went to a party. Kate Lancaster, a friend of Jeremy's, assisted them in disposing of the evidence and traveling to Saskatchewan. Words are insufficient to describe the horror they created. The couple went on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if possessed by an otherworldly force. It is shocking that no one expressed regret or remorse for their actions during interrogation or while in custody. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. Steinke was able to propose to Richardson in a single letter, which he gladly accepted. However, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow during the trial. They shifted the blame to each other. Jasmine Richardson was the first person to go on trial in June 2007. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy murdered her family. She also claimed that she only injured her younger brother and that Steinke was responsible for his death. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were only hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he forced her to make them a reality. Miss Richardson was sentenced to only 10 years in prison for 3 counts of homicide, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that people under the age of 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years. The sentence was intended more to rehabilitate and restore the girl's psyche than to punish her. When Jeremy Steinke's trial began in 2008, he insisted that he had no intention of killing his girlfriend's parents. However, when he was found in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not hurt Tyler, implying Jasmine was to blame while he simply watched from the doorway. The defense claimed that Jasmine intentionally seduced him in order to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help with the act because he was so afraid of losing Jasmine that he was willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, claiming Steinke was under the influence of drugs at the time of the incident. Steinke's inconsistent inconsistencies were revealed. When asked by the prosecution why he committed the act, he stated, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained unconcerned, but broke down when his mother, Jacqueline May, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was frequently attacked by her partners, beaten, and rejected. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide and sentenced to 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no sooner than 25 years later, in 2033. Casey Lancaster's charges of complicity in the act were dropped in Medicine Hat Court. However, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, which indicate a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior that is typically associated with children rather than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability throughout her relationship with Steinke. Medical professionals reported genuine remorse in her final years of conditional community supervision and attendance at special programs. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Jasmine Richardson currently lives in Canada under an assumed name. Her true identity is still hidden from the media. Her return sparked heated public debate, with some claiming she deserved a second chance and others believing she deserved a harsher sentence. Nonetheless, Medicine Hat residents would prefer not to have Miss Richardson as a neighbor again. Given the brutality of her crime, it's unclear whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention. Time will tell. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandria planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandria. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose McCauley, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies." It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandria or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2021. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown, He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonard's, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, But Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these 2 cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. "At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back." Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. "Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card," Brown responded. "I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead." Atkinson asks if we're running away. "Ms. Where's the money? Were you?" "You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her," Brown responded. "I'm not sure what planet you live on." Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious, Brown responded. Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, "I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a dead escort on my workshop floor." How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexander's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, "I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere." Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, "No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double." When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, "Who? The answer should have been no one." Brown responded, "The answer should have been yes. But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did." They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case, with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term, or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. he will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 1992. Milleke van Doorn, a resident of Zaandam, Netherlands, was attacked after missing her bus. It took over 20 years for authorities to find the perpetrator of this crime. The development of DNA testing methods also played an important role. Milleke came from a typical, ordinary family. She lived in Zaandam with her parents and two sisters. Zaandam is a city in the province of North Holland. It is the main city of the municipality of Zaanstad and was granted city rights in 1811. It is located on the river, just north of Amsterdam. Milleke was not a troublesome child. She did nothing wrong and was friendly to everyone. She had recently graduated from high school, where she had a solid reputation. She believed that her life was only beginning and that she had a bright future ahead of her. Unfortunately, one summer night changed everything. Milleke became well known throughout the country, and her fate received a lot of attention. Milleke attended a friend's birthday party on Sunday evening, June 7, 1992. The party took place in one of the apartments in this building. The place looked the same in 1992. And little has changed since then except that the trees have grown taller. Milleke decided to leave before the birthday celebration ended. She was having a great time with her closest friends. But because she lived in a different part of town, she had to leave while public transportation was still operational, just before midnight. She said her goodbyes to her friends and headed outside. Milleke walked to the nearest bus stop, which was approximately 160 yards away. This bus stop had not changed much in 3 decades. According to investigators, when Milleke arrived at the stop, she discovered that the last bus had left a half-hour earlier. She was aware of the bus schedule but did not consider it due to the Christian holiday of Pentecost that day. The last bus left half an hour earlier than usual. Milleke had a different way to get home. It involved taking the train. The train station was located on the same street as the bus stop. Milleke would have had to walk approximately half a mile to get there. Nonetheless, she never returned home. She frequently slept over at her friends' houses, so her parents did not immediately sound the alarm. There is a church near the train station, and there is a pond nearby. The following day is Monday morning. The pastor of St. Joseph's Church was taking a morning walk when he noticed a body floating in the pond and was shocked. He called the police at 8:54 a.m. Detectives arrived on the scene in 5 minutes, and the Van Doorn family was overcome with despair and sadness that morning. Milleke's body had been recovered from the water. On first inspection, investigators realized they were dealing with a crime. She had numerous injuries on her neck, face, and body, including several stab wounds. She was also partly undressed. The perpetrator wanted to hide the body so that passersby couldn't see it, so he covered it with reed stalks. However, this plan failed, and Milleke discovered the body because her family was devastated by her death. She had been young and dreamed of a beautiful future. But now her parents had to mourn her. They had no idea who could have do such a thing to their daughter or why. Following the autopsy, investigators gained some insight into the motive for the crime. The medical examiner discovered semen and pubic hair inside me, just like in his body. Even after the body was removed from the pond, there was no water in his lungs. This meant she had died somewhere else. It wasn't until after she died that the body attempted to be hidden in the pond. It was also unclear when Milleke died. It could have occurred shortly after she left the party. However, it could have been several hours later. Because her body was submerged in water, body temperature could not be used to determine when she died. The pond is where the perpetrator disposed of the body. Milleke, however, died somewhere else. The police were attempting to locate the crime scene, and investigators believed that because of the severity of the wounds, traces should have been left behind as one piece of evidence that could point to the crime scene and possibly the perpetrator. Was one of Milica's shoes missing? Police distributed informational flyers, among other things, stating that one of Milica's shoes was missing and asking anyone who found it to report it to detectives. The second shoe would eventually be discovered, but we'll talk about that later. It was 1992. DNA research was still in its early stages of development. As a result, DNA samples from Milica's body were ineffective in aiding the police investigation at the time. The detectives initially addressed me as if I were a member of their family. They wanted to know if Milica was in a conflict with anyone, or if she had rejected an obsessive man who couldn't accept rejection. Milica, however, was not at odds with anyone, according to her family members. Her personal life was also fine. She dated a guy her own age, and they rarely fought. After discovering that Milica was at a birthday party before she died, investigators decided to interview all of the guests who had invited their milk, including his boyfriend. Numerous interviews yielded nothing. Everyone at the party told the same story. Milica left shortly before midnight and was supposed to take a bus to her neighborhood. Milica's friends knew that the last bus had already left before she arrived at the bus stop that day. Today, almost everyone owns a cell phone. However, things were different in 1992. As a result, it was impossible to contact Milica to determine whether she boarded the bus or not, and whether she arrived home safely. After ruling me out, they look at my friends as possible suspects. Police officers began searching for potential witnesses to the crime. They went door to door, interviewing residents in the area where the body was discovered. This yielded a wealth of information but few specifics. Several people reported hearing a woman scream at night, but it quickly stopped, so they did not give it much thought. Witnesses reported seeing a man with a Turkish appearance riding a bicycle to the location where Milica's body was found. Investigators decided to focus on members of the Turkish community who live in the Kogerveld neighborhood, where Milica's body was discovered. Some young Turkish men had legal problems and were the focus of police attention. However, months later, investigators were still unable to identify the suspect. All of the men they spoke with denied being near the pond on the night of the crime. As a result, the investigation was deadlocked. 6 months after the crime, a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church discovered Milica's second shoe, which had been there all along. It was impossible to get to the church's roof without a ladder, so it was determined that the perpetrator had, for some reason, thrown one of Milica's shoes onto the roof while he was at the pond, regardless of whether there were any other marks on the church roof. They had long been erased by wind and bad weather. Months and years passed, but Milica Van Doren's case remained unsolved. This was another factor that deeply affected her parents. After all, whoever had so coldly and brutally taken their daughter from them remained free and happy, whereas the Van Doren family's lives were irreversibly altered. Over time, the police have returned to this case. Investigators had repeatedly interviewed residents in the area where the body was discovered, hoping that someone would recall something and provide previously unknown information, but this did not happen. The Milica story was also discussed on various television shows, and the police received calls with leads. However, this did not help in getting closer to the suspect. Nonetheless, the authorities had samples of the perpetrator's DNA at their disposal, which could be described as lying in wait as DNA testing technology advanced. Medical analysts speculated that the perpetrator was a man of Turkish descent who lived in the Kogerveld area in 1992 and was aged between 16 and 30. Approximately 200 men voluntarily submitted buccal swabs for DNA testing, but no results were obtained. A significant event occurred in April 2012, nearly 20 years after Milica's death, which shaped the investigation even further. Thanks to a change in the law in the Netherlands, DNA kinship testing became possible. Based on the autopsy results, evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, a psychological portrait of him was created. The police profiler believed Milica was an unintentional victim of a frustrated man who was resentful of women in general. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have only spoken to her briefly, but he then grabbed her violently and began threatening her. After satisfying his basic needs, he realized Milica would recognize him, so he decided to kill her. He remained silent for several weeks after committing the crime. Perhaps he pretended to be ill so he wouldn't see anyone or go out because he had scratches on his body from his fight with Milica. He is a hot-tempered man who takes criticism poorly, is selfish, has few friends, and mistreats his girlfriends. In 1992, the police profiler believed the offender to be between the ages of 18 and 25. In April 2016, the investigation into Milica Van Doren's case was reopened. While there had been no serious reports in over 20 years, a specific report surfaced in June 2016, mentioning the names of two Turkish men. Both of these men had lived in Zandem in 1992, and they had both left shortly after Milica died. This needed to be determined. Whether the two men had any involvement in the crime, it wasn't easy. They turned out to be in Turkey, and it took over a year to find them and take the necessary steps. However, DNA analysis of the two men revealed no matches to the DNA discovered on Milica's body in 2017. 25 years after Milica's death, authorities decided to try to identify the suspect using DNA typing technology. In November 2017, scientific tests on DNA samples found on Milica's body revealed that the DNA almost certainly belonged to a man of Turkish ancestry. The police requested a voluntary DNA sample from 133 men of Turkish origin who lived in the area where the body was discovered and neighboring areas in 1992. The Netherlands Institute of Forensic Medicine was tasked with analyzing the Y chromosome pattern, which is the DNA pattern passed down from father to son, in order to send out a request for voluntary DNA. Authorities promised that the samples would be used only in the investigation of Milica Van Doren and then destroyed. Police also stressed that none of the men to whom the request was sent were suspects in the case. Nearly all of the 133 men of Turkish descent who received the request agreed to voluntarily provide a DNA sample for testing, but a few refused. According to a police statement, 126 of the 133 men provided DNA samples. A police spokesman called it fantastic, saying that the fact that so many men agreed to cooperate was respectful and demonstrated that they all wanted Doren to be held accountable and the case resolved. It took about a month to analyze the DNA samples, but it was worth it. The DNA of the man who attacked Milica 25 years ago was not one of the samples tested by these experts. However, among them was a DNA sample from a man who had no idea he was related to the perpetrator. On Monday, December 10, 2017, police announced the suspect's arrest. He turned out to be Hussein, a 47-year-old man whose last name and image were not published in accordance with local laws. He was one of 7 people who did not provide DNA for verification. Hussein, on the other hand, had a brother who had nothing to hide and gave the authorities his DNA without knowing where it would lead. By identifying family ties and compiling a list of individuals who refused to provide DNA to the police, investigators quickly figured out who had been hiding from justice for 25 years. These are the only photos of the suspect that I could find. The police obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hussein, and this time his consent was not required. A comparative analysis revealed a perfect match to the DNA samples taken from Milica's body. Based on this information, Hussein, who had established a family and fathered 4 daughters since the crime, was formally charged in the Milica Van Doren case, and he denied guilt during his 2018 trial. He initially claimed that he was possessed by an evil spirit, which is why he did not recall attacking Milica. However, he later changed his strategy and claimed that he had a secret and very close relationship with Milica, which is why his DNA ended up in her body. He claimed to be hiding his relationship with Milica because he had recently married. However, the judge did not believe him because Hussein made the statement only a year after being arrested, and because no one could confirm Milica and Hussein knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Only immediate family members testified at the trial. According to one sister, the man who did this remained silent for years, refusing to reveal his identity or cooperate. When police asked for his DNA, he continued to live freely in the neighborhood, starting a family with 4 daughters. She addressed the suspect, stating, You are an unidentified man who ruined my life. It disgusts me that there are men like you who exploit women, discard them like garbage, and then go on with their lives." The other sister stated, "I had hoped that you would talk about your motives in Milika's last hours, but instead, you made a completely implausible claim that you had a secret relationship with her and complained about how difficult it was for you and your own family. However, your family is welcome to visit you in prison. If I want to see Milika, my only option is to go to her gravesite." She concluded that Milika died in a terrible way, and so I hope for justice she deserved it. When her father was offered the opportunity to speak in court, Milika Van Doorn and her family were overcome with emotion. He was furious and said, "If you keep your mouth shut for 25 years, you're a coward." Hussein's treatment of Milika was appalling. According to the attorney, "It's shocking when the police come to your house and tell you that someone has taken your child's life because the family lived in constant fear for years, because they didn't know if this was a targeted act against the family." Hussein was found guilty on December 11, 2018, based on DNA evidence, despite his continued denials of involvement in Milika Van Doorn's case. He was convicted of taking Milika's life, which the court determined was Doorn's, to conceal the evidence of another crime, a crime against sexual integrity. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In addition, the judge ordered Hussein to pay Milika's family €10,000 in compensation. Hussein refused to appear in court during the pronouncement of his sentence. He was taken to court, but opted to remain in a cell outside the courtroom. Hussein filed an appeal in February 2019, and his sentence was reduced from 20 years to 19 years and 7 months. His time in prison, however, was brief. Hussein died on Sunday, June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer's report, Hussein died after working out, and the resuscitation treatments he received were ineffective. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in 2002. During her summer vacation in Kansas, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp, also known as Allie Kemp, worked at an outdoor swimming pool. Her brother also worked there, but on different shifts. When he arrived at work one day and was unable to locate his sister, he contacted his father. The guy couldn't believe Allie was closer than he thought. Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born on October 11, 1982, in Lawood, Kansas, which is on the border with Missouri. She was the eldest of 3 children and her parents' only daughter. Alexandra graduated from high school with honors and attended Kansas State University. She had big life plans, including taking a trip in 2002. After finishing her first year of university, she returned to Leawood for her summer vacation. There was an outdoor swimming pool close to her parents' house. Her younger brother, Tyler, works there. Alexandra, too, decided to work part-time over the summer to supplement her income. It was not a busy place. The pool was primarily intended for the neighborhood's residents. By the way, this pool is still operational as of June 18, 2002. Alexandra was at work. The day was cloudy, so there were fewer visitors than usual. Tyler arrived at the pool around 5 p.m. to start his shift, but his sister was not present. Her phone and purse were on the table, where she usually sat. Confused, Tyler called his parents and informed them that Alexandra had disappeared. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene. The first thing he did was look in the pool. Roger exhaled with relief as the pool was empty. Roger then went to a small pump room near the pool, which contained various water purification equipment, a ladder, and other items. Once inside, the man looked around but saw nothing suspicious. But then he noticed a leg sticking out from beneath the tarp. Running up and lifting the tarp, Roger saw his daughter brutally beaten. She was naked from the waist down, with numerous bruises on her face and body. The man immediately dialed 911. While speaking with the operator, he cried and begged Alexandra not to abandon him. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was administering CPR to his daughter. They transported the girl to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Alexandra did not survive. She was pronounced dead immediately after arriving at the hospital. Alexander died from strangulation, despite having suffered numerous severe injuries. Although her body was partially naked, experts discovered no evidence of someone forcing her into intimacy before her death. The police cordoned off the pool while they awaited the results of an analysis of the DNA samples taken from Alexander's body, hoping to find clues that would help them identify the perpetrator. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body. Her flip-flops were in 2 different locations. The police also discovered an open antiseptic gel with a cap inside. A few days later, while police were desperately searching for the perpetrator, Alexandra's family and hundreds of caring people said their goodbyes at a funeral ceremony. The first suspect was Phil Howes, whom Alexandra had been dating since high school. Phil also worked as the pool administrator. Alexander died while working the morning shift, and Alexandra arrived at noon. Her shift was scheduled to last 5 hours. Phil used to stay after work to spend more time with his girlfriend Alexandra, but this time he left immediately after his shift because they had planned an evening date. As previously stated, Alexandra's brother arrived at work to find her already under a tarp in the pump room. However, Phil had a solid alibi, so the police quickly removed him from the suspect list. Speaking with detectives, he stated that Alexandra disliked being alone. Lawnmowers frequently stared at her and attempted to flirt with her. The police interrogated the mowers, but all of the men had an alibi. However, it was not an absolute dead end. Several men reported seeing a strange man sitting in the bushes with a video camera, liking the girls in swimsuits. They saw this man near the pool the day before Alexandra died. Furthermore, someone claimed that he left in an old Ford pickup truck to investigate the activity on the girl's mobile phone. Experts discovered that she communicated with a friend named Laurel on the day she died. They even agreed to meet, and Laurel reported to the police station for questioning. She told investigators that Alexandra invited her to sit with her until her shift ended. The weather that day was not ideal, so no one came to the pool, which made Alexandra feel better, according to Laurel. She arrived at the pool around 2:30 p.m. I parked a few yards from the fence, but Alexandra wasn't present. Laurel began honking, hoping that Alexandra would respond to the sound, but instead of her friend, she saw a man emerge from the pool house. The latter gave her a smile and waved. Laurel was unfamiliar with this man. She assumed it was Alexandra's boss and decided to leave so as not to cause any additional problems for her friend. At the time, she believed Alexandra would be in trouble if the boss discovered she was talking to friends during work hours. But that man was not Alexandra's supervisor or co-worker. The police were almost certain that Laurel had seen the criminal based on her description of the forensic artist's sketch of the suspect. The police were looking for a 30-year-old white man with stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a Ford pickup truck from 1980. The authorities received numerous clues. One person stated that the man named James was straight, looked very similar to the suspect's sketch, drove an old Ford pickup truck, and worked as a mechanic about 20 minutes away from the pool. When the police found the man and took him to the station, they were astounded by his resemblance to the sketch based on Laurel's description. James denied being involved in Alexandra Kemp's death. The man's employer confirmed his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day Alexandra died. As a result, they let go more directly. Meanwhile, the police received a report from the laboratory, which revealed male DNA on a tube of antiseptic gel found at the crime scene and on Alexandra's body. However, it was ineffective because the police discovered no matches in the databases when they searched for these samples. Alexandra's friends, family, and boyfriend were officially excluded from the suspect list because their DNA did not match the DNA samples discovered on her body. Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, was the driving force behind this investigation. Losing his beloved daughter stripped him of the meaning of life, but he regained it by setting himself the goal of finding the person who killed Alexandra. In an interview, Roger stated that you have 2 choices: stay in bed and pull the blanket over your head, or go out and fight. I decided to fight. Roger's perseverance and tenacity impressed the police department, so he was given his own space at the police station, where he collected all of the information he received and shared potential leads with the investigation. After reviewing all available clues, Roger and the investigators contacted the producers of the television show America's Most Wanted and requested that an episode about Alexandra's death be produced. The creators agreed. It was once the longest-running television show, lasting 24 seasons. After the Alexandra story aired, the police began receiving hundreds of calls containing information. They investigated all the clues, but none of them led to a breakthrough. The investigation ended in a dead end. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexander died, there was a new, seemingly solid clue. As a result of the search activity, a man has been arrested in Utah. They received 3 statements about this person over a span of several days. 2 women and a 114-year-old girl who are unrelated to each other told the police that a man forced them into intimacy. The criminal fled, but was eventually apprehended in Utah. This man turned out to be James Strader, the same man the Kansas police had previously interrogated. Strader's facial features were very similar to the sketch of the suspect. For some reason, no one collected his DNA sample at the time. Perhaps no one did this because Strader's boss convinced the police that he was at work on the day of the crime and had not left. Everyone thought the Alexandra Kemp case was about to be resolved, but Strader denied any involvement in her death. He admitted that he looked very similar to the suspect's portrait, but claimed he had not been by the pool that day. He provided a DNA sample for analysis. However, the outcome disappointed everyone. His DNA did not match that found on Alexandra's body, and the antiseptic gel tube ended up in prison on unrelated charges, and the Alexandra Kemp case investigation was once again stalled. Alexandra died a year ago and the police still have no suspects. Roger Kemp and Phil House, the man Alexandra was dating, continued their fight for justice. Phil, president of the student community, distributed the suspect's portrait via email to students at other universities. He also requested that students at other educational institutions watch an episode of America's Most Wanted featuring Alexandra Kemp. However, despite the best efforts of her relatives and the police, nothing was accomplished. Another year has passed. Roger Kemp refused to give up and continued to fight for justice for his daughter. He contacted America's Most Wanted again, this time requesting that the episode about Alexandra's death be rerun. When the creators asked Roger if there was any new information in the case, he replied, "No such determination of a father who lost his daughter impressed the show's creators. Therefore, the episode was shown again." Following that, the police received a high volume of calls. Roger offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person who killed Alexandra. The city of Leawood increased it to $50,000. Roger also published an image of his daughter's sketch of the suspects along with information about the reward in newspapers. One day, he was driving down the highway and noticed the billboards. At that point, Roger realized that a billboard was an excellent way to draw attention. He began calling advertising agencies to see how much it would cost to place the necessary information on one of the billboards. One of the agencies Roger contacted was Lamar Advertising Company. When the company's owner learned that Roger Kemp wanted to rent a billboard, he refused to take his money. Instead, he told him that he could post information for free on multiple billboards. Roger decided to post a sketch of the suspect and information about the reward on billboards near one of the state's busiest highways. The police received hundreds of clues that took time to investigate. At the same time, some clues referred to the same man. 2 unrelated individuals reported on Teddy Hoover, the owner of an old Ford pickup truck. The man worked in pool maintenance and resembles the suspect's sketch. This many matches could not be a coincidence, so the police began looking for a man named Teddy Hoover. They found out his address in Kansas and went there right away. Hoover opened the door. He was surprised and visibly nervous, but it was not his fault. Many people become nervous when the police knock on their door. They inquired about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002. As expected, the man responded that he couldn't remember because it had been 2 years. Few people will recall where they were on a specific day several years ago. Hoover also denied any involvement in the pool's maintenance, where Alexandra worked. Nonetheless, the detectives asked him to voluntarily provide a sample of his DNA in order to eliminate him from the list of suspects. Hoover responded that he needed to consult a lawyer before proceeding. He stated that he would call the police himself after consulting with a lawyer. About a day later, Hoover's lawyer contacted investigators, stating that his client was concerned about his sample ending up in the database. Teddy allegedly believed in a variety of conspiracy theories. In other words, he believed the police would use it against him. In other cases, the investigators promised not to enter Hoover's DNA into any database and would only compare it to the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer said he'd speak with his client and call back, while waiting for a call. The police searched through the materials for the 100th time and discovered a piece of paper with a familiar name in one of the folders. On the day Alexandra died, detectives interviewed bystanders gathered by the pool, hoping to learn if they had witnessed anything suspicious. Ted Hoover was one of the people the police spoke with by the pool. It indicated that he was at the crime scene. Despite his claim that he had never been there, the police became increasingly convinced that Ted Hoover was the man they had been looking for 2 years. After several days of waiting, the investigators contacted Hoover's lawyer and asked if his client was willing to provide a sample of his DNA. The lawyer's response surprised the investigators. The man stated that his client refused his services and stopped contacting him. Police immediately went to Hoover's house, but their main suspect had already escaped. They added the 29-year-old man to the National Wanted list. However, he was able to cover his tracks quite successfully. Billboards featuring the suspect's image remained in place, and detectives had been searching for Hoover for months without success. In September 2004, a man called the police and claimed to have information about the suspect. He claimed to know the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom he lived in Kansas. Detectives decided to identify this woman, but they discovered that she left the state around the same time that Hoover fled. The woman's name was Laura Barr, and the U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that she was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut. A man named Benjamin Appleby also received mail at that address. The house where they lived was in a remote rural area. The police were certain that Benjamin Appleby was either a pseudonym or Teddy Hoover's real name. In 1997, detectives contacted the Connecticut State Police and asked them to assist in the search for Appleby. The man had legal issues in Connecticut, and a warrant for his arrest was issued. The man exposed himself in front of a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin fled the state, and the police were unable to locate him. With an arrest warrant, the detectives went to Benjamin Appleby's mail delivery address. They discovered the man at home and arrested him immediately, as the Kansas detectives suspected Benjamin Appleby and Teddy Hoover were the same person. In 1997, Appleby got into legal trouble in Connecticut. He fled the state and lived as Teddy Hoover. But when detectives in Kansas wanted a sample of his DNA to determine his involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death, he returned to Connecticut, began living under his real name, and attempted to maintain a low profile, assuming that everyone had forgotten about his wrongdoings. Appleby refused extradition to Kansas, so the Leawood detectives traveled to Connecticut, assuming he will again declare his innocence. The detectives tricked him. Before bringing the man to the interrogation room, they hung crime scene photos, as well as Alexandra and Appleby's pictures, and placed folders on the table with his name on them. The police went to great lengths to give him the impression that the investigation was thorough. When the man arrived in the interrogation room, he was speechless. One of the detectives inquired, "What do you think will happen after we get a sample of your DNA?" Appleby burst into tears and claimed responsibility for Alexandra's death. He recounted the events of the cloudy June day. Benjamin noticed Alexandra, and she appeared attractive. He decided to hit on her, and when she entered the pump room, he followed her and locked the door, preventing her from leaving. Appleby touched the girl, and she hit him back. He beat and strangled her out of humiliation. Alexandra lost consciousness, and Appleby decided to satisfy his lust by partially undressing her. He took a tube of antiseptic gel from the first aid kit and intended to use it as a lubricant. Alexandra's friend, who was sitting in the car behind the fence and beeping, stopped him from carrying out his plan. He was afraid of being caught red-handed, so he covered his body and left the room. When he saw Alexandra's friend, he smiled and waved. Then he got into his pickup truck and drove off. A few hours later, he returned to the crime scene and joined the crowd of onlookers gathered by the pool. The DNA analysis confirmed that the DNA found on the gel tube and Alexandra's body belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Thus, after more than 2 years, and largely due to Roger Kemp's efforts, the police discovered the man who killed Alexandra. Appleby told investigators that he was willing to fully admit guilt in order to quickly close the case and spare Alexandra's family from another emotional ordeal. But at the first court hearing, he declared his innocence, claiming that he confessed under pressure. You can say a lot, but disputing the DNA analysis is pointless. There was only one DNA sample on the victim's body, which belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Realizing this, his lawyers attempted to persuade the court that their client had no intention of killing Alexander. They said Benjamin admitted to killing Alexandra Kemp, but denied doing so on purpose. However, forensic experts reminded everyone that the criminal had been strangling the girl for approximately 10 minutes. He could have stopped but chose not to. According to the prosecution, he came to the pool for one reason: to watch her. Unfortunately, on June 18, 2002, the pool was cloudy and empty. Appleby took advantage of the situation. In December of 2005, a jury found him guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with the option of petitioning for parole after 50 years. He received an additional 19 years for attempting to force her into intimacy. Appleby appealed the court's decision in 2019, and his life sentence for first-degree deprivation of life was upheld. The Court of Appeal ruled that an attempt to establish intimacy with Alexandra was considered when the first sentence was passed. Thus, Appleby was sentenced twice for the same crime. Based on this, the court reversed the second conviction. Even if released on parole, Appleby will be 81 years old at the time. The investigators admitted that Roger Kemp's perseverance helped them find the criminal. When Appleby was in prison, Roger and his wife started a self-defense class for girls, through which tens of thousands of girls and women across the country learned basic self-defense techniques. Billboards were not a new concept in 1991. Following the death by strangulation of 34-year-old Kathy Page, her father began placing billboards criticizing the police, and this story inspired the filmmakers. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. However, after Roger Kemp posted a sketch of the suspect on billboards, people began using this method across the country. Furthermore, many people continue to use it today. Roger's persistence in the investigation, as well as his subsequent efforts to benefit society, were not unnoticed. At the White House, he received the Presidential Citizens Medal from President Barack Obama. Roger Kemp, 77, passed away on March 1, 2022. Until his death, he worked for a foundation named after his daughter. He stated that he would consider his efforts successful if they saved at least one person. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 2, 2015, 39-year-old Jason Corbett was sleeping peacefully at home in Wahlberg, Davidson County, North Carolina, USA. His family included his wife, Molly Martins, their 2 children, Jack, 10, and Sarah, 8, and Molly's parents, Tom and Sharon Martins. Jason, originally from Limerick, Ireland, hired Molly Martins as an au pair after the tragic death of his first wife, Margaret, due to an asthma attack. Molly was 24 years old. Jason needed help caring for his 2 young children, 3.5 years old and Sarah, 1.5 years old, so he brought Molly from Knoxville, Tennessee, United States, to Ireland. Jason and Molly gradually developed a romantic relationship. Jason's job as plant manager for an international packaging company required the family, including Jack and Sarah, to relocate to Davidson County, North Carolina, in 2011. The same year, Jason and Molly got married. The court beds appeared to have a fulfilling life in North Carolina. Jason focused on his job at the packaging plant, while Molly took on the responsibility of caring for the children and enjoyed coaching a children's swimming team. At 3 a.m., on August 2, Tom, Molly's father, called 911. He informed the operator that my daughter's husband, my son-in-law, had gotten into an argument with my daughter. I intervened, and I believe he's in bad shape. We need assistance. He's bleeding profusely, and I may have killed him. A paramedic team was dispatched to the scene, and the emergency dispatcher instructed Tom and Molly to perform CPR until they arrived. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could help Jason. He died of multiple blows to the head. Tom and Molly were transported to the police station in separate patrol cars. Molly described what happened that night at their house. Sarah, 8, approached her in her husband's bedroom door around 3 a.m. She was experiencing nightmares again. Molly went up to her room to comfort her. When Molly returned, Jason was furious at being woken up. After that, the couple got into a fight, and Jason attacked Molly and started choking her. Tom heard the screams and noises. He walked into their bedroom with a baseball bat in his hand. Tom, 65, confirmed his daughter's statement while sitting in another interview room. When he awoke to screams upstairs, he told his wife to stay in the room and decided to investigate what was happening. He heard Jason threaten to kill his daughter, so Tom brought a metal bat for protection. Tom entered the bedroom as Jason was strangling Molly. Tom turned to Jason and asked him to let his daughter go and relax. He refused to let Molly go and threatened to kill her. Jason turned his back on the bathroom and started dragging Molly behind him. She resisted, but she was weakened. Tom realized his daughter could not be left alone with the aggressor, so he hit Jason in the head several times with the bat. However, Jason was able to knock Tom to the ground and take away the bat. Molly, terrified that Jason would kill Tom, grabbed a decorative garden stolen from the bedside table and used it to cover Jason's head. Due to the pause, Tom was able to get to his feet, grab the bat, and continue to hit Jason in the head. He paused when he realized he was already dead. Tom admitted that he did not like his son-in-law and his family, and had previously advised Molly to hire a lawyer and file for divorce. The police photographed Molly and Tom for the report. Surprisingly, there were no signs of a struggle, such as abrasions or bruises. So, what exactly happened at the Corbett house? But first, let me explain everything in more detail. Molly Martin spent most of her life in Knoxville, Tennessee. She was the sole daughter in a family of 4 children. Her father, Tom, dedicated 30 years of his life to the FBI, and her mother was a math doctor. Tom coached soccer for the local children's team in his spare time, while Molly practiced singing and dancing with her friends. She enjoyed reading, and as a teenager, she participated in her mother's book club, where she shared her thoughts on what she had read. Sharon and Tom were well-educated and wealthy. Molly decided to pursue a medical degree after high school, and in 2003, she enrolled at Clemson University in South Carolina. Studying proved to be extremely difficult, requiring a great deal of hard work and effort. She soon dropped out of university. Molly and Keith Megan started dating in early 2007 and moved in together a few months later. Molly worked as a nanny and taught children to swim, while her boyfriend worked for a local nonprofit organization. Their relationship with Molly grew quickly. She was fun, cheerful, and carefree. However, they both struggled with mental health issues. Molly had been diagnosed with depression and had informed Keith about her bipolar disorder prior to beginning their relationship. Keith notes that things were fine at first. Medication helped her with her mental health issues. However, she contracted Staphylococcus aureus later. The infection medication appeared to interfere with the effects of the bipolar disorder medication, throwing Molly off balance. Molly experienced migraines and insomnia during this difficult time, as Keith mentioned. She spent a lot of time soaking in the bathtub, occasionally crying while lying on the floor. Molly used to take 16 pills every day. She was unable to continue babysitting and remained at home. Keith took over, fully supporting them both despite his low income. Molly was now depressed, and every time he returned home, he had no idea what was waiting for him behind that door. The relationship grew strained. After a while, she improved. Molly insisted on getting engaged to Keith. He took this step for her, hoping it would improve her condition. But he was mistaken. It didn't help, nor did her desire to have kids. Molly became pregnant with Keith. However, she had an early miscarriage in September of 2007. Molly's condition did not improve in February, so her parents paid for her stay in the psychiatric unit at Emory Hospital in Atlanta. He or she was to be assisted in stabilizing her condition and prescribing the appropriate medication. 4 days later, she returned to Keith, and the two attempted to continue living together. By the end of February, the couple's relationship had deteriorated significantly. Molly simply told Keith one night that she wanted to travel to Europe and work as a live-in nanny. He didn't think she should leave, let alone work with children, because she couldn't even go grocery shopping by herself. Molly soon departed for Ireland, and Keith never saw her again. Molly claims that the babysitting job came at an important time for her. After graduating from university, she struggled with feelings of inadequacy and had no idea who she was or who she wanted to be. She was fortunate to meet Jason, who helped her come to her senses and understand her role in caring for his children. A few months later, Jack and Sarah began calling her mother, Molly, who lived in Ireland, her native land. So, after her engagement, she proposed to Jason that they marry and live in America, and he agreed. Tracy Lynch, Jason's sister, with whom they were always very close, claims that the Molly they knew in Ireland and the one they knew in the States are two different people. When relatives from Ireland arrived in Tennessee for the ceremony, they noticed Molly's unusual behavior. She tried to control everything, was frequently angry, and did not resemble those happy brides awaiting marriage. Sometimes she stayed in bed and refused to speak to anyone. Jason's family began to question whether he should join this American family, and his best friend noticed the unhappy groom in front of him. He even told him to simply leave, board a plane, and return to his home country. But Jason said he couldn't do that. He had already committed. 4 years later, Molly was very close to Jason's children and even considered them her own. However, her relationship with her husband was strained. Tracy claims that Jason had recently, in 2014, planned to return home. He was unhappy here and had started to gain weight. Molly was acting strangely, and he was unhappy with some of the things going on at home. He missed Ireland and said it would be difficult for him to leave. When Molly found out he wanted his children, he contacted her mother, but he refused to let her become their legal guardian. Jason refused to use his wife's citizenship to obtain a visa for himself. That way, she would have no legal basis to seek custody of the children if they later divorced. She later confessed to several of her friends about her husband's abuse, and neighbors began to keep an eye on Jason. Molly's statements were not supported by any visible evidence. According to numerous testimonies, there were no abrasions, bruises, or other injuries, and she did not appear to be a victim of abusive behavior, nor was she withdrawn or haggard. She didn't seem afraid of him. Jason, on the other hand, did not fit the description of a tyrant. He was personable, outgoing, and generous. The courtbed's closest neighbor reported that Molly had said things that did not fit the big picture he was aware of, and were most likely false. She admitted that she may have lied to others in order to make herself look good and avoid embarrassment over her words or actions. Molly answered detectives' questions on August 2, while still dressed in her pajamas from the bedroom fight, and reported that Jason had abused her. She had been to the hospital several times, but never explained how she sustained the injuries. Her husband was abusive, both verbally and emotionally, according to her. He occasionally sincerely apologized to her. Their relationship appeared to be on track to improve. However, the abuse continued, and each time the situation worsened. Despite this, her love for Sarah and Jack prevented her from abandoning him. Molly added that she had never told anyone about her husband's abuse, because the children were not hers, and they were not us citizens. Jason could have taken them away from her years ago, fearing that no one would believe his abuse. Molly began using hidden recording devices at the advice of her attorney, and she claims that many of the recordings she collected have been destroyed or lost, but those that remain have been turned over to prosecutors. For example, in the recording, Jason comes home late in December 2013. He finds the door locked and rings the bell several times. She opens it in 39 seconds and apologizes. "You never intended to do anything, did you?" he asks angrily and mocks her. Molly begs. Multiple smacking sounds can be heard, and she starts to whimper. "I absolutely despise you." She comes to a halt quietly just before the recording stops. She claims Jason had a key but was too drunk to open the door. And, as was often the case in their home, the rage would build up until whatever was going on was completely my fault. 4 days after their father died, 10-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Sarah were interviewed twice by state officials. The interview was conducted by a licensed social worker. The children described their father's aggressive behavior, ongoing marital problems, and allegations of verbal, emotional, and physical abuse. Perhaps more importantly, the children understood and recognized the problems. In response to questions, Sarah explained that Mom didn't want to wake Dad up because he'd get angry and say, "Why are you waking me up?" Jack witnessed his father's use of physical force on 1 or 2 occasions. The social worker asked a critical question to summarize what had been said. Did anyone teach them or ask them to answer certain questions in a specific way? Sarah answered, "My mother asked me to tell only the truth. Jason had made Tracy the legal guardian of his children a few years ago, in case of his death. She knew Molly would not let them go without a fight. Tracy immediately flew to North Carolina to petition for custody of the children. Molly did the same. Tracy took over as guardian of Jack and Sarah 16 days after Jason's death, and the two returned to Ireland. In January 2016, Tom and Molly were charged with second-degree murder. Tracy believes Molly learned about Jason's plans to return to Ireland with the children. However, without her, a strategy was devised to get rid of him. Molly had always wanted only her children, not her husband. Molly and Tom faced trial in July 2017 for Jason Corbett's murder. The prosecution presented a very different version of events, one that excluded strangulation and self-defense. Prosecutors relied heavily on forensic evidence, including photographs of Jason's body and gruesome signs of a struggle in the bedroom. According to the pathologist's report, Jason was struck at least 12 times in the head. The exact number could not be given because he was hit in the same spot repeatedly. The skull has visible cracks and severe bruising, similar to an injury sustained by someone who has fallen from a great height, been involved in a car accident, or has blood. According to a spatter expert, Jason's head was once 30 or 45 centimeters off the floor, and he continued to be struck. According to prosecutors, Jason was struck first while still sedated in his bed. Toxicology tests confirmed that Jason's system contained a sedative prescribed in Molly's name 2 days prior to the tragedy. Furthermore, Jason's $600,000 insurance policy had been changed about a year ago, and Molly was now the sole beneficiary. The jury was also shown photos of the defendants taken at the station on the night of August 2. Tom and Molly had no scratches on them. It was impossible to engage in the fight Molly described with a man who was larger, stronger, and taller than you without receiving a scratch or bruise. Tom and Molly were probably delaying the 911 call, making up their story for the cops while Jason's body cooled on the floor. This thought occurred after paramedics arrived at the Corbett home and noticed his body's low temperature. It was already cold. Jason's abusive behavior was not disclosed during his trial. Domestic violence was rarely discussed during the trial. In his testimony, Tom claimed that Jason exercised a lot of control over Molly. He noticed bruises on her body but had no idea where they came from. Although he admitted that he had never witnessed Jason's physical aggression, except on that August night prior to sentencing, Molly stated that incidents like August 2 occurred on a regular basis. The only difference this time was that my father was in the house. In defense of his clients, the attorney displayed a photo from the station showing Molly with a red mark on her neck, confirming strangulation. Jason had a routine physical exam 2 weeks prior to the incident, and the doctor stated that he had been stressed recently. He complained about uncontrollable fits of unreasonable rage. The autopsy revealed marks on Jason's left arm, indicating that he was defending himself, but none on his right arm, which he allegedly used to hold Molly by the neck. After 9 days of testimony, arguments, and photos from the scene of the tragedy, the jury was excused to deliberate after less than 5 hours in the room. They found Tom and Molly guilty. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 25 years in prison. The court ruled a few days after the verdicts were announced. The lawyers objected to the court's decision, citing judicial errors, particularly the jury's incorrect actions, which violated the judge's instructions. Even before the verdict was announced, one of the jurors gave an interview to journalists, revealing that some of them had discussed the case in private, which is strictly prohibited. However, the court denied the motion. In Tom's case, the appeals court allowed only the defense and prosecution to present oral arguments in Mali in January 2019, but the defendants were not present. Each side was given only half an hour to present their main arguments. On February 4, 2020, the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned Tom and Molly's convictions and ordered a new trial. Among other errors in the first trial, evidence that Jason was violent toward Molly was excluded. A year later, the North Carolina Supreme Court upheld the appellate court's decision, despite the state's challenge. It determined that the exclusion of certain evidence at trial, as well as the erroneous inclusion of others, may have prevented Tom and Molly from presenting a compelling defense, and thus their claims of self-defense had little evidentiary support. As a result, the jury was not fully informed about the evidence, and they were unable to perform their constitutional duties. Molly and Tom were each released on $200,000 bail in April 2021, after serving 44 months in prison. The interviews given by two young children shortly after their father's death are particularly noteworthy, and, while in the custody of Molly's family, both Jack and Sarah have since recanted their statements. They claimed that they were coached to lie about domestic abuse. They have since informed the Davidson County District Attorney's Office from their residence in Ireland that Molly coerced them into making those false statements, and that Molly was the one who was abusive. A new trial was held in November 2023, and the judge sentenced Molly Martins and her father Thomas to prison for at least 7 months following an emotional final day of sentencing hearings. On Wednesday, the power was led out of a North Carolina court in handcuffs after receiving sentences ranging from 7 to 30 months for Jason Corbett's voluntary manslaughter. This is in addition to the 3.5 years Molly and Thomas have already served since being convicted of murder. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Germany in 2016. The story of Maria Lodberger, a 19-year-old Freiburg resident, sparked widespread outrage in German society, raising concerns not only about the work of local police, but also about Germany's entire government. Maria was born on December 6, 1996, to Clemens and Friederike Lodberger. According to the German press, her parents were both lawyers. Furthermore, her father was a senior official in the European Union. In 2016, Maria was a medical student at the University of Freiburg. In her spare time, she worked part-time in an urban center that assisted immigrants. Maria attended a medical faculty organized party on the night of October 15 to 16, 2016. She had a good time with her friends, and when she started getting ready to go home, it was around 2:30 a.m. Maria lived on campus, approximately 3 miles from the university where the party was held. After saying goodbye to her friends, she went outside and rode her bike to campus. It was 2:37 a.m. At 8:20 a.m., on the same day, someone jogging along the river discovered a woman's body in the water near the shore. Witnesses called the police and an ambulance. However, there was nothing the medics could do to assist. They identified the victim as Maria Lodberger, who was 19 years old. She never made it to her dorm. A jogger discovered her body about a mile away. During the forensic examination, experts determined that Maria died from drowning. At the same time, someone attempted to strangle her with a scarf, which police discovered on the scene. That scarf contained a sample of male DNA, presumably belonging to the perpetrator. The police also determined the most likely motive for Maria's attack. The forensic medical examination determined that someone forced the girl into intimacy prior to her death. The police established a special commission of 68 investigators to investigate this case. In addition to the DNA on the scarf, police discovered several black hairs with bleach stains 7 inches long in the bushes near the crime scene. Importantly, this strand of hair contained the roots, allowing authorities to collect another sample of male DNA. This sample matched the one found on the scarf used to strangle Maria. The police were unable to determine the identity of the person to whom the DNA samples belonged because there was no information about him in the databases. On November 8th, the police offered a €6,000 reward for information that could help solve this case. Thanks to several individuals, the reward amount quickly grew to €35,000. The police questioned over 1,000 people, including those who attended Maria's last party. At the same time, over 100 people voluntarily donated DNA samples for comparative analysis. The majority of those who provided DNA were partygoers. However, none of the samples matched the DNA found at the crime scene. The residents of Freiburg were shocked when news of Maria's death surfaced in the media. People purchased all of the pepper spray in the city, knowing that the criminal was still at large. Furthermore, cases of harassment against women have increased in the city. A few days before Maria Lodberger's death, several refugees harassed a young woman in the same neighborhood. A similar incident occurred 2 weeks prior. Self-defense classes have never been so popular in Freiburg, when many people visited local sports centers to learn how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, 25 more officers began patrolling the city to improve security. People are afraid of going out alone at night. Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that we cannot put up with this situation. 25 more officers may appear to be a small number. However, in a city with a high crime rate, it signaled that the authorities were finally paying attention to the Freiburg problems. The police investigated all possible leads. However, the hair and scar discovered at the scene proved to be the deciding factor in identifying the perpetrator. Knowing that the man they were looking for wore long black hair with bleached ends. The police began analyzing the recordings from numerous city cameras. They discovered a man with similar hair color and length while reviewing CCTV footage from the city tram. The man wore an undercut, with short hair on the sides and back and longer on top. This recording is from the night of October 16th. At 1:57 a.m., 40 minutes before Maria left the party, the suspect boarded a tram near the university. After about 20 minutes, he got off at the last stop, which was less than a mile from where a jogger discovered Maria's body. According to the police, the suspect was bothering two girls on the tram, but they were eventually able to avoid his attention. On December 3, 2016, nearly 7 weeks after Maria's death, police arrested a suspect. Hussein Kaveri, 17, considered himself an immigrant from Afghanistan when he first arrived in Germany. However, the investigation revealed that he was not 17 years old and did not hold Afghan citizenship. Kaveri entered Germany without an ID card in November 2015. When crossing the border, he stated that he is from Afghanistan and was born in 1999. Hussein Kaveri stated that he was 16 years old when he entered the country, but he did not have any documents to back up his claim. Due to his stated age, Germany accepted him as an underage, unaccompanied refugee. They placed Kaveri with a foster German family in a picturesque town near the Black Forest, where he attended a local school, learned German, and received government benefits. Such a trick with age fabrication became common, giving an advantage not only when applying for asylum, but also when breaking the law. After all, juvenile offenders are punished less severely. We will return to the suspect's age later because it is only the tip of the iceberg in his biography. After Kaveri was arrested as the main suspect in the Maria Loebner case, his image appeared in the press, despite German media attempts to conceal his face. Other European TV channels and newspapers did not follow suit, instead publishing a non-blurred image of his face. Maria Elena Anakopoulou, a lawyer from Greece, recognized the arrested young man after seeing photos of him in the media. She defended him in court in spring 2013. He was then charged with and convicted of a life-threatening attack on a young student on the Greek island of Corfu. Kaveri robbed and threw a 20-year-old student off a cliff. The girl flew about 25 feet down and miraculously survived, thanks to the bushes on which she fell. She spent 17 days in the hospital and had 3 surgeries. Kaveri was arrested, and when the girl recovered, she identified him as the attacker. However, Guevara did not understand the reason for his arrest and told the police that she was just a woman. A court sentenced a young asylum seeker to 10 years in prison for theft and attempted life deprivation. What's important to note here is that he claimed during the trial that he was born in Iran in 1996. However, when he entered Germany, he claimed to have been born in 1999. So the question is, how did Hussein Kaveri get to Germany in 2015? If he was sentenced to 10 years in prison in Greece in 2014, here's why. He was released on parole in October 2015. Due to prison overcrowding in Greece, he violated his probation by failing to report to a police station on a regular basis, only visiting once. They put him on the wanted list, but only for Greece. At the time, the borders were open, and Kaveri, along with thousands of other refugees, traveled to Germany, where he pretended to be an unaccompanied minor seeking asylum. Kaveri was arrested as a suspect in the Maria Loebner investigation. His fingerprints were compared to those from a crime scene in Greece. This confirmed that he was the same person who attacked the woman on Corfu. After learning all of this, Germany posed numerous questions to the Greek authorities. Because the police did not initiate an Interpol search for Kaveri, he was able to enter Germany without incident. Thomas de Maizière, Germany's federal minister of the interior, described it as gross negligence and expressed outrage that Greece had not shared information about this refugee. If we had received information from Greece, the suspect would have been apprehended at the border and investigated by German security authorities. All of this happened in a reprehensible manner. We will need to discuss this process with the Greeks. Maizière stated that while German and Greek police were attempting to resolve issues among themselves, ordinary Germans, including those from Freiburg, demanded that the authorities take action against uncontrolled immigration. In response to residents' discontent, Freiburg Mayor Dieter Salomon stated that they should not use Guevara's origin as a case against immigration policy. Instead, he proposed treating it as a separate incident. At the same time, the Alternative for Germany party contacted Maria Lodberger, a victim of Angela Merkel's welcome culture. Unfortunately, the Maria Lodberger story was not unique. On December 27, 2017, in Kandel, an Afghan refugee, Abdul Dalwadzai, 15, attacked his classmate, Mia Valentin, 15, with a knife in broad daylight. The reason for the attack was that Mia had stopped talking to him. As a result, she died in the hospital, prompting police to arrest Dalwadzai. The girl's parents doubted that I was 15 years old and demanded to know his age. They determined his age using X-rays of his arm, collarbone, and teeth. The expert concluded that Dalwadzai was at least 17 years old and probably around 20. Nonetheless, he was tried as a minor, which meant the maximum sentence was 10 years in prison. On September 3, 2018, the court sentenced him to 8.5 years in prison, causing outrage not only among the girl's parents but also throughout society. It is worth noting that Dalwadzai died in his prison cell a year after being convicted. He had self-harmed, and doctors did not have time to treat him. On March 12, 2018, Ahmad, an underage unaccompanied Afghan refugee, attacked 17-year-old Maria Bold in her Flensburg apartment. Maria and Ahmad dated for 2 years, but when he began controlling her every move, she ended the relationship and began dating another man. As a result, she died of 14 stab wounds. At the trial, Ahmad claimed that he was 17 years old at the time of the attack and that he should be tried as a minor, which implied a maximum sentence of 10 years. However, the examination revealed that Ahmad was approximately 29 years old, not 17 as he claimed. The judge agreed with the exam results and decided to try Ahmad as an adult. The court sentenced him to life in prison. However, under certain conditions, the German law on life imprisonment allows for an early release after 15 years. Authorities were also urged not to forget that Germans commit the exact same crimes. When the police revealed that the perpetrator was a refugee, tensions in society grew. Maria's parents were free to travel to Riga, and Clemens Leidenberger avoided condemning speeches. Instead, they established the Maria Lorger Foundation in memory of their daughter. This foundation earned them a civic award of 20,000 euros from the Federal Association of German Newspaper Publishers in Berlin. If my children or grandchildren ever ask me what I did to help the world develop in the direction I believed was best, I'd like to say that I took advantage of the opportunities that came my way. This quote from Maria served as the foundation for building this structure. It assists students at the University of Freiburg in difficult life situations. For example, Friederike Leidenberger stated that she wants people to remember her daughter's name, not only because of a terrible act, but also because of her life. Clemens Lodberger stated that the crime against Maria has deeply shocked Germans. Along with other events, it sparked public debate on a number of political issues. As Maria's parents, we do not want acts of hatred or cold-blooded contempt in our society to inspire hatred and incitement in others. Otherwise, the destructive spiral threatens to undermine the foundations of social cohesion. As parents, they considered expressing their Christian beliefs but chose not to do so publicly. We believe that our restraint and interest in an objective discussion of these complex political issues will ultimately benefit us. By establishing the foundation, they wanted to encourage people to use their educational opportunities and unique characteristics to find their place in society. When our lives became filled with darkness, pain, and confusion, a profound sense of gratitude settled in the United States. Thank you for your gift to Maria. According to Friederike Lodberger, having this attitude helps you control your fate. We felt as if God had given us the strength to deal with this fate. He is with us, accompanying us. We realized we had a new life task to deal with our daughter's violent death, and we will cope. We've been saying this to each other from the beginning. We keep saying it now, and the feeling of gratitude that we discussed helps us prevent all other feelings from becoming so strong that they take over, said Clemens Leidenberger. Now let's return to Maria's case. In addition to DNA evidence, police have Hussein Kavari's confession. The trial began in September 2017, and Guevara admitted to forcing Maria into intimacy before killing her. Furthermore, the man admitted that he lied about his age. He did not tell the court how old he was, only that he was of legal age. Under oath, the forensic dentist stated that the defendant was probably between the ages of 22 and 29. Cavari had his tooth extracted 8 months before the attack on Maria Ladenberger during a routine dental procedure. He kept it as a souvenir after the police discovered it while searching his apartment. According to the expert, the annual rings in a person's tooth root can be used to determine their age. That is how the forensic dentist came to know Hussein Guevara, who was between the ages of 22 and 29. The method is safe and produces accurate results. X-ray examinations of risky bones, which are frequently used to diagnose aging, are considered relatively imprecise. Senior prosecutor Eckhard Berger described the dental examination as critical evidence in determining the defendant's age. Cavari stated that his father died many years ago in Afghanistan. However, the police discovered that his father was alive and living in Iran. The prosecutor contacted Cavari's father by phone, which provided the court with a clearer picture of his age. According to the father, his son was born in Iran on January 29, 1984, so he was 32 years old when Maria died. Consequently, they tried him as an adult. During the trial, he claimed that a few hours before the attack, he and his friends had consumed a large amount of alcohol and taken some illegal substances. After partying with his friends, he boarded a tram and drove to the location where he later attacked Maria. Maria spent her spare time working at Freiburg's Immigrant Assistance Center. She attempted to assist people who had been thrust into a difficult life situation due to some unfortunate circumstance. She died at the hands of one of these people, and the crime sparked widespread outrage and disgust. Chancellor Angela Merkel received sarcastic thank you messages on social media for her liberal policy, which welcomed more than 1 million refugees and immigrants. During the trial, prosecutor Eckhard Berger reminded the 2 jurors and 3 judges that the defendant is on trial for a criminal offense, not Germany's refugee policy. Cavari sobbed in court as he read a statement of apology to the victim's family. He claimed to have nightmares about Maria's death every day. "I beg your pardon. I'd like to apologize to Maria's family. I wish I could undo it." He stated, "I deeply regret what I have done. I live with the anguish of what I did. This torment will eventually destroy my life." Hussein Cavari appeared at the trial. He informed everyone about his perilous fate. He described his journey from Iran to Turkey, then Greece, Serbia, and Slovenia before arriving in Germany. He talked about life in the ruins, eating garbage in Greece, stealing and using illegal drugs and alcohol, while living in a foster home in Germany as an underage refugee. In court, he stated that he suffers from psychological conditions, including nightmares and frequent insomnia. Among other things, his stress stemmed from concerns about his homeland. "I have a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems," Cavari spoke. During his testimony, he described the night he killed Maria. He claims that he and his friends drank 2 bottles of vodka just hours before the crime. He then drank beer and wine alone. He also smoked a few cigarettes and used illegal drugs. He then boarded a tram near the future crime scene. He bothered the other girls on the tram, and when he got to the last stop, he stole a bicycle. He did, however, fall off his bike because he was too drunk. When he saw Maria, he pushed her off the bike and covered her mouth. She began screaming, and he decided to strangle her with a scarf, causing her to lose consciousness. According to Cavari, he noticed Maria Ladenberger's beauty and decided to take advantage of her unconscious state. He then carried Maria into the water, where she drowned. Authorities believed Cavari moved Maria into the water to destroy the evidence on her body. Cavari claimed that he was too drunk and couldn't control his actions. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the way things ended. Prosecutors challenged his version of events, alleging that his actions were premeditated. A psychiatric expert testified that he believed Cavari's remorse was phony, telling the court that the defendant demonstrated a strong and persistent desire for violence and warned there was a high risk of reoffending. Cavari had an interest in aggressive sexual practices and a hostile attitude toward women. He also stated that he has no remorse or compassion for other people's suffering. Maria's parents chose not to attend the trial. They hired a lawyer to represent their interests. Maria's father, Clemens Leidenberger, stated that we wanted the most constructive objective possible, but without any additional media hype, political statements, or impact on the course of the trial as a result of emotional statements made by the victims. When asked by a journalist if they wanted to meet face-to-face with the criminal, Maria's father replied, "We left this question open in any case. It was unclear from the start whether we would remain absent from the process from beginning to end. However, during the discussion, we asked each other if Maria wanted us there, and we concluded that she did not. Furthermore, based on the criminal's characteristics and behavior in court, we became increasingly convinced that we would not gain anything from this confrontation. We knew it wouldn't help us." On September 22, 2018, Hussein Kavari was found guilty. Presiding Judge Catherine Schenk condemned Kavari's extreme lack of empathy, who was handcuffed and dressed in a black hooded jumper. Before I read the verdict and sentence, many in the courtroom applauded. The court sentenced him to life in prison. As previously stated, the German law on life imprisonment provides for the right to early release after 15 years if the parole board determines that the convict does not pose a threat to society. However, during the sentencing, the judge emphasized the gravity of Hussein Kavari's guilt. It means that his early release from prison after 15 years is legally feasible but practically impossible. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rachel O'Reilly's case is one of Ireland's most violent crimes. When a person goes missing or dies in mysterious circumstances, the other half is usually one of the primary suspects. Unfortunately, in approximately 80 of cases, suspicions are valid. There is rarely a clear motive in such crimes, and the crime itself is often classified as domestic as if it were ordinary. Rachel O'Reilly's high-profile case in the early 2000s stunned Ireland with its unprecedented cruelty and cold-bloodedness. A young woman and mother of 2 young children was brutally murdered in her own home, and police officers who arrived on the scene admitted that they had never seen such a horrific crime scene before, but they were determined to solve the mystery and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It took investigators several years of meticulous work. Throughout this time, the criminal remained at large, confident that no one would prove his guilt. Perhaps this would have happened, but the killer was let down by his own arrogance. Let's start the story from the beginning. Who was Rachel O'Reilly? Rachel O'Reilly. Rachel O'Reilly, real name Callie, was born in 1974 on the northern outskirts of County Dublin, Ireland. His biological parents were not aware. Rose and Jim Calloway, her spouses, adopted her when she was very young. She grew up alongside the couple's other 4 adopted children. Rose and Jim, their own heirs, were unable to have children, so all of their parental love was directed toward foster children. Rachel was an active and purposeful child since she was very young. She excelled in school, participated in sports, assisted her parents with household chores, and never caused a problem. The girl grew up to be very sociable, open, and kind. She got along well with everyone and avoided conflicts. Rachel was an avid softball player as a teenager, competing in a variety of competitions and setting several local records. She also had a close relationship with her foster mother, to whom she confided all her secrets and communicated constantly, even after she married and had her own children. After graduating from high school, the girl enrolled at one of the local universities, intending to pursue a degree in marketing. At the same time, she secured a position as a salesperson in a city department store. In her spare time, she continued to participate in sports, most notably for the local Joe O'Reilly team. In fact, public sources contain very little information about Joe O'Reilly's early life. He was notorious for his inhumanity and extreme cruelty to his own wife and the mother of his 2 children. However, the type of person he was as a young man is rarely discussed or remembered. Joe is also known to be a County Dublin native, having been born there in 1972. In a simple family, he was the second common child and was raised alongside his older sister. The O'Reillys' children were not spoiled, and their parents taught them that in life, they should achieve everything on their own through hard work and effort. The boy was tall, athletic, and enjoyed playing softball. After graduating from high school, he decided to pursue a career in advertising through correspondence studies. He got a job as a manager at a department store, the same one where Rachel worked a few months later. Joe was 19 years old when they first met, and Rachel was barely 17. The young man noticed the new employee right away and took the initiative to be the first to meet her miniature smiling blonde, dizzy the guy's head, but only to go on a date with him. For whatever reason, she flatly refused. Joe began to woo Rachel with compliments and small surprises such as flowers or chocolates at her workplace at the start of the day, but Rachel remained cold to him. Desperate attempts to capture the attention of the young saleswoman with interest were observed by almost the entire department store staff, and it even became the subject of jokes. However, Joe refused to give up. He read Rachel's favorite book to give them something in common to talk about, but things didn't really take off until Joe discovered Rachel was a serious softball player. That is when he met her at the stadium, walked onto the field during practice, and joined the game. Riley was long and familiar with softball, so he demonstrated all of his abilities and led the team to victory. This time, the young man impressed Rachel, and she agreed to go on a date with him. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Joe, by all means and available means, demonstrates that he is prepared for the beloved to literally roll mountains. He unexpectedly organized a trip to Paris, the most romantic city in the world, and proposed to her on top of the Eiffel Tower. Of course, Rachel couldn't resist and agreed with him. The naive girl then believed she had met a real prince from a magical fairy tale, with whom she would spend her life happily. A few years later, the couple married, and they eventually had 2 sons in common. The couple relocated to the tranquil and picturesque Scottish province of Scotland, where they bought their own spacious, cozy home. It was an ideal place to raise their children. Rachel quit her job after the birth of their eldest son to focus on caring for her husband and child. 2 years later, the couple welcomed a second son, and the young mother was completely absorbed by the heirs. Joe, the family's main beneficiary, was hired by an advertising agency as an outdoor advertising specialist. Those who knew the head of the family described him as a confident, purposeful, and charming man. At work, he demonstrated responsibility, qualification, punctuality, and attention to detail. He was always the first to arrive at the office, and he would stay late if necessary. Joe also continued to participate in sports, frequently visiting the gym before the start of the workday, and his wife's home contained several exercise machines and a set of dumbbells. As the boys grew older and started kindergarten, Rachel became a distributor for one of the popular cosmetics companies and also sold household goods to supplement their income. Such work enabled her to communicate more with her neighbors, who described her as an excellent mother and a kind and open person. Joe's chances of returning home dwindled over time. In reality, he only came to sleep, shower, and change clothes. With this behavior, he wrote off his entire employment at work, as well as the upcoming promotion that he had been looking forward to. His wife did her best to support him, but they grew apart over time, and family relations deteriorated significantly. In the summer of 2004, an anonymous person sent a letter to Child Protective Services alleging that Rachel is a bad mother who mistreats her 2- and 4-year-old sons. In this regard, a special commission visited the couple's home and responded to the disturbing report, but nothing suspicious was discovered, and all relatives and neighbors described Mrs. Riley as a loving and caring mother, casting doubt on her reputation. What has happened to Rachel O'Reilly? The morning of Monday, October 4, 2004 began normally. The head of the family left the house at dawn, while his wife and sons were still sleeping, to go to work. Throughout the day, he texted and called his wife several times but received no response. When he called his home phone, the answering machine went off. Joe stated in a shaky voice that he was extremely concerned and asked his wife to call him back as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Joe received a call from the kindergarten teacher informing him that Rachel had not arrived to pick up the boys, which had never happened before. Joe then called his mother-in-law and asked if she knew where Rachel was. When she said no, he asked Rose to go to their house and see if everything was okay. Meanwhile, he went to kindergarten to pick up the children. When Rose arrived at her daughter's house, she noticed her car in the yard and realized Rachel was home. However, the room was dark and quiet, and no one responded to her call. The first thing I noticed was the clutter, as if the house had been searched for something. Cabinets and drawers were open, their contents strewn across the floor. The whole scene resembled a robbery. The landlord was nowhere to be found. However, when her mother entered the bedroom, a terrifying image appeared before her eyes. Rachel was lying on the floor, in a large pool of her own blood. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, as well as in Rachel's bloody tangled hair. In some places, the bare bones of her skull were visible. Rose rushed to her daughter, hoping she was still alive and could be helped. But when she touched her arm, she noticed that it was cold and stiff. Rachel had been dead for hours, and there was no way to save her. Rose, unable to remember herself, began screaming and calling for help before rushing to the phone to call the police. The neighbors, including a doctor, came running in response to her screams. When Joe arrived out of the house, he was the first to examine the body and confirm that Rachel could not be saved. There was already a crowd. When he found out that his spouse had died, he screamed and ran inside, claiming he didn't believe it. He burst into tears in the bedroom next to his wife's body. Riley cried and screamed, vowing to kill whoever had done this to his beloved wife. According to police officers who arrived on the scene, they have never seen a more brutal depiction of the murder of a defenseless woman in their careers. Clearly, the weapon of the crime was a heavy blunt object with which Rachel was beaten with incredible ferocity. There is literally nothing left on her body. It appears that the house's owner was attacked from behind because she did not attempt to resist or fight back. The overall picture resembled a robbery. But professional instinct told the investigators that such a beating would only occur if there were personal reasons or an acute dislike. But who would want to touch a petite young woman and mother of two? The detectives began by interviewing the deceased's family members and neighbors. They all confidently stated that Rachel had no enemies or ill wishes and was on good terms with everyone. On that particular day, neighbors reported no suspicious activity. There were no strange cars or strangers near the victim's home. Joe stated that he had spent the majority of the day at the bus depot on the other side of town for work, and a co-worker confirmed his alibi. Although the co-worker confirmed Joe's words, the police remained skeptical. The situation appeared to be a robbery, but no valuables had been taken. Only scattered items on the bedroom's bedside table, almost in plain sight, valued at €1,000, remained untouched. Another stash was found in a kitchen cupboard, but this tool remained untouched. There was also a jewelry box on the dressing table, but only a pair of chains and earrings were missing, which were stored separately in a drawer. In addition, the homeowner reported that a digital camera, silverware, and one of his dumbbells, which was most likely the weapon of crime, had gone missing. Everything seemed strange. The house was turned upside down. The landlady was brutally murdered over a minor issue. Joe, while answering police questions, was crying, shaking, and feverish. However, one of the investigators later admitted that the guy appeared to be in a state of nervous excitement rather than grief or shock. When asked if his wife had an extramarital affair or really behaved even more strangely, Joe changed his expression, confidently stating that there was no such thing, and then adding that he had never cheated on his wife. But this phrase sounded extremely unconvincing. 2 miles from the crime scene, in the bushes, was discovered a bag containing items from the house. Inside were a camera, silverware, and a few pieces of jewelry. Joe had compiled a list of stolen items. The robbery theory could now be completely dismissed, and the case reclassified as premeditated murder. Suspicious widower. Despite all of the widowed men's attempts to portray grief and pain, it appeared phony, and he was immediately named the main suspect. Joe had nothing to present yet, but the detectives needed to thoroughly investigate his alibi in order to study the crime scene and learn about his relationship with his wife. Joe stated that he stopped by the gym before work, as he did on a regular basis, and surveillance cameras in the parking lot and inside the gym confirmed this. He then drove to the office before going to a bus station in a remote part of the city to monitor the placement of advertisements on vehicles. His words were confirmed by a colleague he allegedly spoke with at the time. The investigators then went to Joe's workplace and seized his computer for inspection. This is where the most interesting part starts. Because the email contained strange correspondence that Joe had partially deleted, specialists were able to recover the deleted messages, and the police were finally confident that they were on the right track. Joe mostly corresponded with his friend and his sister, to both of whom he constantly complained about his wife. He wrote about Rachel in an insulting and profane tone. He wrote that his wife had not appealed to him as a woman for a long time and had generally disgusted him. Moreover, the computer discovered another curious correspondence between Joe and one of his colleagues, a woman named Nikki Pelly. Their communication made it clear that these two were much more than friends, and both should be questioned. Who is Nikki Pelly? Nikki also worked for an advertising company, and she and Joe had numerous work-related interactions. The woman was 10 years older than Joe, but that did not prevent them from having an affair. It was impossible to say exactly when their workplace romance began. Joe spent his evenings and nights at home, and his wife lied about his work commitments. But this wasn't the strangest thing about the discovered correspondence. It turned out that Joe had promised Nikki in his messages that they would soon be together, she and their sons referring to as children from Rachel. Such messages were more than suspicious because, in the event of a divorce, the boys would be left to live with their mother. Joe, who initially claimed that he had no extramarital affairs but realized that denying it was pointless after irrefutable evidence of his infidelity was discovered. Then he admitted that he had been secretly dating Nikki for a while, but they had apparently broken up. For more than a week, the O'Reilly house was cordoned off as a crime scene, with no one permitted to enter because the police needed to enter because the police needed to examine and document everything. During this time, Joe was staying with his sister, while the boys were with their grandparents. Joe did not appear to be a grieving widower at the funeral. Instead, he acted remarkably calm and, most importantly, as if he were closing the coffin alongside his late wife. When it was his turn to say goodbye, he did so quickly and coldly, and as he left, he casually mentioned that the coffin could be closed and buried. When the family was allowed to return home, everything looked exactly as it had on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the floor. Joe asked his father-in-law and mother-in-law to accompany him, and they agreed, believing he needed the support on the spot. However, the son-in-law began to speculate on how the killer might have dealt with Rachel. He walked around the room where his wife was murdered, describing how she had been attacked by the force with which she was struck, pointing to dried blood spatters each time. Joe then speculated that the perpetrator may have gone to the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands and the crime weapon, which he then carried with him. Joe's account was horrifyingly detailed and full of detail, with him waving his arms around to mimic the blows. However, his bereaved parents dismissed his behavior as an attempt to relieve stress and talk things out. Rose later admitted that she had not let go of the idea that the son-in-law had repeated his previous actions and that he was the one who massacred their daughter. Thirst for fame. Almost immediately after the funeral, O'Reilly began actively communicating with the media, giving interviews left and right. He eagerly welcomed reporters to his home, literally giving them tours of the crime scene and explaining how everything happened. At the same time, Joe addressed the criminal on camera, offering him a voluntary surrender to the police. 3 weeks after the tragedy, the deceased's loved ones agreed to participate in the filming of a television program about the crime. But if Rachel's parents were depressed and literally killed by grief, Joe on set acted like a star. He vividly communicated with the makeup artists, curious about how he would appear in the frame, and then eagerly nibbled on the proposed treats while drinking their coffee. The police, who were still looking for Joe, decided to follow him and discovered that he went straight from the set to his mistress Nikki, where he spent the night. By that point, all doubts about his guilt had been dispelled, leaving only the task of gathering irrefutable evidence for the court. Gathering evidence was a lengthy, complicated, and laborious process because the most important item, the instrument of the crime, was not discovered. Nevertheless, there was sufficient other evidence. They were both facing jail time for perjury, so they chose not to jeopardize their freedom. Nikki admitted that she and Joe had not broken up, as they had previously claimed, but instead continued their relationship. Furthermore, I learned about Rachel through their connection, which caused a major scandal on the eve of the tragedy. However, the colleague stated that he was unsure whether Joe was present when his wife was murdered at the bus station on the other side of the city. The guy simply confirmed his friend's words at his request, unaware that O'Reilly was a suspect in the crime. He discovered correspondence on Joe's computer in which he insulted his wife and planned his future with his mistress and children, which was also linked to the case. The police also investigated numerous interviews with Joe and TV program footage, concluding that he described the crime in detail that only a criminal could know. The widower's careless remarks helped reconstruct the full picture of the crime. He went to the gym in the morning and purposefully got into all of the camera's lenses. Then he informed his colleagues that he would be absent from the office because he was leaving for work in another part of the city and his phone might not be available. Then, instead of going to the bus station, he went home, armed himself with a dumbbell, and hid in the marital bedroom, waiting for his wife, who had left to take the children to kindergarten. He suddenly attacked her from behind, leaving no room for escape. After the massacre, Joe admitted to washing the blood from himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom next to the bedroom. The perpetrator then changed clothes, dispersed his belongings throughout the house to simulate a robbery, and went to work. On the way, he discarded the items and disposed of the soiled clothes and dumbbells so they would not be discovered. He also called his murdered wife's cell phone several times, sent her a few messages, and left voicemails on the answering machine, requesting that she call him back. In the office, he was acting strangely and appeared overly excited, with his hands slightly shaking. Some of his coworkers noticed this and inquired whether he was okay. But Joe was perplexed, so instead of responding, he dashed to his office, where he quickly received a call from the daycare center, informing him that the boys had not been picked up. He did not hurry home, instead sending his mother-in-law to be the first to discover his daughter's disfigured body. He believed he had considered all possibilities and that proving his guilt would be impossible, but his desire for fame and public attention worked against him. Joe was not arrested until 2 years after he committed the crime. Despite the fact that the majority of the evidence was circumstantial, Joe's guilt was established by reconstructing the entire route of his movements that day using the signal of a cell phone that he did not abandon. It is worth noting that at the time of Rachel's murder, Joe's cell phone signal came from the family home. This was later confirmed using billing data. In addition, at trial, it was revealed that Joe's mother wrote the anonymous letter to Child Protective Services at her son's request. Joe was aware that he would not have sole custody of the boys in the event of a divorce, so he tried to smear his wife by portraying her as a bad and abusive mother. However, social services officials found no evidence to support the anonymous message's claims. So O'Reilly decided to take decisive action. He had no remorse. He smiled in court, chatted animatedly with his defense attorneys, and even tried to joke, convinced that he would be released regardless. But in the summer of 2007, the court found Joe guilty and sentenced him to life in prison. The lawyers attempted to challenge the decision, but all of their complaints and appeals were rejected. It is worth noting that Joe and Nikki's relationship continued even after the man was imprisoned. His mistress paid him visits on a regular basis for many years before they stopped communicating in 2022, for unknown reasons. Joe Riley never pleaded guilty in prison. He has become a model inmate, never causing trouble, and hopes to be eligible for parole one day. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in California. Christy Wilson, 27, was last seen at the Thunder Valley Casino parking lot. It was the early morning of October 5, 2005. Wilson had a brief phone conversation with her boyfriend, Danny Burlando, on the evening of October 4th, assuring him that she would return home soon, but she then vanished mysteriously. It took the authorities 15 years to figure out where Christy went. Christy Lynn Wilson was born on January 10, 1978, in San Jose, California, USA. She graduated from Gunderson High School and earned a business degree from California State University, Chico. According to her mother, Deborah Wilson Boyd, and stepfather, Patrick Boyd, she was an outstanding athlete and student. Christy graduated from college and found a job she liked at a tech company near Sacramento. In her spare time, she enjoyed playing blackjack at a nearby casino, where she eventually met her boyfriend, Danny Burlando. Christie's family and friends described her relationship with Danny as quite harmonious. They appeared to be a good couple with a promising future, but their relationship began to deteriorate after they moved to Sacramento together. Christie had numerous bruises on her body, but she refused to discuss their origins. Christie struggled at work, in addition to her personal issues. She lost her job as a result of the high-tech crisis and had to relocate to San Jose to live with her parents. She eventually received a job offer in San Francisco and decided to start over. Christie went to Sacramento on October 4th, 2005, to pick up the last of her belongings. But 2 days later, Danny Rolando called Christie's parents to say she had vanished. He claimed to have contacted all jails and hospitals, as well as all of her friends, before calling them. The police have also been informed of Christie Wilson's disappearance. According to Danny Christie, he arrived at the apartment on October 4th. That night, he ate dinner with his family while Christie visited the Thunder Valley Casino. It was the last time he saw her. Danny's family disliked Christie, so it's not surprising that he attended a family dinner alone. Christie's family did not like Danny either. Christie's bruises on her body indicated that Danny had abused her. Christie's stepfather, Patrick Boyd, loved her as if she were his own daughter. And when he learned about the domestic violence, he was furious. Patrick wanted to confront Danny, but Christie's mother, Deborah, stopped him. Danny Burlando was 31 at the time. He used to work as a car salesman but quickly lost his job. Christie went missing about a month ago. After hearing her scream loudly, her neighbors called the police. When the police arrived, they discovered that Christie and Danny had fought, but there were no repercussions because they quickly reconciled. Obviously, Danny was the first person detectives suspected after Christie disappeared, and the fact that he waited nearly 48 hours before reporting his girlfriend missing to the police only added to their suspicion. What if he used this time to destroy all evidence? However, Rolando cooperated and allowed investigators to examine his phone records, credit card transactions, computer, apartment, and car. Although he was a suspect, there was no evidence of criminal activity on his part. He had an alibi of family dinner before reporting Christie's disappearance to the authorities. He called her 78 times, but she did not respond. Christie's friends and family were interviewed by detectives, and her phone and credit card activity was investigated. There has been no activity in her bank account since October 4th. Christie's parents and the police department coordinated a search that included dogs, volunteers, and a police helicopter. The family requested that anyone with information about her whereabouts notify them. Danny stated that he was looking for Christie and went to the Thunder Valley Casino, but the staff did not provide him with any useful information. Danny eventually found Christie's car, which was still in the parking lot next to the casino. When investigators arrived at the casino, Christie's car was still present, but this discovery raised more questions than answers. There was no evidence of a struggle or another crime. As a result, it was unclear if Christie had left the casino, and if she had, why did she abandon her car? Detectives requested CCTV footage from both inside and outside the casino in hopes of finding answers. At the same time, the police attempted to search Christie and Danny's apartment once more, but were unsuccessful. Christie's stepfather, Patrick, was also a police officer, and he organized a search of the bottom of a nearby river that turned up nothing. Investigators focused on Thunder Valley and tracked Christie's movements at the casino using her player's card. The card indicated that she sat at a blackjack table around 11 p.m. As investigators suspected, Danny Burlando was not present on any of the recordings. Christie, however, shared a table with another man. They appeared to communicate with one another. When Christie was won, this man congratulated her. When one of them lost money, they consoled one another. Christie spent approximately 6 hours in the casino. The camera also caught the moment when the man placed his hand on Christie's shoulder. She experienced ups and downs that night. At first, luck was on her side and she could count cards extremely well. Christie became increasingly agitated and anxious as she began to lose control. After one too many drinks, she began to lose control of herself. At some point, the casino employees wanted her to leave. When a casino employee asked Christie to go outside and relax, The black-haired man responded, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this beauty soon after." The camera captured this man getting up and leaving the casino alongside Christie. During their visit to Thunder Valley, detectives discovered that casino employees had discovered a mobile phone beneath a blackjack table. It turned out to be Christie's phone. Perhaps she didn't realize she'd lost it. It was a negative development for the police. After all, they want to find Christie by tracking her phone's location. Further examination of the CCTV footage revealed that Christie and her new acquaintance went to the parking lot. A white car drove away from the parking lot about 4 minutes later, leaving Christie's vehicle behind. The investigators suspected Christie had driven somewhere with an unknown man in his car. The police needed to know if she did it of her own free will or if this man forced her into the car. Using the player's card information, detectives identified the man at the blackjack table as Mario Flavio Garcia, an Auburn resident. Mario, 53 years old, was a family man. He has 2 sons. Garcia was married and had a relatively successful career, and investigators quickly determined that the white car seen on CCTV footage belonged to him. All of this made him the main suspect in Christie Wilson's disappearance. Garcia, on the other hand, appeared to be alone in his car as he drove away from the parking lot. Christie did not approach her vehicle after leaving the casino. Garcia stayed in the parking lot for 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Perhaps something occurred between him and Christie at that time. Detectives looked into Garcia's life and discovered that he was a beloved community member and football mentor. Despite this, he had a dark side until approximately 25 years ago, when he was arrested for kidnapping his ex-girlfriend. Garcia coerced her into intimacy by taking her to a private location. Furthermore, all of this occurred at gunpoint. As a result, the case was plea bargained down to assault with a deadly weapon. In other words, Garcia got away with it. He made a deal with the prosecutor's office and received only 18 months probation. However, Garcia was of interest to the police in other cases as well. Garcia began dating Lynette Smith a few years after his ex-girlfriend was attacked. This wasn't a fairy tale romance either. Garcia, Lynette, and her mother, Violet Davis, gathered after dinner to celebrate Christmas 1979. On Christmas night, the 3 of them got into Lynette's car. Eyewitnesses told the police that a vehicle had fallen into the river and sank near Oakland Airport. Mario Garcia was the only survivor. He told police Lynette was driving, but detectives were unable to determine who was behind the wheel. Violet Davis' body was in the car. However, it took them a week to locate Lynette's body. Everyone believed it was an accident, and no one was charged. After gathering all of this information, the investigators decided to question Garcia about Christie Wilson's disappearance, but he claimed to know nothing about it. He stated that they left the casino together, politely said their goodbyes, and parted ways. Unfortunately, the CCTV footage could not confirm whether he was telling the truth because the camera was turned in the opposite direction. Garcia claimed that he went home after saying goodbye to Christie, but this was a lie. After reviewing the CCTV footage, the police determined that he drove in the opposite direction from his home. Garcia told detectives that he went straight home and fell asleep. At 8:30 a.m., he awoke and headed to work. His wife refused to speak with the police, so detectives could not confirm or deny this version. However, when they examined Garcia's cell phone records, it became clear that his entire story was a lie. He did not return home immediately after the casino. That morning, at 7:51 a.m., he called his wife, but the cell tower that received his phone signal was a long distance away. Mario also stated that he arrived at work at 9 a.m., but his co-workers reported that Garcia arrived late, around 10 a.m. Investigators learned from speaking with all of Garcia's co-workers that the day Christie Wilson went missing, Mario arrived at work with scratches on his arm and a bruise under one eye. As the main suspect stated, he received them after falling from a tree while pruning. The investigators didn't believe any of it. Who prunes the trees at night? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? The police asked a forensic expert to examine Mario Garcia's wounds. An experienced expert observed that the scratches on the man's face and body were not consistent with injuries sustained while falling from a tree. There were 4 parallel scratches across his face. But that is not all. The 3 parallel scratches on Mario's left side of the chest were particularly intriguing. After all, when resisting, the right-handed person will use their right hand to leave traces or scratches on their opponent's left side of the chest. Christy Wilson was right-handed. The police had reason to believe Mario Garcia was involved in whatever happened to Christy, so they obtained a search warrant for his vehicle, home, and computer. As a reminder, Garcia stated that he went home after saying goodbye to Christy in the parking lot. However, as forensic investigators searched his car, they realized that Christy Wilson was most likely dead. The man was able to wash his car both inside and out. Despite throwing the mat out of the trunk, he failed to destroy all of the evidence. At first, experts discovered a small, unassuming spot on the car seat. After testing, they discovered that it was blood. Unfortunately, it was not clean enough to perform a DNA analysis. Aside from 2 long hairs, the police discovered small splashes of blood on the back door of the trunk. After a comparison, they determined that these 2 hairs belonged to the missing Christy. Following additional testing, the police reached a different conclusion. The bloodstains contained Mario and Christy's DNA. This evidence contradicted Mario's claim that they separated in the parking lot. Everything pointed to a fight between Garcia and Christy. Detectives discovered that he was looking for forensically toxic, illogical data after reviewing his search history. He also used a website that described the drugs that can be slipped into drinks during a date. Investigators assumed Christy was a random victim. They sat at the same table, and Garcia may have slipped something into her alcoholic beverages. However, the police needed to find Christy to prove it. They conducted an extensive search for Christy's body on Garcia's 5-acre property. However, they were unable to discover any new clues. Despite the absence of Christy's body, police arrested Mario Garcia, who was charged with kidnapping and murdering Christy Wilson. Despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his guilt, the man maintained his innocence. The trial started on September 11, 2006. Prosecutors presented compelling evidence that Garcia met Christy at the blackjack table, left the casino with her, attacked her, killed her, and hid her body. At the trial, Garcia asked why the DNA on the door, purportedly belonging to Christy Wilson, was the only thing found. Why wasn't the DNA of my son's wife and the other people in the car found? I cleaned everyone else's DNA except Christy Wilson. Hey, that was the only thing they found. So, how did it arrive there? He hoped to persuade the jury that the police had planted evidence in his car. I suppose I'm supposed to ask for mercy, forgiveness, and remorse during this hearing. However, I am not going to do that. I didn't kill Christy Wilson. I'm innocent. Garcia stated that after hearing both sides, the jury found Mario Garcia guilty on January 11, 2007. The court gave him a life sentence of 59 years. But the story does not end here. Christy's family hoped that after the sentencing, Garcia would reveal where he hid the body, but he refused to do so. Christy's family tried to move on with their lives after such a heartbreaking ordeal. The fact that Mario Garcia filed one appeal after another exacerbated the situation. All of his attempts to appeal the verdict were unsuccessful, but they kept Christy's family from living their lives. Nonetheless, Garcia did not want to spend the rest of his life behind bars. As a result, he changed his tactics. In 2018, he informed Christy's family that he wanted an early release from prison in exchange for information about the body's location. Deborah Boyd considered negotiating with him, but ultimately abandoned the idea. This would be a disgrace. She insisted he would not use my daughter's body as a bargaining chip. The police asked Garcia's family for assistance. They knew Jean Garcia divorced Mario after he was imprisoned. She eventually stopped believing Garcia and began to suspect her ex-husband was involved in Christy Wilson's disappearance and subsequent death. Investigators also contacted Garcia's sons, Chris and Andy, and asked them to recall any details about Christy's disappearance and the days leading up to their father's arrest. The police were curious about Mario's behavior back then. Perhaps there have been some changes. Mario's son, Chris, recalled that he had an important football game. He saw his father working on a tractor. He was working around the property in a frantic manner, with a crazed look in his eyes. Chris wanted his father to attend his game, but Mario said, "I'm not going," which was very firm. "I am not going." Chris thought that was out of character for Mario. Investigators asked Chris to accompany them to his childhood home, which the family had lost in 2007. Chris remembered the details of that day and showed them where he saw his father working on a tractor. It was adjacent to a detached garage on the road. Just 100 yards from Garcia's house, Mario has done an excellent job of making the landscape appear to match the terrain. He had plenty of time to do this. Mario had 4 to 5 days to cover his tracks. In 2005, law enforcement officers searched Garcia's property with police dogs. However, neither of them could find anything at the time. Now the investigators have decided to take a different approach. In August 2020, they contacted a company that specialized in ground-penetrating radars. The technicians scanned nearly all 5 acres of Mario Garcia's land and accurately identified 8 voids or pockets beneath the surface. The first 2 holes yielded nothing. The third location identified by experts was where Mario Garcia was digging with a tractor. It was there that the police discovered the skeleton. The examination proved conclusive. Christy Wilson's remains were discovered 15 years after she went missing. Although the exact cause of her death was unknown, experts concluded she had a broken arm and were aware that the investigators who had been working on this case for 15 years traveled to Arizona to personally inform Deborah that they had located her daughter. Christy's family received both sad and joyful news. They finally had the opportunity to say goodbye to their daughter. At a press conference in Auburn with the Wilson family and District Attorney Morgan Gear Place, her County Sheriff Devin Bell announced the discovery, which he claimed was made without Garcia's assistance. He said the now 67-year-old is a convicted murderer who refuses to cooperate, will not provide any information to help the family find closure, and is exactly where he should be: prison. Wilson's mother, Deborah Boyd, stated that the announcement would mark a day of peace for their family. "We've never had this peace before, and we are overjoyed to finally be able to close this chapter of anguish and move forward with a wonderful Thanksgiving," she stated. "Today is a day that exemplifies some of the greatest perseverance in police work that a victim's family could ever ask for." Mario Garcia died from pneumonia on December 24, 2020. Christy's family said his death brought them great peace. Garcia never pleaded guilty, despite the fact that Christy's remains were discovered on his property in 2005. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and then vanished. How often do state laws or individual company rules and policies intended to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing more harm than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide a missing girl's location, citing privacy laws. In reality, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying it, and it was too late to help the girl. In other cases, timely access to such information may save someone's life. The tragic death of young Kelsey Smith, just a month after her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captivated the world's attention as it was widely covered in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded area, and her body, which showed signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey lasted nearly a week due to the inability to track her movements using her cell phone signal. This situation sparked widespread debate and established a precedent, resulting in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's start with Kelsey Smith's story and try to figure out how she was abducted outside a shopping center in front of dozens of surveillance cameras, and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also look at the personality of Edwin Hall, the abductor and criminal who was widely regarded as a loving husband and father. We'll start our investigation into this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, also known as Jack Hall to his friends, was born on April 17, 1981, in the small town of Lee's Summit, Missouri, near the border with Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income, very disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was difficult, if not harsh. because his parents consumed large amounts of hot drinks and illegal substances, were uninterested in child rearing, and mistreated him. Later, Paul will tell how, at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but he will either confirm or deny that this statement is simply not true. Many people believed that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client appear to be a victim of circumstances during the trial, and thus reduce his sentence. Regardless, Edwin was placed in an orphanage when he was 6 years old, after his father was imprisoned and his mother was stripped of parental rights. In the years that followed, the boy moved around to different foster families, but each time he was abandoned and returned to the orphanage. This was due to the child's uncontrolled aggression and cruelty. Paul had sadistic tendencies toward animals since a young age. He enjoyed torturing them and watching them suffer. The boy refused to recognize authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and fled home. Edwin was 15 years old when his last foster family returned him to state custody. This came after the teen attacked his stepsister with a knife. The tragedy was avoided, and the boy was pitied rather than prosecuted. However, a year later, he was arrested again after intentionally hitting another orphanage student on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no criminal record, and he appeared to have matured, taken charge, and eventually reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Leader, who gave birth to a son a year and a half later. Edwin obtained an old Chevrolet truck from the 1970s with which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly man who cared about his family. However, he also had a secret life, which was revealed only after Hall was arrested for serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey Ann Smith was born on May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Kansas, the state's second most populous city. Gregory and Missy Smith had 5 children, and she was the third. She grew up very close to her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Katie and Zach. Gregory Greg Smith, the family patriarch, was a former military man and U.S. Navy veteran. He had also served in the police force for more than 2 decades and was now enjoying a well-earned retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Mrs. Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having spent many years working at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly balanced work with raising her numerous children and creating a comfortable home environment from a young age. Kelsey was a very energetic, sociable, and theatrical child. She enjoyed singing and dancing, went to a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school plays and choir performances. In addition, she enjoyed gymnastics and soccer, and she frequently attended sporting events with her father and brothers, as well as supporting the local team. Young Smith had many friends, had a great sense of humor, was talented in a variety of fields, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She had a deep love for animals since she was a child and hoped to attend college after high school to become a veterinarian. Kelsey joined the local orchestra as a clarinetist during her senior year of high school and performed at various city events. This job enabled her to save enough money in just 6 months to purchase her first personal vehicle, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents didn't like the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add money to the family budget to buy something newer. However, it was critical for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she turned down their offer. Cal C's personal life, the Smiths went to great lengths to ensure that their children received the best possible education and holistic development. However, they raised their children with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone followed without exception. For example, all family members were expected to share their plans and to notify each other if they would be out late. Kelsey was always on time, never late, and told her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey began a romantic relationship with John Beersmith. Kelsey described it as a deep, mutual love at first sight. The couple, the kind you read about in books or see in movies, rang in the new year of 2007 together, and they were practically inseparable after that. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost concern and respect. Both parents supported their children's decisions and did not interfere with their relationship. Kelsey turned 18 years old in May of 2007. That same month, she graduated from high school and was overjoyed to learn that she had been accepted to a prestigious Kansas college where she planned to study veterinary medicine. The next few days were, without a doubt, the happiest of the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they proved to be her last. Smith and her classmates attended parties to celebrate the end of high school. She had a great time, enjoying both the festive atmosphere and romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she had achieved everything she had wished for: admission to her dream college, a relationship with a deserving young man who was about to propose, and it appeared that she would have a long, happy life. The absence from the mall parking lot. Kelsey and John were getting ready to celebrate an important milestone in their relationship on June 2, 2007. On their 6-month anniversary of dating, John planned to make the occasion even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom-made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was described as one of the happiest of their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was intended to be a surprise. She, too, was looking for a gift that would surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, applied makeup, and drove to a Target Corporation store only 10 minutes away. There was no warning of the tragedy that was about to occur. Around 7 p.m., she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the right gift bag for it, preferably something romantic. Missy suggested Kelsey visit a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what she was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and stated that she would be home shortly, where John was scheduled to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never got back home. When John arrived at 8 o'clock with a large bouquet of flowers, he was surprised and terrified to discover Kelsey was not present. Her parents were equally terrified because she didn't answer the phone or text messages, which was completely out of character. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her absence. Search and investigate. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to find their daughter. When I found her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, I had a glimmer of hope that Kelsey was still inside for some unknown reason. However, after searching all of the floors and stores and asking salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were certain she was not present. Returning to the car, which appeared unharmed with no signs of struggle or violence, the father, drawing on his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible that the car was part of a crime scene, and no evidence should be tampered with or destroyed. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police the same day, but were initially opposed to conducting an immediate search. The explanation was that Kelsey, who was 18, would not be legally considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. Kelsey, on the other hand, is not one to give up, and he insisted on an immediate search for his daughter, leveraging his old connections. Furthermore, he inquired whether any hospitals in the city had admitted women who matched their daughter's description. Chelsea's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, per standard procedure. The surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then exiting the building while talking on the phone to return to her car. She was talking to her mother at the time, asking where she could find a gift bag, and then heading to the mall across the street, per her mother's advice. Kelsey basically drove out, turned around, and parked at Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance, almost against the wall. Her vehicle was thoroughly inspected by experts. It appeared unaltered from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her personal belongings, a tablet and a wallet containing approximately $300 in cash, were in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. The car's owner appeared to have left with only her credit card and phone in her pocket. Because everything else remained inside the car, no signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were discovered. Except for one on the driver's seatbelt, no foreign fingerprints were discovered. This fingerprint did not belong to Kelsey's relatives or boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been caused by the signal from her mobile phone. By then, the device had become inaccessible, most likely because it had been turned off or damaged. However, it was still possible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow the search area. However, the wireless carrier Verizon Communications failed to provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but instead kept promising to look into the matter, effectively delaying the process. Telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, such as the police or the FBI, without a specific court order as of 2007. They cited information privacy laws and even situations in which an individual's safety or life could be jeopardized. We are not considered exceptions to the rule of disturbing strangers. A closer look at the surveillance footage revealed a chilling detail: a mysterious stranger was following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he kept his distance and never tried to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, believed to be in his early to mid-20s, with dark short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store about a half minute after the girl and followed her through all of the sections she visited, keeping a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all of Kelsey's surveillance cameras, and during the trial, the prosecution described his behavior as that of a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, once she was alone, drove her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. He was almost directly behind Kelsey while she was on the phone, so he most likely overheard her conversation with her mother. As a result, he could have learned about her plans to visit the nearby shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in an unsuitable location next to a side door near a storage area, where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. Kelsey remained seated in her car as the truck parked beside her, and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her through the driver's side door, and she, presumably under threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, which drove away in an unknown direction. The media were enlisted to cover the investigation from the start, thanks in large part to Gregory Smith's connections and experience. Smith understood that the louder the outcry, the wider the coverage in the press, and the more attention it received, the better their chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered by both national and international media, including the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame with the most clearly visible face was broadcast on the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, police began receiving calls from people claiming to have seen the man in various cities and states. Although the majority of these reports were incorrect, each was investigated. Mrs. Miguel called on June 6th, saying she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had been hesitant to report it because she was unsure. However, seeing the information about the truck cleared up her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Following Horace's horrific discovery at Longview Lake and the suspect's arrest on June 6, 2007, several pivotal events occurred in the investigation. Verizon Communications finally provided the first critical information about Chelsea's last known location for her phone signal. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, resulting in a search radius of 1.1 miles north. Within 45 minutes of beginning the search, the young woman's lifeless body was discovered in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiner determined that Kelsey was brutally assaulted and strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered naked, except for the belt used to strangle her around the neck. Following the assault, her body was discarded in the bushes, barely covered by dry branches. It remained exposed to the June sun for 4 days. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination determined that it was the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the primary suspect. When the police arrived at the man's house, he remained calm, admitted that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to give a statement at the station. During his interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall and was shown a photograph of Kelsey. He claimed not to have seen her before, even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him closely following her. He insisted that he had only visited the store for personal reasons and had not noticed her, implying that their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence and irrefutable evidence. Edwin was clearly confident that he had left no trace and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He assaulted the victim with contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. As a result, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even offered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. His thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car seat belt buckle, which proved to be crucial evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was discovered with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then charged with kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering the young woman. Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, raising concerns about the trial's jurisdiction. This detail was extremely important because it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the death penalty. Trial and sentence Hall recognized the gravity of his situation and, after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in the hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He described how he saw Kelsey enter the store and followed her. He was close enough to overhear her phone conversation and learned she was planning to go to the shopping center across the street. Edwin ensured Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a quiet spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, and waited for the victim to return to her car, preventing her from closing the door as she entered the driver's seat. She had apparently already removed the seatbelt, but he refused to let her buckle it, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he inserted the pistol barrel into the unfortunate girl's mouth, forcing her to move to the driver's seat under threat. Smith drove the Hall truck while pointing the weapon at her and directing her where to go. When they reached a remote area near the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. He assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and wrapped her body in branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence before hitting the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at home, confident it would never be discovered. When asked about his motivation, he couldn't give a clear answer but simply commented on her amazing legs. During the investigation, several other women and girls who had been victims of Hall's actions came forward. It was discovered that he had threatened a 14-year-old neighbor into intimacy, harassed a local waitress, and fled a restaurant without payment. As a result, charges of corruption, minor harassment, and theft were added to the already existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to elicit sympathy from the court by highlighting his client's troubled childhood, previous victimization, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only one who spoke on the defendant's behalf and supported him. Paul's wife attended all court hearings but sat quietly in the corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Following the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions before breaking down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas under the Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which waited 4 days to provide information about the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the lack of a court order, which would take time to issue, but it was later determined that this information would not have saved young Smith. In other cases, it may help save the lives and health of people in danger. This prompted Kansas to enact the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009, which requires telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when the individual is at risk of death or serious physical harm. By 2012, an additional 29 states, including Missouri, had passed similar legislation. Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois passed the Kelsey Smith Act in 2021 as well. Since its enactment, this law has saved many lives. For example, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat in Lenexa, Kansas in 2015, police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the child's mother's mobile phone left on the backseat in 2021. In Illinois, a similar method was used to locate a young woman who attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with serious injuries. However, the prompt tracking of her phone signal resulted in a rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family did not request that the law be named after their late daughter. Kansas Senator Rob Olson proposed the idea. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to help crime victims and continues to educate young people about safety concerns. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The love quadrangle has sharp corners. If Dave Krupa had known how his online dating would turn out, he would not have registered on a dating site. He would have continued to live his old life with his girlfriend Amy Flora and their 2 children. Maybe he would have legalized the 12-year relationship after all, especially since Amy and Dave remained close friends after their breakup. They took periodic vacations with their children, fulfilling their parental responsibilities to perfection. That was in 2011. And by the summer of 2012, Dave was ready to begin a new relationship. Only the man was not looking for a commitment and preferred to remain single. He wanted to meet women who were open to a casual relationship and did not have long-term goals. With these thoughts, he went to a dating site where everyone is looking for something unique. The modern world has brought with it new technologies that allow you to communicate at a distance, avoiding many nuances, the awkwardness of the first acquaintance, the appearance at the same time, and the fear of being rejected. Meeting someone you're interested in has become much easier. It is sufficient to select the intended partner based on a set of characteristics specified by him, and the questionnaire leaving the house for this is unnecessary. However, who is hiding behind a cute avatar profile is unknown, and whether he corresponds to those features that describe him and the true goals of dating are not always voiced in advance and discovered later in the relationship. Carrie Leah Farver was born on November 30th, 1974, in Macedonia, Nebraska, USA. She had previously failed relationships. Her son, Max Maxwell, was raised entirely by her. Initially, the child served as both a reward and a challenge for her. Despite her strong feelings for the baby she wants, she spent a month in bed, deep in depression. Kari's mother, Nancy Rainey, cared for the child despite her difficult relationship with the child's father. Unsettled living conditions contributed to the appearance of a young, 20-year-old woman in such a heightened psychological state. Doctors eventually diagnosed Farver with bipolar disorder. People with this diagnosis are like 2 halves of the same coin. The individual experiences extremes. His mood becomes either too good or too bad. Euphoria, increased efficiency, and extreme friendliness give way to depression, bitterness, impotence, and other negative emotions. The disease severely disrupts a person's normal life. However, in the early 2000s, Kari's doctor discovered an effective treatment for her, allowing her to live a normal life. The question of whether she wanted to settle her personal life is rhetorical. On the one hand, undoubtedly, what woman does not desire a worthy companion? On the other hand, why tie yourself to someone who could later become the source of many problems and misfortunes? Carrie grew up in a loving family, had an active lifestyle, participated in sports, and aspired to become a doctor. However, dreams were not permitted to materialize. At her first practice at the medical college, the girl lost consciousness when she saw blood. As a result, she decided not to put her own or her patient's health at risk. She studied to be a programmer. In the fall of 2012, Carrie was offered a good job in Omaha, a neighboring city. She couldn't pass up the opportunities that lay ahead of her, so she accepted the offer. Since Max was in middle school, he did not want to leave his familiar surroundings and relocate with his mother. He continued to live with his grandmother in Macedonia. Amy Long, Carrie Farver's friend, recalled how she couldn't help but be noticed. When she walked into a room, everyone focused on her and her radiant smile. Perhaps that's what Dave Krupa liked about her on that November day in 2012. Carrie met Dave at the auto repair shop where he works. While looking at Kari's Ford Explorer, he realized he was very attracted to her. She was showing me something inside the car, and we were standing there, very close, with some tension. Dave later recalled how quickly the date arrived. And then they went up to Dave's house, only to have their privacy invaded by numerous calls and messages from a certain Liz, who later stopped by the man's apartment to pick up something left for her earlier. David informed Kari that this was his former partner, Liz Goliar, whom he met on a dating site about 6 months ago and had been dating for a while. He also explained that the woman was extremely clingy, which was the cause of their breakup. Carrie was very understanding, so she was not surprised when she noticed another woman in the man's apartment. After all, everyone has a unique handle on this suitcase from the past that occasionally makes itself known. So Carrie remained unconcerned, but Liz was clearly disturbed to see a strange woman in Dave's home. 2 weeks after moving in, Carrie started dating Dave. They had previously discussed their relationship and agreed to a brief, unencumbered affair. Shanna Elizabeth Goliar, also known as Liz, was the first person Dave met online in 2012. Liz was born in 1975 in Michigan. Dave liked her at first. She claimed that she was not looking for a serious relationship, especially since she was a mother, and that she should spend the majority of her time with her children rather than men. By the way, they both had children of similar ages. Dave repeatedly stated that Liz was unlikely to be a real-life partner for him. She wasn't well-read or educated, which was important in a man-woman relationship. They had few topics of conversation, and the relationship was more focused on the horizontal. Liz became curious about what Dave was doing in her absence and who he was seeing, but the man repeatedly reminded her that they were in an open relationship and she shouldn't be concerned. Dave also told her that she could do whatever she wanted and that he did not stop her from dating other men. However, Liz appears to be dissatisfied with this. She began to pester Dave more and more. Liz was most envious of Dave's children and their mother, Amy. She couldn't understand how they maintained a warm relationship after their breakup. Liz's actions eventually drove Dave away. Then Carrie appeared on the horizon. Carrie was beautiful and intelligent. Dave could talk to her for hours and they agreed on everything. I felt as if I had hit the jackpot, Dave claimed, and Liz, sensing that the man was drifting away from her, began to remind him of himself through increased activity. She texted, emailed, and called. He wasn't about to stop seeing Carrie or anyone else for her. Carrie and Dave started spending more and more nights together. Dave allowed himself to do this because it was convenient for Carrie to get to work, and he liked her company. Carrie pretended she wasn't looking for anything serious and was simply enjoying herself. In December 2015, Liz was shot. The woman probably guessed who it was. Fortunately, the wound did not prove fatal. This cannot continue any longer. I need to do something about it, Liz reflected. On November 13, 2012, I will leave for work. Carrie kissed Dave and agreed to see him later. It was the last time he saw her at 9:45 a.m. The contents of a text message from Carrie caught Dave off guard at work. She texted him that she wanted to live with him permanently. Kropp was very perplexed by the correspondence. He couldn't understand Farver's abrupt shift in mood. They had agreed beforehand that they would not rush into a relationship. They were as happy as they were today. However, the message conveyed a different story. Dave gently replied that he was not prepared for such a change. Kari's counter-message was unpleasant. A lot of profanity. He explained the message. I wasn't sure what to think. I was shocked. When he returned to the apartment, he discovered that all of Kari's belongings that she had brought him were gone. Apparently, that is why he believed the woman had abandoned him. The same day, Carrie deleted him from her Facebook friends list. That appears to be the end of it. However, Dave began receiving text messages and emails from Carrie multiple times per day. They contained curses and threats that would ruin his life. There were so many of them, and everyone was rude. Carrie also failed to show up for work, which was unusual given her reputation for punctuality. Kari Farver sent strange messages to Dave Krupa, her mother, and her 15-year-old son. She wrote that she had found a job in Kansas and planned to take Max with her, but she wants to be alone right now because she is worried about her failed romance. In May 2013, Carrie in her Facebook profile published a lengthy post titled, "I've answered enough questions to prove to everyone that I've had enough. You can either believe I'm your daughter, mother, sister, and lifelong friend, or just leave me alone. I left of my own free will, and all I can think about is how everyone was criticizing me for doing what I had to. I do not miss it. I really don't want to go home right now. I am a grown woman, and if I want to leave the house, I can. So when I'm ready, I'll come home. I apologize for simply walking away after causing harm to everyone. Time has passed." However, Carrie never showed up. The woman's mother realized something was wrong with her daughter when she missed her own birthday, Max's birthday, and other family gatherings. The last straw was her father's funeral. After a while, Liz Goliar began receiving messages from Carrie. She insulted and humiliated the woman in them, and some of the messages included a threat to avoid Dave. Liz decided to contact the man so that he could explain her friend's strange behavior. He informed her that he was in the exact same situation. Carrie bombarded him with messages and emails. They've got it. The woman accused her ex-lover of all sins, referred to him as a lecturer, and promised vengeance for all the pain he had caused her in response. Sometimes the messages were ominous, informing her of Dave's current activities. Dave and Liz grew closer as a result of their shared situation. He felt even more guilty about the inconvenience he'd caused her. Carrie's constant messages became increasingly threatening. The text was illogical and filled with grammatical errors. Kari's mother insisted that her daughter had never been angry and that she had always written letters and other documents properly. Carrie was meticulous about spelling and style. Did Kari's bipolar disorder progress to something more after a second trigger? Could it be that she had experienced more severe mental abnormalities? Kari's actions had no explanation other than her out-of-control mental state. The presence of a separate self-consciousness and ego is the most obvious sign of dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality. At the same time, each of them has a unique memory, thinking style, and even tendencies toward specific actions. Could this explain Kari's strange behavior and altered writing style? Everything indicated the woman's instability. This is why the police did not consider Kari Farver missing. Liz and Dave's pursuit was the primary concern. They attempted to track Kari using her cell phone. However, it was all in vain. The signals were being blocked. Liz and Dave were still getting hundreds of text messages and emails. Even when they were together, their phones would occasionally receive threatening messages simultaneously. The couple continued to date, but they were uncomfortable around Liz, who became more demanding. Carrie continued to claim that she was fine with their no-commitment relationship, but every time they fought with Liz and ended his relationship with her, she texted more frequently. "We were both victims." Liz explains that Dave and I shared something that no one else did. Common problems brought the young people closer together, and they returned to each other time and again. In January 2013, Dave found Kari's car in his front yard. Surprisingly, the fingerprints on the steering wheel did not belong to Kari, and the car was generally clean, with no suspicious traces found. The police later handed over the car to Farver's parents. Carrie continued to write to Liz and Dave, eventually sending pictures of their children and threatening to harm them if Dave didn't leave Liz alone. Time passed with no results. Kari's maniacal stalking continued. As Dave continued to socialize with other women, Liz's jealousy irritated him even more. He grew tired of what was going on in his life and eventually mustered the courage to end his relationship with Liz. Soon afterwards, another tragedy happened. Liz Goliar reported a house fire in August 2013 that killed all of her pets, which included a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. Liz informed the police that she suspected Carrie was to blame for what happened. The woman had repeatedly threatened her through texts and emails. The incident was a watershed moment in the investigation into Kari's disappearance. Carrie Farver was placed on a federal wanted list, and it was determined that each of the tens of thousands of messages would be thoroughly investigated. Dave and Liz's cell phones were seized by law enforcement. Krupa believed he was in danger, so he purchased a gun for protection. There was a reason why someone broke into the auto repair shop where he worked and threw a brick through his window. Carrie seemed to be angry at everyone in Dave's life. After a while, Kari began sending threatening messages to his children's mother, Amy Flora. Because the man spent so much time with his children, he also saw Amy frequently. The police grew suspicious. Why would a man who had only dated for less than 2 weeks and 3 years now stalk him and his ex-girlfriends? It didn't make sense. Carrie Farver's relatives were also relentlessly searching for the missing woman, using every resource available to them. And eventually, in the spring of 2015, the efforts paid off. Detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty offered to help solve Carrie Farver's disappearance. They discovered no evidence that Carrie was alive. Here's what one of them told ABC News: "It's not normal for adults to simply pick up and leave without spending anything. Nobody noticed her, and no one heard her voice. It simply doesn't make sense. She had a good income and a nice home. I've concluded that I cannot prove she is alive." Detectives worked with Anthony Kawa, the Potawatomi County Sheriff's Office's digital forensics administrator, to review content downloaded from Krupa and Goliar's phones in 2013. According to Kawa, Kari Farver sent Dave over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails over a 3-year period. Kawa went on to say that whoever was impersonating Carrie became increasingly sophisticated in their efforts to hide their IP address and their true identity. Someone obviously knew what they were doing, as they were either familiar with or had access to a variety of computer programs. In December 2015, Liz Goliar contacted the police again, reporting that she had been shot in the leg on the doorstep of her own home. She said it was Amy Flora, not Kari. she was the person she recognized as her attacker. Dave was also missing a gun that Amy might have had access to. Could this woman be responsible for Kari's disappearance? There was a lead in the investigation. It clarified why everyone connected to Dave Krupp was being harassed. It's possible that Amy, who hasn't settled her personal life since her breakup with her children's father, decided to exact revenge by eliminating all competitors. This is especially true given Dave and Amy's long-standing positive relationship. The joint children brought them closer together, while foreign women clearly prevented them from reconciling. Amy was questioned by the police, who responded quickly. But to everyone's surprise, she had an alibi. She had not been at Liz's house during the shooting. This was confirmed by multiple people, so no arrests were made. The investigation became increasingly confusing. At the same time, new information was obtained from specialists who were processing data from Liz's cell phone. Kawa discovered fake email addresses with variations of Farver's names from Goliar's phone, revealing valuable information. Investigators also discovered an app she used to schedule text messages to be sent at specific times. This could explain why she and Dave were receiving messages from Kari around the same time Kawa became suspicious of Liz Goliar. When Liz's fingerprints were compared to those found on Kari's steering wheel, the puzzle began to fall into place. They were the perfect match. It was clear who the culprit was. The killer had been around for years, and no one knew who else had been affected by her actions. One thing was clear: the case needed to be closed as soon as possible. The only thing left to do was avoid scaring Liz away, or better yet, catch her red-handed. Something had to be done to knock the woman off balance. The detectives decided to fabricate a story about allegedly believing Liz. Amy is still the primary suspect. Liz took the bait. She was overjoyed that she would finally be able to get rid of another rival who was interfering with her relationship with Dave. Shortly after, Liz Goliar handed the police an email she claimed was from Amy. Amy admitted to kidnapping Kari in that email, which also included details about the crime. According to the confession, Kari was stabbed in the stomach or chest before being disposed of. The letter also included information about Kari's car and home, which was not made public. The details were chilling because they were graphic, and an investigative spokeswoman claimed Liz gave detectives information that only a true criminal could have. Thus, she inadvertently confessed to Kari Farver's murder. The letter clearly stated that the crime had occurred in the car. As a result, it was decided to conduct another examination of the victim's car. After the specialist removed the seat covers and fabric, they discovered a blood stain belonging to the missing Kari Farver. How did Liz manage to poison messages on Kari's behalf while avoiding suspicion? According to some sources, Liz Goliar led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. The latter lived on an IP address that was identified as the origin of messages bearing Kari's name. During our conversation, we discovered that he had been dating Shanna Goliar, also known as Liz, for quite some time. Out of kindness, the man invited Shanna to live with him and his children after the fire. However, the two's relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly after they started living together. Garrett would watch over Goliar's children while she secluded herself in her room or went elsewhere. The man was astounded by what the police told him. Goliar spent 40 to 50 hours per week pretending to be the missing woman. Her room was a mess, but no significant evidence was discovered. However, investigators discovered several cell phones and electronics in her last apartment in late December 2016. Shanna Goliar is charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor discussed the complexities of the court investigation. The majority of murders are dark. This crime was so bizarre that it would take some convincing to believe it happened. There is no way anyone would have let their dog die in a fire they started themselves. There is no way anyone would have shot themselves in the thigh. However, Shanna Goliar did it to avoid suspicion. James Martin Davis, Shanna Goliar's attorney, hoped the case would fall apart because it relied primarily on circumstantial evidence. Kari's body was never discovered, nor was the crime weapon. Goliar never confessed. There was no evidence that Kari died at all. The defense team chose a mistrial, which means that a judge, not a jury, will determine Shanna's guilt. Mountains of complicated electronic evidence were presented alongside physical evidence. However, the prosecution insisted that the amount of blood found on Kari's car's passenger seat was consistent with a stabbing confession obtained from the IP address where Shanna lived. Investigators were able to establish Shanna's direct involvement in Kari's murder. Deleted images, including a photo of a human foot with a Chinese symbol tattooed on it, were recovered from a tablet in Dave's possession after analyzing the memory card she was using at the time Kari went missing. The foot clearly belonged to a man who had died many years before. In addition, Kari had a similar tattoo. Later, the woman's mother confirmed that the tattoo actually belonged to her daughter. The photograph confirmed Shanna Goliar's conviction. The judge convicted her of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life in prison with no possibility of parole. He stated that Kari Farver did not disappear voluntarily. It is extremely unfortunate that she was murdered. Authorities believe Shanna was murdered. Kari allowed her body to decompose before burning the remains to eliminate any trace of evidence. She decided to get rid of her rival, most likely out of jealousy. After disposing of her, she purposefully took her cell phone to make Farver look insane and regain Dave's trust. When her plans were successful, Shanna wanted to free her lover from Amy as well. But she became so engrossed in the game that she ended up falling into a trap of her own design. It's a bloody love square, to say the least. Goliar was also found guilty of setting fire to her own home in August 2013, which she tried desperately to blame on Kari, because the fire not only destroyed the house but also killed pets. She received another 20 years in prison. The woman is currently incarcerated at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women. Shanna maintains her innocence. Dave admitted to receiving thousands of emails and text messages signed by Kari over the years. However, he never noticed her stalking him while they were together, which Shanna cannot claim. He also stated, "I want her to leave and not do this to anyone else." Justice has been served. For a long time, Kari Farver's name was on everyone's mind. She was innocently accused of stalking people and burning down Shanna's house. Kari is now recognized as a victim, and her good name has been restored. Kari's mother wanted her daughter to be remembered as a fun, intelligent, and talented woman. So what happened to Kari's son Maxwell Farver of Macedonia? According to his LinkedIn profile, he followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering and data science before marrying. It's unlikely that he was able to forget what happened, but he could have found solace in the family he built as a result of his past. Dave Krupa has now decided to live away from the limelight. In fact, he does not have a public account on any social media platform. The chilling crime story is a brutal reminder of the tangled complexities that can arise in human relationships as a result of various forms of manipulation, which can sometimes go to extreme lengths to maintain control of the situation. It is a story about how vulnerable we can be in our familiar surroundings without understanding the true nature of humans. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. An 18-year-old Alaskan woman went missing from the coffee shop where she worked. Strange messages began to arrive from her phone, but the police and FBI were unable to find a single lead. They were able to uncover the truth after conducting a thorough investigation, but none of them could have predicted that they were dealing with one of history's most heinous crimes. Samantha Koenig was born on August 30th, 1993, in Anchorage, Alaska, the state's largest population center known for its quiet, measured lifestyle, harsh climate, and vast expanses of snow-capped mountains. The girl adored animals and intended to pursue a career in the field after school. Her other option was to pursue a medical career. Samantha even considered joining the Navy as a nurse. In her free time, she worked part-time at a Subway restaurant and a Harley-Davidson dealership. When she was 18, she took on a part-time job at a small chain coffee shop downtown. Samantha was thrilled about the opportunity. First and foremost, the job was simple enough. Second, she had to work alone on her shift, so the entire process depended solely on her. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, was not as enthusiastic and was concerned about Samantha having to work through the night alone. He tried to talk her out of it, but eventually agreed to support her decision on the condition that he pick her up after each shift. She assured him that the coffee shop was equipped with cameras and even had a panic button to call the police, despite the fact that it was in the middle of nowhere. It was a relatively deserted area. The city, like most of Anchorage, has a low population density, which means that even in the downtown area, there are empty streets. Samantha also had to work a lot during the hours of darkness because daylight hours in Alaska are limited during the winter. Samantha fell in love with the job and quickly mastered it. She'd been working there for a month by early February, and on the first of the month she was getting ready to finish her shift at 8 p.m., as usual. A customer arrived 5 minutes before the coffee shop closed and ordered a large Americano. Samantha prepared the drink and handed it through the window to the customer. He grabbed the glass and immediately pointed his gun at the young woman. An unidentified man in a ski mask threatened to rob her and demanded that the lights in the coffee shop be turned off. Samantha complied, and the intruder broke in through the window. A surveillance camera captured the entire incident, but those silent witnesses could not help her. She didn't press the panic button because she was afraid of the armed robber. Once inside the coffee shop, the perpetrator tied Samantha up and inquired as to where her car was parked. The young woman responded that she did not have one, and that her boyfriend would be there any minute to pick her up. The man then led her outside and toward his car. Samantha managed to escape and run while he looked around, but the perpetrator quickly caught up with her and grabbed her. Unfortunately, no one was on the street at the time, so she couldn't get help. The man stated that if she attempted to flee again, he would kill her. He then led the young woman across the street to his pickup truck and seated her in the passenger seat. The perpetrator had obviously planned ahead of time, as the license plates had been removed from the car. As he drove her to an unknown location, the man stated that all he wanted was a ransom from her family, and Samantha could then return home. He continued to hide his face behind a ski mask the entire time. The young woman begged him to let her go, explaining that her family did not have much money, but the kidnapper refused. At one point, he asked Samantha where her phone was. The young woman responded that she had left it at the coffee shop, which enraged the perpetrator. He needed the phone for his ransom plan, so he returned to the coffee shop, took the smartphone, and sent 2 messages to Samantha's boss and boyfriend. In them, the kidnapper stated on the young woman's behalf that she was tired and planned to leave town with friends for a few days. Samantha spent the entire time in his pickup truck. After texting, the kidnapper removed the phone's battery and resumed driving. He drove the young woman to an undisclosed location that resembled a barn and instructed her to sit quietly. The man threatened to kill her if she tried to scream. He also mentioned that he had a police scanner and that if she managed to call for assistance, he would know right away. The perpetrator demanded Samantha's credit card, but the situation was not so simple. The young woman stated that she shared a bank account with her boyfriend, and the card was in his possession. The man decided to steal it after learning the boyfriend's address and PIN number. He left the tied-up Samantha alone and went to retrieve the card. The young woman informed him that it was always in the guy's car. Once there, the perpetrator recognized the correct car and began breaking it open. The guy saw it from the window and rushed outside, but he was too late. The kidnapper took out the card and fled. On the way back, he stopped at an ATM to check the PIN number before returning to Samantha's house. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and boyfriend were panicked. The guy didn't believe she wrote the message, and everyone knew something had gone wrong with Samantha. However, at the time, none of them connected the credit card theft to the young woman's disappearance. The guy didn't think the events were connected in any way. Samantha's family contacted the police by nightfall, and the search began. Of course, the first thing they did was look through the coffee shop's camera footage, which revealed her abduction. The FBI soon became involved, but they were unable to find any serious leads. The perpetrator had clearly planned carefully for the kidnapping. Not a single detail that could help identify him was captured on camera. Meanwhile, the young woman's relatives, with the assistance of concerned citizens, raised the $41,000 they had promised for information on Samantha's whereabouts. The parents were constantly interviewed by local TV stations, pleading for any information about their daughter's whereabouts. Flyers featuring Samantha's photo and information about the reward circulated throughout Anchorage, but the police never received a single valuable witness. As the days passed, detectives, desperate for answers, began checking on everyone Samantha knew, including her boyfriend and relatives. However, they quickly realized that none of them had anything to do with the kidnapping. Nearly a month has passed. On February 24th, Samantha's boyfriend received a new message from her phone number that read, "Connor Parkside under Albert's picture. Isn't she cute?" Investigators quickly realized it was about the local Connor's dog park and, along with the young woman's relatives, went there. After a while, they realized what the kidnapper meant. There was a booth in the park with various flyers, one of which featured a photo of a dead dog named Albert. The owners had placed this flyer on the stand to say goodbye to their pet, but the detectives discovered a plastic bag beneath it. When they opened it, they discovered a Polaroid photo of Samantha in the background, along with a February 13th newspaper and a typewritten letter in which the kidnapper demanded that $30,000 be deposited into Samantha's bank account. He threatened to kill the young woman if these terms were not met. The police and FBI quickly devised a plan to apprehend this thoughtful criminal. They instructed the young woman's father to top up the card in installments, forcing the kidnapper to visit ATMs on multiple occasions. He did exactly that. The man first deposited $5,000, and a few hours later, that money was withdrawn from an Anchorage ATM. The kidnapper was caught on camera, but detectives were unsuccessful. The man wore a hat, a hood, glasses, and what appeared to be a fake beard and mustache. It was impossible to identify him from the photo. The police quickly arrived at the ATM, but the perpetrator had already fled. A week later, the thief withdrew more money from Willcox, Arizona, on the other side of the country. He traveled 6,000 miles to evade investigators, but they continued to track his movements. The next cash withdrawal took place in Lordsburg, New Mexico, only an hour away from Arizona. He then made 2 more withdrawals in different cities across Texas. Meanwhile, police carefully examined ATM photographs. They quickly realized the criminal had made a huge mistake. Willcox had left his car in the camera's line of sight, so the detectives now knew the model of his vehicle. Of course, it was impossible to see the license plates in such a photo, but they now had something to work with. Investigators were concerned that the kidnapper might cross the border into Mexico, so all patrols were instructed to stop white Ford Focuses. A few days later, on March 13th, a Texas Highway Patrol officer observed a vehicle of that make in a hotel parking lot. A man sat behind the wheel. The officer decided to wait for him to pull out before following him. Soon, the man drove out of the parking lot and onto the highway. As soon as the driver exceeded the 3-mile speed limit, the patrolman ordered him to pull over at the curb. This was done to make the suspect less vigilant. If a dangerous criminal is behind the wheel, he may be armed and prepared to fight until the end. So the patrolman pretended that the reason for the stop was a minor offense. The driver of the white Ford was identified as Israel Keys, 34, of Anchorage. The police officer was immediately alerted and decided to search his vehicle, calling for backup in the process. Samantha's cell phone and her boyfriend's bank card were discovered in the car. They also discovered a gun, a false mustache, a beard, and dark glasses. Police had no doubt that he was responsible for Samantha's kidnapping, but they were still surprised because Keys had never come to their attention. The man had a completely clean criminal record. He lived with his girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter while running his small construction business successfully. He was respected and trusted by his acquaintances. Even some members of the Anchorage prosecutor's office utilized his repair and construction services. However, one question preoccupied everyone: where was Samantha Koenig? Keys remained extremely calm during questioning. He joked and laughed a lot. The FBI agents continued the conversation in his manner, and after a while he admitted to what he had done. He explained that he had been planning to rob this coffee shop for several days. He wasn't sure if he'd kidnapped the employee. Furthermore, he had devised 2 rules that he himself violated: never look for victims near his own house and never transport them in his vehicle. All of this made him hesitant as he stood in front of Samantha in a dark coffee shop, but he decided to see it through to the end. On the night of the kidnapping, he drove her to the shed in his backyard, where his daughter and girlfriend were present. The perpetrator turned on the radio in case his victim screamed, then left to retrieve the bank card. When he returned, Israel entered the house quietly, hoping not to wake his family, poured himself a glass of wine, and went into the barn. He abused Samantha and eventually killed her. But what about the photograph they discovered in the park? Samantha appeared to be alive in the February 13th issue of the newspaper, which was published 2 weeks after her kidnapping. But she had been dead all along. The photo was not manipulated. Keys raised her eyelids and applied makeup to her face. According to a detective who attended the interrogation, Israel described the murder with as much ease as if he were listing the foods he had for breakfast. The perpetrator agreed to tell everything under the condition that the confession portion of the interrogation not be published. He did not want his daughter to hear everything. In doing so, he murdered Samantha just a few dozen yards from her bedroom. The detectives thought Keyes' story was about to end, but that was only the beginning. The morning after the murder, Israel and his family took a sea cruise from New Orleans. Tickets had been purchased in advance, and the perpetrator was fully aware that he was committing this murder just hours before departure. As a result, he had to leave the body somewhere so that no one would find it. Keyes did the simple thing of leaving it in the same barn. The body quickly froze due to the cold outside temperature. When Keyes returned home 2 weeks later, he took a picture with a newspaper and typed a ransom note. He then dismembered the body and traveled to a small lake 40 minutes outside of Anchorage. He cut holes in the ice with a chainsaw and placed bags of body parts and additional weights inside. Following all of that, the maniac went winter fishing. It took police divers 10 hours to retrieve the bags from the bottom. Detectives also discovered that Keyes used the same white Ford Focus rental car for his trips between ATMs across the states. He experienced a malfunction and went to one of the dealerships to have the car repaired. Surprisingly, that woman played an important role in catching the perpetrator. The car was captured on an ATM camera prior to the breakdown, and the police were all looking for that specific model. The dealership gave him the same white Focus because they didn't have any other suitable vehicles at the time. If the situation had been different, he would not have been stopped. Finally, during questioning, Keyes confirmed what the investigators had suspected: Samantha was not his first victim. The perpetrator had agreed to tell them about all of his crimes in exchange for 2 conditions. First, he demanded a death sentence that would be carried out within a year of its pronouncement. Second, he requested that everything he said be kept private from the press. These conditions surprised the detectives, but they saw no reason to object, and the maniac began telling them horror stories. Israel began committing crimes from an early age. He'd break into people's homes, steal, start fires in the woods, and torture animals. His parents were strong believers, but they practiced a controversial and unpopular branch of Christianity. They moved around the country on a regular basis because his parents' religious preferences were constantly changing. At the age of 20, Keyes joined the army and served for 3 years. He had molested a random young woman he had seen in an Oregon park a few months prior. When questioned, Israel stated that he wanted to leave the army as soon as possible so that he could begin killing. After quitting at the age of 23, he began his killing spree. He established weapons caches in the woods so that he could return at any time and begin looking for victims. Police discovered 2 such caches in Anchorage and New York. Inside, there was money, knives, a gun, and body disposal supplies. Over the next few years, he went hunting in various states, but the exact number of his victims is unknown. The FBI has only identified 5 of them, but detectives believe Keyes committed at least 11 murders, and these are just the cases in which numerous factors point to his involvement. The total number of murders could be up to 30. Furthermore, Israel had been robbing banks, stores, and private residences, so he always had enough money to purchase weapons and travel. He had significant cash reserves in his hiding places, which were discovered after interrogation. Despite this, the man had only ever come to the police's attention once. Throughout the interrogations, he denied any involvement, but detectives did not believe him. On March 3, 1996, a 12-year-old girl named Julie Harris went missing. Israel Keyes, then 16, lived in the same neighborhood. Police suspected him after a witness discovered Julie near Keyes shortly before she vanished. It wasn't until a year later that the girl's remains were discovered in the river, and her murderer was never found. During interrogations following Samantha's murder, Keyes denied any involvement, but investigators were still hesitant to believe him. They did not, however, possess any direct evidence. In a conversation with FBI agents, Israel admitted to studying serial killers since he was a child. His idol was Ted Bundy, and the maniac aspired to be like him. He had no remorse for his victims and proudly described how he managed to live 2 completely different lives. On the one hand, he was a decent family man and businessman. On the other, he was a barbaric murderer. The only indication of emotion was Keyes' request that the detectives keep the details of his crimes from his daughter. He also stated that he had never killed any children or anyone he knew, citing his own daughter as an example. The FBI agents did not believe this, but they were unable to demonstrate otherwise. They were all forced to admit that Israel was a highly intelligent maniac who had committed only one error in his entire string of crimes. The investigators hoped that he would confess to all of his atrocities, but this did not happen. 9 months after being arrested, Keyes committed suicide in his cell. Despite hundreds of hours of interrogation by FBI agents, he withheld much information. 11 drawings of skulls were discovered under the bed in his cell. It's possible that each one represented a victim. The images of these drawings were not published until 2020. Thus, Israel Keyes can be classified as one of the most violent and elaborate maniacs. He maintained an impeccable reputation despite committing dozens of different crimes and always getting away with it. If he hadn't left his car in the camera's view, he might not have been caught. Investigators were certain that if he had, he would have continued to kill. Keyes stated that he saw killing as his life's purpose and intended to continue hunting people until he was caught. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Luz Maria Lopez's case highlights Guatemala's high crime rate ranging from love to violent crime. According to statistics, at least 100 crimes are committed here each week, half of which are considered domestic crimes and nearly 70 of serious crimes, go unsolved. According to The New Yorker, there were fewer civilian deaths in the Iraq war zone in 2009. The tragic events described today occurred in Guatemala, a beautiful but dangerous country. Luz Maria Lopez, an attractive young woman, had a romantic and promising story, but ended with ashes in a bag thrown down a sewer manhole. She was victimized by a domestic tyrant, whom she spent years forgiving over and over again, giving him the opportunity to change his ways. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this case, and the perpetrator could have avoided accountability. But let's go through everything in order. Who's on the loose? Maria Lopez, the heroine's birth name, sounds similar to Luz Maria Direco Lopez, Morales Lopez. She was born on March 17, 1995, in the small town of San Cristobal Vera Paz, into the simple and modest family of Ada Morales and Brian Lopez. Luz Maria was the youngest of her parents' 2 children, raised alongside her older brother Omar. An intestinal obstruction nearly killed the girl when she was an infant. To save her life, a complex operation was performed, and doctors made no guarantees, but the baby's mother prayed for her recovery and believed that her daughter would recover so quickly, which she did, and the surgery itself, at such a young age, fortunately had no effect on the girl's development. Luz Maria enjoyed sports, especially gymnastics and athletics, as well as classical choreography during her school years. She was a creative person who could easily connect with others and quickly make friends. The girl also studied well and had a talent for the humanities. After graduating from school, Luz Maria pursued higher education at a prestigious state university. She chose law and later decided to specialize in criminalistics because the field has always piqued her interest. A fateful encounter. When Luz Maria was a student, she and her mother went to a car dealership in Coban, the capital of Vera Paz. It was her older brother's 25th birthday that year, and her parents and sister wanted to give him a special gift, a motorcycle, which he had long desired. In the showroom, they were greeted by a polite and attentive young consultant named George. He showed the buyers the entire assortment and made some recommendations. Mother and daughter chose a model but later decided to reconsider and consult with the family head. They left with the car dealership's business card, and Maria left her phone number for feedback. The girl soon received a call from George, the same salon consultant, but the conversation was personal rather than about the upcoming purchase. George called Maria several more times before daring to ask her out to a coffee shop. He knew he liked the beautiful, sultry brunette, but he had no idea how to approach her. It should be noted that Luz Maria admired this handsome young man. So, when he proposed a meeting, she agreed. The guy was a year younger than her, but they didn't mind the small age difference. Almost immediately, they began a romantic relationship that quickly developed. Both felt it was true love at first sight and expected a long and happy life ahead of them. After only a few months, the couple made the decision to live together. Despite their parents' objections, the young couple married quickly. 6 months later, the lovers held a wedding. inviting only their closest friends. Surprisingly, the problems began the day of the wedding, the institution where the banquet would be held. There was an issue that nearly derailed the vacation. The couple had to overpay significantly to ensure that the wedding took place on time. Who is George? There is little public information available about who was chosen to be Luz Maria. He is known to have been born in the 99th grade in the town of Santa Catalina Latina, located in central Guatemala. George was the eldest of two sons, raised alongside his brother Pablo. His family was on the verge of poverty, so the boys and his children were not spoiled with nice clothes and expensive toys because the money was only enough for the basics. However, George did not aspire to a better life, so he didn't bother studying or looking for a good job. The young man, as they say, simply went with the flow. People who knew George described him as a withdrawn, uncommunicative, and occasionally aggressive individual. George struggled with emotional control, which led to a lack of friends and poor relationships with the opposite sex. Nevertheless, when he met the girl of his dreams, he made every effort to win her heart. And then he was in a hurry to marry, afraid she would change her mind. By the way, Luz Maria's parents have always been suspicious of her son-in-law. There was something about this young man that they didn't like, but they couldn't say what it was and couldn't stop their daughter from marrying him and having an unhappy marriage. Soon after the wedding, the young wife became pregnant, but because she had not yet completed her university education, she was unable to find a good job. Nobody wanted to hire a girl with no experience who was in an interesting position, so she had to make do with casual labor. Her husband had lost his job by then, but she was not in a hurry to burden him with a new job. When the couple had a daughter named Alice, their finances were tight. Both spouses were unemployed, and they had no money to pay for rented housing, let alone buy food and other necessities for the household. Then George persuaded his wife that the only way out for them was to temporarily relocate to his parents' home. Luz Maria refused for a long time, but they had no choice but to leave the street with a baby in their arms. The young woman eventually consented. Ada was aware of her daughter's family problems and persuaded her to return to her hometown on several occasions, but she insisted that everything would be fine with her husband and that there was no need to worry. The mother decided to pay a visit to her daughter and granddaughter one day, but when she arrived at her son-in-law's parents' home, she discovered a frightening picture. Luz Maria was in a terrible state. She only ate once a day, and a small Parquet family decided it was unnecessary to feed their unemployed daughter-in-law. Luz Maria was breastfeeding her young daughter. So malnutrition could have an impact on both her and the child's health. However, the meager food was only one of the many difficulties Maria encountered at her mother-in-law's house. As it turned out, her husband's younger brother repeatedly humiliated and even beat her. This guy was irritated by the child's crying and the presence of children's items in the house, so much so that he repeatedly threw them at Maria, launching a baby bottle at her and hitting Alice, who was in her mother's arms. George witnessed all of this but never stood up for his wife and daughter, treating them as if they were strangers. Ada persuaded her daughter to take her granddaughter back to her parents' house, but George soon appeared on their doorstep, asking his wife to return and promising to find work. She agreed, but only after the young people were able to rent an apartment and live independently of George's parents. Win or lose, Maria defended her diploma. She was able to realize a long-held dream by landing a job in the city prosecutor's office. As a bright, talented, and responsible young woman, she quickly earned the respect of her colleagues and began to advance up the career ladder. Over time, the family's financial situation improved significantly, to the point where the couple could afford to buy a car for two. However, this was solely due to the wife's efforts, as she worked hard, spared no expense, and was well respected by her superiors. George was still searching for himself and preferred to live at the expense of his wife, who was envious, lazy, and a domestic dictator. The young husband had an explosive temper, and the situation worsened over time. He didn't want to be interrupted by temporary part-time jobs, and even then he preferred to sit at home in front of the TV, drinking beer with friends and spending what his wife made. In addition, George was pathologically jealous and attempted to control his beloved's every move. He did not allow her to make friends, eat lunch with colleagues in cafes, or simply be somewhere. Without him, He was constantly checking her phone, looking at call history and reading messages, as well as assisting her in setting up accounts and social networks at home. When left alone, the husband acted no better. He created scandals out of nowhere, constantly clarified relationships, and blamed his wife for all of the problems and family troubles. They lived in his parents' house. George never stood up for his wife, instead watching as she humiliated, insulted, and sometimes even beat his relatives. George occasionally used his fists to enforce his will and saw nothing wrong with it. He treated Luz Maria as if she were his property, believing that she would endure anything and would never leave him. Neighbors frequently heard screams coming from the couple's house and noticed signs of beatings on the young woman's face and body. Lopez repeatedly attempted to leave her husband and file for divorce. Luz Maria moved her daughter out of her parents' rented apartment, but her husband repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Despite her parents' advice to leave the abusive man, she forgave him and gave him another chance. On December 15, 2020, after another fight with a man handling a Luz Maria, 3-year-old Alice got into the car and cried in front of her mother. George arrived a day later, but it wasn't clear whether he wanted his wife or the car back. He stated that he had found a job and that their lives would now change, and he vowed that he would never raise a hand against his wife again. Surprisingly, Luz Maria believed him again and accompanied her husband to their rented apartment. In mid-January 2021, Luz Maria called her mother to complain that her husband had not only failed to get a job as promised, but also stole her earnings, leaving the family destitute. Ada felt sorry for her daughter and offered to give her some money so that she and her granddaughter could cover their expenses until her daughter's salary arrived. The women agreed to meet in the morning of January 19. However, Luz Maria did not arrive at the appointed time. Furthermore, she did not respond to phone calls or messages, which was unusual for her. Aida decided to visit her daughter's workplace the following day, but there she discovered that Maria had not arrived for the second day and that no one had been able to reach her. At the same time, George, who was looking for his wife, arrived at the prosecutor's office. He claimed that they had quarreled again and that Luz Maria had gone to her mother's house and was not answering her calls because she was offended by him. Ada immediately sensed something was wrong and assumed her son-in-law was lying, so she went straight to the police to begin the search for a missing Maria as soon as possible. The same day, an alert system was declared nationwide under the codename Isabel Cloudiness in the original alert. This meant an emergency search for a young woman who had been reported missing. When the massive search began, the missing woman's husband was the first person identified as a suspect. Although he was the only suspect in the case, Luz Maria had no enemies, so there was no reason to believe she was kidnapped. The last person to see her alive was George. Naturally, this guy denied his involvement in the case, claiming that he was knocked down while looking for his wife and is now outraged and annoyed that he has become the main suspect. At the same time, he was constantly confused in his testimony and couldn't explain why he didn't notify the police about his wife's disappearance on the day she went missing. And if he assumed she was at his mother-in-law's house, why didn't he call or go there? While police were searching for witnesses and combing the area, municipal workers accidentally discovered the body of the missing Maria. On January 22, several workers responded to a call regarding a clogged storm drain near the road. When they lifted the grate, they noticed a strange, large plastic bag with something black inside. As they got closer, they realized they were looking at charred human remains. They immediately reported the gruesome discovery to the police, and the officers who arrived speculated that the body found could be that of Luz Maria Lopez, who was wanted throughout the country. Despite the fact that the body had been severely disfigured by fire, forensic experts confirmed with certainty that the remains belonged to a young woman, her parents, and her brother. It is worth noting that the package was discovered on the same street as the building of the prosecutor's office where the deceased worked, but there were no surveillance cameras or lighting in the area. Despite the fact that the body was badly burned, pathologists were able to determine that the woman had been severely beaten and that asphyxia was the cause of her death. Internal hemorrhages, several fractures sustained while she was alive, and caked blood particles in her nose and mouth were all evidence of this. There were deep marks on her neck that indicated strangulation. This is a strange message. Upon the discovery of the body, no new suspects had emerged in the investigation. and the victim's parents were certain that the son-in-law was responsible for their daughter's brutal murder. George was immediately arrested, and the motivation for his heinous act was being investigated. Psychologists and criminalists were also required to conduct in-depth analyses of this marriage and the family relationships. During the investigation, Ada Lopez provided a frightening audio recording that was sent to her anonymously by someone who lived in the same neighborhood as her daughter and son-in-law. Apparently, this person has repeatedly witnessed the couple's family scandals, and this time he decided to record their argument, not realizing that it would end in a violent murder. The audio recording clearly depicts a distraught Maria screaming and crying for help. In the background, Alice sobs. Ada was horrified at what she had heard. She stated that if the witness had called the police right away, her daughter might still be alive today. The man who recorded the audio did not only not call the police, but he also did not go to the house where the horrible screams were coming from. The police were also unable to locate the anonymous person. As a result, he was unable to serve as a witness in the investigation. The audio recording was included with the materials for the criminal case, and Ada gave a big interview in which she urged all citizens to be vigilant and report to the police about the revealed facts of domestic violence, rather than simply filming or recording them on a dictaphone. According to the woman, such simple actions can save someone's life. This high-profile crime sparked widespread public outrage, and thousands of people marched across the country to demand that the killer be held accountable. Despite being taken into custody almost immediately, George maintained his innocence, claiming that he personally drove his wife to work that fateful day, after which she vanished. Street CCTV footage showed the couple's car driving toward Luz Maria's workplace that morning. However, due to the tinted windows, it was unclear how many people were in the car. In addition, none of the recordings showed the car coming to a stop or Maria exiting the cabin. The couple's rented home revealed numerous washed-out traces of blood and drag marks. This implied that this was where the heinous crime had occurred. Suspicions were confirmed when microscopic burnt flesh fragments were discovered in the family car's trunk. During the search, the investigator was also interested in the couple's recent purchase, a double orthopedic mattress. More specifically, not the mattress itself, but the dense polyethylene with which it was wrapped. According to the comparative analysis, George had packed his wife's burned remains inside. There were also several witnesses among the family's neighbors who had repeatedly heard George insult his wife and threaten her with death. A few days before Maria's sudden disappearance, her husband had threatened to kill her if she left him and to hide her body so no one would ever find it. Based on the information gathered by expert criminologists and the testimony of several witnesses, the investigation of the pieces restored the gruesome picture of the crime. The murder happened on the night of January 19, 2021. The spouse had a heated argument the day before, and George once again used his fists to assert his authority. He had previously struggled to control his anger, but this time he simply went into a rage. He repeatedly hit his wife, causing her to scream and cry for help. The neighbors of the family heard the screams, but did not call the police. While beating George, he broke his wife's nose and injured her head. After that, he strangled her with his bare hands before attempting to dispose of the body. To accomplish this, he dragged the body out to the backyard, doused it with campfire liquid, and set it on fire. George did not expect his funeral pyre to be so smoky, and the stench of burning meat and hair to irritate his eyes. He was concerned that the neighbors would notice it, suspect something was wrong, and contact the fire department or the police. So he quickly extinguished the fire, wrapped the burned remains in plastic, and went to a secluded location where he believed the body would never be discovered. The most horrifying thing was that George committed all of these atrocities in front of their young daughter, who, due to her age, understood what was going on, albeit not completely. The child, who was 3.5 years old at the time, witnessed the beating and crime, as evidenced by his cries and screams, which were also captured on video. George, who was familiar with forensics thanks to his wife's textbooks, attempted to cover up the crime and establish an alibi. He discovered a section of road with no lights or video cameras and dumped his wife's body in a drainage sewer, there going unnoticed. The next morning, he drove to her workplace along the same route he always took, as if he had dropped Maria off there. The next day, he began simulating an active search for his wife by contacting her colleagues, acquaintances, and relatives. Trial and verdict. The criminal lawyers pushed to delay the trial as much as possible while also attempting to derail the investigation. They insisted that all of the evidence and witness statements were circumstantial, with no single piece of evidence conclusively proving George's guilt. Defense attorneys attempted to have George's detention changed to house arrest, claiming that he was deeply depressed as a result of being accused of killing the woman he loved and the mother of his child. However, the data obtained from Maria's phone proved to be the most important piece of evidence. The gadget had been with her husband the entire time, and on the first day after the crime, he sent several messages to various people, attempting to create the illusion that a loose Maria was still alive. Also, after tracking the smartphone's movements throughout the day, it was clear that it was constantly in the same locations as George's phone. However, the lawyers attempted to turn this evidence in favor of their client, claiming that he discovered his wife's phone and drove around the city with it in search of her, but no one could explain why George was sending messages from it and calling it from his own cell phone. The bruises and scratches on the defendant's body discovered on the day of his arrest served as further proof of his guilt. Experts recorded these marks on photographs, indicating that the victim clearly resisted. The most visible was a scratch on his neck, but only fragments of George's epithelium under the murdered's fingernails were discovered because they had been destroyed by fire. Despite the large number of contentious issues, the prosecutor requested the highest possible punishment for the perpetrator. Court hearings and proceedings were repeatedly postponed due to the coronavirus pandemic. However, in October 2022, the defendant was found guilty of the brutal murder of his wife. The man was sentenced to 50 years in prison, despite not admitting guilt. Little Alice's custody was transferred to her maternal grandparents, who admitted that their granddaughter is now the most important part of their lives. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The family of a well-known Australian businessman was found dead in their family mansion. From the very beginning of the investigation, detectives faced a nearly complete absence of evidence and suspects. However, soon unexpected details emerged in the investigation, altering the course of the case and revealing a truth that not only shocked the relatives of the deceased but also stirred public outcry. The Minin and Yun lines had immigrated to Australia from China to pursue higher education. They met during their time at the University of Sydney and later got married, establishing their permanent residence in Newcastle. In 1994, their daughter Jun Lin, commonly known as Brenda, was born, and she was soon joined by two sons, Henry and Terry. In 2002, the Line family opened a kiosk on Rose Street, selling various news publications, newspapers, and magazines. Gradually, their small business began to prosper and generate a substantial income. The family was highly respected within the community, known for their hard work as their store operated 7 days a week, and they were seen as loving and caring parents. Their eldest daughter Brenda grew up to be beautiful, intelligent, and kind. Henry was very sociable and had a strong interest in sports. While the youngest Terry kept up with his older siblings, the strong family bonds were reflected in their outward success as their business thrived. The family's income from the store had already reached around $1 million per year, making the Line family one of the most prosperous and respected in North America. Having achieved success in their business, Min Line and Yun Line assisted relatives from China in relocating to Australia. Lily's sister had been living in the same house as her sister and her family since she moved to Australia, helping to raise the children. Min Line organized the relocation of his parents, and the elderly couple settled in Maryland, located a 30-minute drive from North Ephesus. He also helped his sister Kathy and her husband Liam bin Ai, known as Robert, with their move. Kathy and Robert, after an unsuccessful attempt to start their own restaurant business, settled in North Epping, living just a few minutes' walk from the Line family's home, and both of them worked at Min Line's store on the morning of July 18, 2009. The store's regular customers were alarmed to find it closed without any prior notice. This was highly unusual since the store had always been open 7 days a week. Concerned about this, one of the store's loyal patrons contacted Kathy to inquire about the reason for the store's closure. Kathy was unaware of why her brother hadn't shown up for work and failed to notify anyone suspected that Min Line might be ill. In response, Kathy and her husband went to her brother's home upon approaching the house. They discovered the front door unlocked inside the house. When they reached the second floor, they were met with a gruesome crime scene involving the Line family. Kathy immediately reported the discovery to the police, leading to the revelation of the Line family's demise. Police swiftly arrived at the scene and found the lifeless bodies of 43-year-old Yun Line, commonly known as Lily, her two sons Henry, aged 12, and Terry, aged 9, as well as her 39-year-old sister Yan B, known as Irene. Blood splatters were discovered throughout the house from floor to ceiling. In the initial hours of the investigation, the police became suspicious of Manlin, the head of the family, as his body was not found during the examination of the house. Investigators also noted the absence of another family member, the eldest daughter of Jun Lin, known as Brenda, upon inspecting the crime scene. It became apparent that the assailant had not entered her room as there were no traces of blood and the room remained untied. 2 hours after the police arrived at the scene, a man's body was discovered under a blanket on a bed next to Lily, indicating that Lin's family's head was not a fugitive but had become a victim of the attack. To ascertain the identities of the deceased, investigators had to turn to forensic examination as their faces were so disfigured that their relatives could not identify them. The police began a thorough examination of every corner of the crime scene, but at that point they had no leads regarding the motive for the crime or the identity of the perpetrator initially upon examining the bodies. Investigators believed that the assailant had shot the victims in the face from close range. Given the extent of their disfigurement, however, later, the results of a forensic examination revealed that the victims had been brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt, heavy object, likely a hammer. Additionally, 4 out of the 5 victims exhibited signs of asphyxiation, indicating that they had been strangled before succumbing to their injuries. The time of death was estimated to be between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Police learned that on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, a large family dinner had been organized at Min Lin's parents' home, attended by the entire family, including Kathy and Robert. According to the parents' accounts, the dinner proceeded in a warm and pleasant atmosphere, with everyone enjoying their time together. The only family member absent was Brenda, who was 15 years old at the time she had left on a school trip to study the French language in New Colonia with Cheltenham Girls High School, and had learned about the brutal murder of her entire family through Facebook. This incident created a media frenzy and shocked the community. Many North Epping residents were personally acquainted with the Line family and were deeply saddened by their tragic demise. The public funeral for the Line family took place at Olympic Park on August 8, 2009, with over 1,000 people coming to bid farewell to the family after the funeral, despite Lan's parents offering Brenda to live with them. Kathy and Robert insisted on taking custody of the girl, citing their advanced age and swiftly formalized guardianship. Brenda returned to school, and Kathy and Robert took over the management of the store. The police continued their investigation, which was filled with rumors and speculations. One theory suggested that the initial intention of the perpetrator might have been a robbery gone awry. Another theory implied a connection to the Chinese mafia, as a few days prior to the murder, Minin had witnessed an armed robbery of a cash and transit vehicle near his store. It was believed that he was killed to prevent him from testifying, and the rest of the family became unintended victims. However, the investigation could not find any evidence linking the crime to the robbery witnessed by Mine. The idea of a home invasion was also swiftly ruled out as there were no signs of forced entry and nothing had been stolen from the house during the investigation. It became evident that the murders had been meticulously planned, and the absence of any foreign fingerprints in the house, except those of the family members, led investigators to believe that the killer likely wore gloves given that the murder weapon was not found at the crime scene. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator had carefully planned the crime and had taken steps to dispose of the murder weapon. Detectives hypothesized that to maintain control and prevent the hammer from being dropped during the attack, the assailant likely had it attached to their wrist in some way at the crime scene. 24 bloody shoe prints were discovered, which were determined to correspond to a shoe size of 9.5 in American measurements, indicating that the assailant acted alone. Investigators speculated that the crime was most likely committed by someone close to the family, who had access to the house, was familiar with the layout of the rooms, knew the location of the circuit breaker and alarm system, and was aware of Brenda's absence from the house. This idea was supported by the fact that the killer did not enter Brenda's room as no traces of blood were found in there. The brutality of the crime led investigators to consider that it was driven either by intense hatred or overwhelming passion. Despite their suspicions, investigators still had no concrete idea of who might be involved in this crime. Extensive interrogations of potential witnesses yielded no valuable information. Mel's parents, as well as Kathy and Robert, were questioned multiple times, but no significant information regarding potential wrongdoers was obtained. Kathy and Robert held a press conference organized by the police, urging the public to share any information they might have about the case. However, for several months, the investigation seemed to be at a standstill. The immense public pressure on the police demanded a swift resolution to find and punish the perpetrator. Consequently, a special task force was established within the police department, consisting of the most experienced investigators. They decided to re-examine all the evidence in the case that had not been thoroughly analyzed before. During the review of a recorded phone call between Kathy and the emergency services operator, towards the end of the call, the police noticed some unintelligible muttering in the Cantonese dialect. This recording was quickly translated, revealing a woman pleading with her husband not to leave her alone in the house, because she suspected the perpetrator might still be inside. Investigators found it peculiar that Robert had left his wife alone at the crime scene without checking whether the aunt was still in the house or not. This raised suspicions that he might have known for certain that she was safe and that the aunt had already left the premises. As a result, investigators decided to scrutinize Robert more closely, shifting the focus of the investigation in this direction and searching for additional evidence. During their investigation, detectives discovered that Robert had unrestricted access to the Line family home as he had a key to it. Furthermore, he had a motive for committing the crime. After moving to North Epping, Robert struggled to establish himself in a business and had to work as an employee for Line. Following the Line family's death, all of their assets were transferred to Brenda, but as she was only 15 years old at the time, the legal guardianship of the girl meant that Kathy and Robert had control over all the family's assets, and business police learned that almost immediately after taking custody of Brenda, Robert pressured Min's parents to vacate the house that Minlin had purchased for them. Police suspected that Robert, humiliated by his own failures and driven by jealousy, harbored a plan to seize the fortune accumulated by the Lin family through years of hard work. Despite Robert being the primary suspect in the case, the police only had suspicions against him in the hope of obtaining more substantial evidence. Investigators installed surveillance cameras in his residence as part of a covert operation that continued for 6 months. In May 2010, during another round of questioning with Kathy, investigators intentionally broached the topic of the bloody shoe prints found in the house. She disclosed that Robert wore 6 shoes in size 9.5. This revelation was a breakthrough for the investigation because the A6 shoe model was rare, as it had been discontinued in 2005, and these shoe prints were discovered at the crime scene. Just a few days after this, Robert was caught on hidden cameras inside his home, cutting up several AAC boxes, moistening the torn cardboard bits in a bucket of water, and flushing them down the toilet. Armed with this information from the surveillance cameras, the police obtained a search warrant for Robert's house. During the search, investigators discovered a stain marked as number 91 on the garage floor beneath a chest of drawers. Subsequent laboratory analysis revealed that this stain was human blood containing a complex mixture of DNA, including at least 4 out of the 5 victims. Experts also determined that the composition of this stain matched the blood found in the victim's house on May 5, 2011, almost 2 years after the crime was committed. Robert was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. He was remanded in custody without the possibility of bail. His trial did not begin until May 2014, and he pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. The prosecution presented a wealth of new evidence against Robert. One of the most crucial pieces of evidence in the case was the testimony of an informant from prison, who revealed that while awaiting trial, Robert had confessed to him. He admitted that on the night of the murders, he left his house without his wife, noticing he had given her a large dose of sedatives. Additionally, he shared that he had purchased the murder weapon, a hammer, from a budget store in town, knowing that the store had dummy surveillance cameras, ensuring there would be no evidence of the purchase. Robert also confessed to a cellmate that he had struggled to dispose of the hammer for a while, fearing he might be caught on surveillance camera recordings. Robert's defense attempted to convince the jurors to disregard these testimonies, suggesting that the witness may have had ulterior motives, such as reducing their own prison sentence in exchange for their testimony. In the end, The entire body of evidence came down to the informant's words against Robert's consistent denials. Denials despite the compelling evidence in the case. It seemed like the trial might fall apart and the court would not reach a verdict. However, a sudden and unpleasant revelation during the trial changed the course of the investigation. Brenda confessed to her attorney that Robert had subjected her to sexual abuse for many years, starting when he and his wife moved to Sydney and her family was still alive. When the girl moved into his home after her parents' deaths, his vengeance only intensified. Intensified revelation led to the suspension of the trial for further investigation and the uncovering of these newly disclosed facts. Several months later, in August 2014, the second trial began. The prosecution now argued that Robert was driven not only by jealousy and greed, but also by a sexual obsession with his niece. Despite all the evidence against Robert, the defense continued to assert that he was the victim of public pressure on the police. They also cast doubt on the nature and timing of the garage bloodstain, suggesting that it could have entered the garage floor after Robert and Kathy discovered the bodies at the crime scene, and Robert might have accidentally stepped on blood while wearing the same shoes. Ultimately, this trial was postponed due to the judge's illness. In February 2015, the third trial began, which again led to no conclusive verdict as the jurors failed to reach a unanimous decision. In December of the same year, Robert was released on bail after spending nearly 5 years in prison without a conviction. The fourth trial began in June 2016, and once again, the jurors could not reach a unanimous decision. It wasn't until January 12, 2017, during the fifth hearing of the case, that the court delivered a guilty verdict, sentencing Robert to 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole in June 2020. Robert filed an appeal, which was denied on February 21st. He is currently behind bars but has never admitted his guilt in committing this crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days on November 24th, the day after the Holiday Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange. The mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. And as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version. Often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy, and some other friends. He began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting during the initial investigation. None of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself, but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents, this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavik's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detectives started following Timothy, and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from Bass, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can. Waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date. Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work. Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story started on a Saturday evening in July 2011. During a dance lesson, Joseph Saunier, a respected and wealthy pathologist, met Rochelle Tina, a single man famous in his city and beyond, who enjoys freedom, status, and money, as well as a beautiful, sweet woman, nearly 10 years younger than Joseph, who is successful and lives a life of pleasure. Meeting on the dance floor marked the beginning of their story, which ended tragically. At that moment, the ideal dance partnership evolved into a tender and passionate romance. No one could predict what would happen after a while. Joseph Saunier's biography prior to meeting Michelle is filled with both joys and tragedies. Joseph, born in 1955 into a respected medical family in Shreveport, Louisiana, dreamed of carrying on the family's work and becoming a doctor since he was a child. With outstanding ability, the young man received a Bachelor of Science in Medical Science from the University of Baton Rouge in 1976. He later applied to Louisiana State University in Shreveport and started working at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. The young man successfully balanced his university studies and work. He wishes to achieve professionalism in his chosen activity. He constantly took on additional work at the university while honing his knowledge and skills at the hospital. The management noticed the young employee's success and zeal, and in his final year of training, he was promoted to chief resident. After finishing his studies, Joseph pursued a career in pathologic anatomy, eventually becoming a well-known pathologist and laboratory director in Lubbock. Joseph's life was shaped by the tragic death of the woman he loved. His marriage of 27 years, which he considered happy, ended in divorce. His wife fell in love with another man. Joseph accepted her decision and agreed to divorce, convinced that the man he loved had found happiness. Dr. Saunier had a strong personality and a strong sense of honor and responsibility. Following the divorce, he maintained a close relationship with Becky and continued to support his 2 sons, demonstrating resilience and character. Becky died 2 years later at the hands of her new husband, Joseph, who was shocked by his former spouse's heinous death, causing her to experience another wave of grief and loss. He frequently reflected on the family's past and mourned their loss. Nonetheless, the doctor remained a pillar for the family. He immediately took over all organizational issues and funeral expenses, as well as assisting his sons in coping with the trauma. The children later admitted that his support helped them overcome their pain. The tragedy left a lasting impression on Joseph's heart. For a while, he focused solely on his work and the upbringing of his 2 sons. Later on, the grief he felt prompted him to reconsider his life. The man decided to begin a new personal chapter in a new city, with a new woman. Dr. Saunier and his sons relocated from Dallas to Lubbock, Texas in 2007, where he accepted a position as chief pathologist at Covenant Health System, feeling the need for something new to refresh him and fill the void within. Joseph enrolled in a local dance studio. He also enjoyed the classes because they allowed him to meet new women and try unsuccessfully to form relationships with his dance partners. Then, one warm summer evening, Rochelle Shatina showed up at dance class. Dr. Saunier was immediately drawn to an elegant, graceful, and refined woman with a sense of humor and lively eyes. Her smile illuminated the room, and Joseph realized she was the one he was looking for. Rochelle, for her part, noticed the confident and respectful man moving deftly across the dance floor. Rochelle, 47, and Joseph, 57, danced together, complementing each other perfectly. With each new session, they realized they were getting closer. Dr. Saunier proposed dating, and Michelle agreed. Thus began a new and seemingly happy chapter in both of their lives. Rochelle possessed an attractive and innate charm that had such a strong influence on men that they were willing to change their lives, end marriages, and commit criminal acts for her. Rochelle was one of those women who possesses a distinct magnetism that draws attention and elicits passion. These are referred to as fatal minutes. Joseph and Michelle's paths would not cross until July evening because she had previously lived in Amarillo, which is about an hour's drive from Lubbock. In fact, they were both starting over after personal love dramas. Dr. Sonia, his new lover, was fleeing Amarillo because she was afraid of Mike Dixon, the owner of a private clinic that specializes in plastic surgery and cosmetology. The woman met Mike in 2008 when she came in for Botox injections. Initially, there was only friendly communication, followed by a slight flirtation when a spark between them ignited a romance. Michelle was a free and accomplished woman. For a long time, she worked as an NFL executive, had a successful career, and had no need for anything for her children. She owed nobody anything. Unlike Mike, who was bound by his marriage, a plastic surgeon began living a double life. A few months later, his wife discovered the affair and filed for divorce after 20 years of marriage. Mike was so enamored with Rochelle that he almost missed the end of an important chapter in his life. He made a firm decision to end his marriage. Michelle, who had never claimed to be married to Mike, went from an exciting affair in which she wanted nothing but joy and ease to a union that required her to be equally maniacally obsessed with her partner. He is not receiving the attention he expects. Mike attempted to press Michelle, but this only served to scare her away. Seeing the manipulation and desire for complete control over her life, the young woman decided to end her relationship with the plastic surgeon, and in 2010, their paths parted. Nonetheless, even after the breakup, Mike pursued Rochelle for a long time, urging her to come back. His obsession went beyond all healthy boundaries, forcing Rochelle to decide to leave his sight and break free from his oppressive influence. Rochelle found herself in the lab, determined to start a new life. Dr. Saunier and her lovely, cheerful partner got along well right away. Their relationship gradually developed into true love. Sons and relatives readily accepted the new lover, and we are pleased for Joseph. The man spared no expense for her, showering her with gifts, inviting her to the best restaurants and private clubs in town, and taking her on excursions. When Joseph realized he had finally found a worthy woman with whom he wanted to spend his life, he took her to Los Angeles and proposed in front of his entire family. Rochelle was 47 years old at the time, and she was madly in love with her new man. Her personal social media page was almost daily updated with love confessions to Joseph. Of course, Mike Dixon couldn't help but notice the confessions. The former lover was emotionally shocked to learn that Rochelle not only met a new man, but also openly confessed his love and plans to marry him. He realized that he would not be able to re-establish contact with his former friend, but he dared to propose that they resume their previous meeting schedule and become lovers. The idea of forming a love triangle did not receive a response. Rochelle flatly rejected the proposal and told Joseph everything. After a while, the couple became aware that they were being watched. They even noticed something resembling a camera flash through the backyard window, but they didn't pay much attention because they didn't realize how serious the situation was. On July 11, 2012, the situation spiraled out of control. A landscaper who had arrived at the doctor's house to discuss an upcoming remodel called emergency services. When he arrived at the customer's home, he attempted to contact the owner but received no response. The man noticed an open door and, assuming Joseph couldn't hear him, went in. He saw the house in disarray, with the most disturbing feature being a bullet hole near the front door, indicating a possible intruder. The designer cautiously walked further inside in search of the homeowner before inspecting the garage, where he discovered Joseph Sanier lying in a pool of blood on the floor, lifeless. The doctor's body bore evidence of stab and gunshot wounds, implying that the perpetrator might be nearby. The designer immediately left the house and called for help at 248. In the afternoon, the police department received a call, and several patrol cars were immediately dispatched to the scene. Arriving officers discovered the victim of the crime, Joseph Sanier, a 57-year-old pathologist. Medics confirmed his colleague's death. The incident shocked the public because it occurred in one of the city's most peaceful, safe, and affluent neighborhoods with almost no crime. Dr. Sanier, a respected professor, was known for his calmness and kindness, and he had no obvious enemies who wanted to harm him. Although a window had been broken, the incident was not a robbery because nothing was missing from the home. A bottle with the bottom shot out was discovered at the scene. It appeared to be used as an improvised firearm silencer. A forensic team arrived shortly afterwards to gather evidence for examination. Apparently, the assailant was inexperienced, as he left numerous traces at the scene. DNA was extracted from the bottle used as a silencer, and blood samples were sent to a lab for further analysis. Detectives interviewed neighbors who claimed they saw and heard nothing suspicious. There were no CCTV cameras near the home. According to the investigation, the perpetrator entered the house through a panoramic window overlooking the backyard, which made his attack unexpected. In the dining room, the attacker confronted his victim and opened fire. It was most likely at this point that the wine bottle served as a silencer. According to the traces of blood left in the hallway, the doctor was still alive after the shots were fired. He went into the garage, where the attacker caught up to him and stabbed the victim several times. An autopsy on the body revealed 5 gunshot wounds and 11 stab wounds. The circumstances suggested that the murder was not a random act. The identity and motivation of the perpetrator remained unknown. The investigation centered on the pathologist's close social circle. During an interview with law enforcement, the victim's fiancé described strange events in her and Joseph's lives in the months leading up to the tragedy. According to her, Dr. Sanier appeared to be stalked. In addition, Rachel had noticed a stranger standing in front of Joseph's house, watching the door and windows. She also described how her fiancé began receiving persistent calls and texts shortly before his death. The officers verified the information, but they believed the calls and messages came from other women with whom Joseph appeared to be in a parallel relationship, as witnesses reported the man being in contact with multiple women at the same time. Investigators asked Rachel if she was aware of the other women, and she said no. Joseph's sons denied that their father had mistresses, stating that cheating was not in his character. However, investigators continued to develop a version of the crime that was motivated by jealousy. At the next interrogation, Rachel couldn't take the pressure and burst into tears, admitting that she knew several women who were most likely involved. She claimed that several former girlfriends were constantly stalking Joseph. He ignored them, but they never stopped expressing their displeasure with his upcoming wedding. One of them turned out to be a lady from Florida who kept calling and writing even after Dr. Sanier revealed his serious relationship with Rachel. Another was a nurse, the pathologist's colleague who called and wrote to him on a regular basis. The third victim was a woman with a daughter who shortly before the murder wrote to Joseph accusing him of abandoning her and her child. Rachel made her first mention of Mike Dixon during the same interview. Until then, she hadn't connected the surveillance of her and Joseph to Mike, who had stopped paying attention after her refusal to become a mistress. She assumed he had accepted their marriage and moved on with his life. The police had a viable suspect and went to speak with the plastic surgeon. Mike willingly went to speak with the detectives. He admitted that he was deeply in love with Rachel and had divorced his wife in order to create a future together. He admitted the separation had been difficult for him, and he attempted to reunite with Rachel for a while. She remained adamant, but he eventually relented and found a new woman who was much younger than him. His new girlfriend, a medical student, verified his alibi. Mike was at work at the time of the crime and later spent time with her. The investigation encountered difficulties. All of the suspects, including Michelle herself, had solid alibis. Detectives attempted to identify the murderer's potential enemies or those who would benefit financially from his death. However, no new figures were found. By the time the lab results arrived, the situation seemed hopeless. Unfortunately, the forensic results provided no additional clarity. The DNA sample in the bottle did not belong to the victim. However, the police database could not determine who was found at the crime scene. And that's when law enforcement officials got exceptionally lucky. The Amarillo Police Department received a call from Paul Reynolds, an aspiring EMT. According to him, he was living with a friend named Dave A. Shepard, who recently confessed to a murder in Lubbock and attempted suicide before being rescued. Paul reported that a neighbor had told him about the crime, including specific details that only a small group of detectives might have known, such as the use of a bottle muffler. The officers realized Shepard was actually involved in the crime. A witness who called claimed Dave was the only perpetrator and that the crime was ordered by an unknown plastic surgery doctor. Officers immediately began conducting a background check on the new suspect and discovered that Shepard had a violent criminal history, including theft and hooliganism, but no major crimes. They discovered that he was divorced, unemployed, and had been caught stealing on multiple occasions, including one where he stole $30,000 from a prominent businessman. Dave was brought to the station for questioning, and he quickly began to confess, confirming that Mike Dixon had hired him to commit the crime. According to Dave, the meeting with the plastic surgeon occurred in a bar where both had recently experienced painful breakups with their partners. Under the influence of alcohol, the casual conversation evolved into a genuine friendship. Mike Dixon shared a sad love story about Rochelle, who had left him and was about to marry someone else. The man confessed that he can't get over his ex-partner and is willing to go to any length to reunite. Mike and Dave devise a strategy after concluding that Dr. Sun is the only obstacle they face. However, Dave claims that their intentions did not include murder. They simply wanted to slander the pathologist in the hopes that proud Rochelle would abandon him and return to Mike. First and foremost, they discovered women who were well paid. Each will play the role of a mistress and pursue Sonia. Then a letter arrived from a woman with a child, claiming that Joseph had abandoned her. Dr. Sonnier denied it repeatedly, and Rochelle believed him. The couple also discovered that the camera flash they had seen was the light from Dave's cell phone flashlight. Dave drove to their house on a regular basis and pretended to be a surveillance agent. Mike Dixon financed each such trip, handing out money for gas and other expenses. When spying and slander failed to separate the lovers, Mike devised a radical solution. He told his friend that he wanted to kill the pathologist. Dixon offered 3 silver bars worth approximately $10,000 as payment. Dave agreed. One of the bars was used as a deposit, which the hired killer promptly cashed in at a pawn shop. According to Dave Shepard, when he arrived at Dr. Sonier's house, things became out of control. It was an unintentional shot. I became terrified, and he began walking away down the hallway. When I recovered from the shock, I shouted, "Dr. Sonnier, are you okay?" I have not heard anything back. I followed him to the garage. He was lying down flat. I distinctly heard his final breath and bent down to check his pulse. There was no pulse. In his confession, Shepard claimed that he stabbed Joseph Sonnier in an irrational and foolish attempt to conceal what he termed involuntary manslaughter. I stabbed him several times. I'm not sure how many times you said. I stabbed 11 times. I had Dr. Sonnier's phone in my hand and considered dialing the emergency number to seek assistance. But I did not. Perhaps that is why 11 times. I returned the phone, mutilated the remains I had taken to Mike's, retrieved the remainder of the bullion, and attempted suicide. Dave admitted that when he agreed to the crime, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. And when he found himself in front of Joseph, he realized he couldn't have killed if it hadn't been for an accidental gunshot. Dr. Sonnier would still be alive. The plastic surgeon was arrested the same day on first-degree murder charges based on Dave's testimony and a large body of other evidence, including compromising phone calls and text messages containing explicit confessions. Detectives hope that the first interview will result in a confession, but Mike Dixon stubbornly denied everything and demanded an attorney, resulting in a lawsuit. As part of an agreement with the prosecutor, Dave Shepard immediately pleaded guilty to his role as a hired criminal and waived his right to appeal the sentence. As a result, instead of the death penalty, he was sentenced to life without parole. Mike Dixon pleaded not guilty, citing only circumstantial evidence. Unexpectedly, Dave, a key witness for the prosecution, testified during the trial that he committed the crime on his own and had no involvement from Dixon. Under oath, He explained that the silver bars were intended as an investment in a business that the two of them intended to start. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, so a retrial was ordered. The second trial occurred in 2016. Dixon was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. His lawyers filed an appeal, and the judgment was reversed. The man was released on bail of $2 million. However, the prosecutor's office continued to fight for justice, requesting that the sentence be reinstated by the state's highest criminal court. Otherwise, a third trial would be held. The prosecutor's office filed a motion on February 11, 2019, which was granted. In April 2020, the bail was revoked, and another arrest warrant was issued. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned the lower court's decision and reinstated Mike Dixon's sentence. The judge determined that the felon must continue to serve his life sentence without parole. Mike Dixon is currently housed in a prison in Lubbock, Texas. Dr. Joseph Sonny joined the love triangle when he started dating Rochelle in July 2011. The woman still refers to him as the main love of her life, and she regrets unknowingly transforming a criminal into a noble, loving, and honest man. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Paula Andre Salazar was born on September 6, 2015. In Venezuela, her mother, Andre Bermudez, was from Maturin, Monagas. Her father, Leonor Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Diamaquiro. The couple decided to immigrate to Ecuador with their child Paula in September 2016, 1 year after her birth. They hoped for a better life for themselves and their daughter. A month after moving to Ecuador's capital, Quito, the family's relationships deteriorated for a variety of reasons. Andreina broke up with Leonardo and moved to Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. She took Paula with her. Her best friend's mother lived in Cuenca, and she kindly offered to let her and the girl stay in the house while they looked for another place to live and work. Leonardo, the girl's father, returned to Venezuela to his hometown of Tucupita after a breakup and later immigrated to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for quite some time. The man's left arm was completely paralyzed following an accident he had suffered while riding a motorcycle at a young age. The man's inability to use his left arm made it difficult for him to find a good job, even in Ecuador's capital. After moving to Cuenca, Andreina almost completely stopped communicating with Leonardo, only informing him once that she had taken a job on a farm in Tucupita. Andreina began a new romantic relationship with Washington Andres Amara a few months after her separation from Leonardo. Andres was a local Ecuadorian, and more importantly, he owned the farm on which Andreina worked. Andreina grew up in a wealthy family. Andreina moved to the area with Paula when she was a year and a half old. Andres and Andreina welcomed a child on April 7, 2019. With a new baby, the family became happier and more united. However, everything changed when an event occurred on March 27, 2020, which completely altered the lives of everyone involved. At the time, the family was doing well, enjoying each day, and everything was going well on the farm. On one such day, everything appeared to be going well. Andres took Paula and drove her to the flower plantations. The girl became dizzy and vomited while on the way. Andres had no choice but to visit a public restroom. As soon as he and the girl entered, Paula vomited again. He decided to leave her alone for a few minutes and return to the car to get a change of clothes, because the girl's clothes were all dirty. When Andres returned, he discovered Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. The men rushed the girl out, attempted first aid, and quickly transported her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old girl was handed over to the doctors, she showed no signs of life. According to the doctor, Paula has died. After the doctors on duty performed an initial examination and assessed the girl's condition, they discovered that Andres' story was riddled with inconsistencies. For example, the doctors determined at first glance that the girl had bruises on her body and face, which could not be explained by the information her foster father provided. In such cases, medical professionals must notify the police. Indeed, the circumstances indicate that shortly after the police arrived, Andres was arrested as a suspect in Paul's murder. Although Andres claimed Paula drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed something much darker. First and foremost, the tests revealed that the girl had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital, which contradicted the man's version of events. Paula's foster father claims that he administered first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just minutes before transporting her to the hospital. The autopsy revealed that the girl died as a result of several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis. Paula's death was clearly not an accident, as her small body contained numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, the girl's father, learned of Paul's death on March 33, several days after the events. His mother, who was still in Venezuela, had informed him of his daughter's death over the phone. She learned it from Andreina's friend. It should be noted that after Leonardo left Ecuador, Andreina began a new relationship. She ended all communication with him. That is why, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of her tragedy. Until that point, he could only see her in the photos Andreina and his mutual friends had sent him. In addition, Andreina blocked Leonardo from all social media platforms, preventing him from communicating with Paula. She also cut off communication with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. Andreina even turned almost all of their mutual friends against the girl's birth father, informing them of his refusal to communicate with Paula, preventing Leonardo from learning of his daughter's death. However, Andreina's family informed him of a different cause of death. They told him about Paula, who died from COVID-related complications at the time. Ecuador, like the rest of the world, was placed under quarantine due to the pandemic. At the time, there were almost no deaths from the coronavirus in the country. Leonardo was undoubtedly suspicious that his daughter had died from COVID, so he immediately began researching virus-related deaths in Ecuador. These statistics were shared on social media and news sites. Leonardo immediately noticed that there were no children among the few coronavirus victims in Ecuador. Leonardo's relatives assisted him in his investigation, and one of them promptly sent him a newspaper article about the arrest of Andres, who was suspected of killing Paula. Leonardo then started calling Andreina every day, but it wasn't until 10 days later that she decided to call him back herself. During that conversation, Andreina rather coldly informed Leonardo that Paula had died of COVID and that she couldn't give him any more information because her lawyers had forbidden her to do so. Leonardo went on to create a Facebook page dedicated to Paula, as well as an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula, with the help of an acquaintance. The published posts sparked a massive backlash on social media. Their primary goal was to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice on the same day that Andreina called Leonardo. She arrived at the morgue to begin preparing for her daughter's funeral, despite the fact that the prosecutor handling the case requested more time to investigate the body. However, the girl's funeral took place on April 10, 2020. Andreina simply refused to allow a second autopsy on the girl because of the information she shared on social media. Andreina's friends and acquaintances contacted Leonardo and informed him of Paula's sad life in the years preceding her death. Leonardo had the majority of the information they possessed, which was based on isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio recordings, and other similar items. Witnesses claim that since Paula's mother moved in with Andres, the girl has been abused by both her stepfather and her mother. Andrea not only allowed her daughter to be treated this way, but she was also directly involved in the entire situation. Everyone claimed that they only saw Paula happy and cheerful when she was playing alone in front of her stepfather. The girl appeared depressed, shy, and suddenly became very frightening. The little girl once told people that she was aware that her mother and stepfather had beaten her for misbehaving. She even confessed to it as a form of punishment. Andres pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall. Paula described her stepfather as a monster, and she was clearly terrified of him. The little girl had nightmares all the time, and she had insomnia since she was a child. A couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time of moving into the stepfather's home, fall asleep alone. She frequently cried, but no one paid attention to her. In addition, her mother and stepfather forced her to tuck in by herself. Furthermore, her mother Andreina had taught her how to cook since she was 2 years old. This was absurd. Paula was forced to cook her own breakfast and dinner because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from the baby in the evenings. She just didn't want to take care of her daughter. Not only that, but Andreina was unconcerned about the girl having to deal with baking on her own, despite the dangers at the preschool where mother had placed Paula, a girl who constantly complained of leg and back pain and frequently stated that she could not walk. Her constant complaints, as well as the bruises on her body, compelled the teacher to take her to the medical center. Following an examination, they concluded that the girl was mistreated in her family. Teachers contacted the special police organization to investigate the girl's abuse of her family. Officials took up the case and decided to send the girl somewhere she could be safe while the investigation was ongoing. As a result, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle Andreina's brother. A hearing on the case was scheduled for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teachers scheduled to testify did not show up, and for whatever reason they were unable to attend this hearing. As a result, it was decided to hold a retrial on February 27, 2020. However, this time, all of us teachers simply did not show up. The court was forced to dismiss all charges against Bola's parents, and she was eventually returned to her mother. Exactly 1 month later, on March 27, the girl died, and it is unclear why the teachers refused to attend either of the two hearings. It is speculated that Andreina bribed the teachers or simply persuaded them that, while the girl had some issues with her parents, they were not liable for what she said about them. Following Paula's death, Andres was placed in protective custody during the investigation, but he soon appealed the decision. As a result, on June 12, 2020, the judge issued the restraining order and determined that demand could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, which was held via video conference, Andres announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At the time, Leonardo was still running a social media campaign. He also asked his subscribers for financial assistance to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. He intended to file a complaint against Andreina. Andreina had not yet been charged and was free, according to Paula's mother, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leonardo was able to obtain adequate financial assistance as well as free legal advice from two Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro, who generously offered him their support and assistance in the lawsuit. Leonardo had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela, risking his life by floating on a raft and then crossing the entire border from Natchering to San Cristobal. He had to book private transfers because the pandemic had canceled all services, and he couldn't take his usual route to Ecuador due to the pandemic. Venezuela's maritime and land borders were closed, leaving only a few regular flights to 4 or 5 countries in the months that followed. Once Leonardo arrived in the state of Táchira, he had to cross the border into Colombia over treacherous terrain. He then took a bus to Hipaluxo and continued through the hills and plains until he arrived at the Rumichaca Bridge, which connects Colombia and Ecuador. Leonardo then took a cab and drove to Quito on June 30. He met with a lawyer as soon as he arrived, and the deceased girl's father filed a complaint against the ex-girlfriend, who was also named as a suspect in Paula's murder. On July 6, 2020, Envious was found to be addicted, and the woman appeared in court, where it was determined that she should not be held in custody, that a house arrest would suffice, and that she must report to justice twice per week. As a result, Andres and Andreina were each charged with murder. In November 2020, the maximum punishment under Ecuador's penal code was approximately 13 years in prison. The first hearing in the case was held at the time, and a specific date for the start of the trial had yet to be announced. During the hearing, Leonardo's attorney expressed concern about Andreina's possible escape, citing her previous attempt to commit suicide with bills. They also applied for Andreina to delay it with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge granted the lawyer's request and reduced the number of days the suspect had to appear in court to once per week rather than twice. However, a few days later, Andreina insisted on reconsidering the decision to wear an electronic bracelet. On November 16, an additional hearing was held to reconsider these decisions. Undoubtedly, all of these details slowed the trial, but the judge was able to set a date, which was set for December. The trial of Andres and Andreina did not receive extensive media coverage. However, much of the information made its way onto social media, and some of the facts went unreported due to the pandemic, which was a major topic in the media. The trial started on January 14, 2021. At the time, no decision had been made on Andreina's alternative forms of imprisonment, and Andres was held in the regional detention center during a closed-door trial in which no media representative was present. In addition, some participants joined the hearing via video link. According to the doctor who performed the girl's autopsy, Paula had nearly all of her spinal discs rebuilt. Some of her ribs were broken, while others had fused. This indicated that the girl had previously broken ribs, which had eventually healed on their own. She also had nail stigmata, a condition in which the nails grow into the skin, resulting in bruises and scratches on her face, body fluid buildup in her lungs, scars on her head, and serrations on her column. According to the assessment, it was the later injuries that caused the infection to spread and eventually lead to sepsis, which resulted in death. The autopsy report also confirmed that Paula had died about 24 hours before Andres took her to the hospital. The number of internal and external injuries reflected the little girl's abuse, as well as her guardian's carelessness, as they had never taken her to the doctor. Furthermore, the girl was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, as well as having mineral and nutritional deficiencies due to Paula's injuries. Andrina, the girl's mother, attempted to persuade her family friends that the child suffers from a variety of psychological issues, which have resulted in a proclivity for self-torture, which Paula used to draw attention to herself. According to the girl's mother, when her younger brother was born, Paula lost parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and tried to manipulate everyone by crying. The trial also revealed that in October 2019, when Paula was supposed to remain in her uncle's custody under the board's decision, she instead stayed at her parents' house and only slept at her uncle's house for a few nights. In other words, if the police organization's measure did not have the desired effect, it was possible to establish that the girl began to be abused in 2017, only a few months after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador. It most likely began as soon as Andrina started dating Andres. More than 40 accusing party witnesses testified at the trial, confirming that Paula was subjected to abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. Andrina stated at the final hearing before the verdict was handed down that she accepted full responsibility for the child's abuse. The woman claimed she had beaten Paula with a belt and, on occasion, her fists. Through this statement, a girl's mother attempted to shift blame away from her husband. She stated unequivocally that he was innocent, had nothing to do with it, and had never mistreated Paula. Andrina also admitted that she chastised her daughter for causing problems with her new husband. Breaking up with her new husband meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only find with him. Her daughter's well-being came last. After learning about Paula's life situation, the judges were concerned about the couple's newborn son, but unlike Paula, this child was never abused. It must be established that Andres has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent and has never made a statement about the incident since being arrested. By February 3, 2020, Paula's trial had concluded, and the couple had been sentenced. Both defendants were convicted of murdering the girl, and the maximum sentence for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the accusing party demanded the maximum punishment for the perpetrators, but the chief judge decided to consider an aggravating factor, namely that Paula was only 4 years old, implying that she could not defend herself against her attackers as a result of a judge sentenced Andrina and Andres to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicts have 3 days to appeal their verdict. So, despite Andrina's 17-year and 4-month prison sentence, the couple was expected to file an appeal right away. She is still on house arrest while Nuss is in jail. The woman did, in fact, take advantage of her right to appeal, so the higher court must now confirm her prison sentence. In the meantime, the woman continues to follow the original measures. This is not the case for Andres, who was arrested while visiting the hospital with a dead girl. Undoubtedly, the fact that Andrina is still at large is causing public outrage and anger, particularly the anger of Leonardo, who is concerned that the woman will take advantage of the situation to avoid justice. If you were shocked by this story, please remember to subscribe to the channel. There are other equally shocking stories. From our end, we express our condolences to Paula's father and wish him the time he needs to recover from his terrible grief and obtain justice for Paula. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Can the Collar family's crime be justified by a nervous disorder? Kansas passed legislation in 1995 stating that an offender who committed a premeditated crime could not blame his actions on a mental disorder that rendered him incapable of distinguishing between right and wrong. This law was enacted because, when brought to trial, almost every criminal attempted to avoid punishment by claiming that he was not in control of his actions or was unaware of the consequences due to a mental disorder. The patriarch of the Happy and Large Collar family attempted to use insanity as a defense to avoid responsibility for the atrocities he committed. However, he was discovered to be sane. Psychologists believe that his actions were motivated by jealousy, rage, and a desire for vengeance against the ex-wife who abandoned him and the daughters who supported their mother. Unfortunately, such crimes motivated by jealousy and a pathological desire for revenge are a global phenomenon. Statistics show that these motivations account for 1 out of every 8 crimes committed. Excessive suspicion, insecurity, and an obsessive need to control a partner can transform a person into a true beast who harms even his own children. The Collar family story begins with James Craig Collar's birth in Weatherford, Texas, in 1963. Wayne White and Karen Collar, his future wife, were both born in the same city in 1965. They met as students at a Texas university in the early 1980s. Craig was graduating from engineering, and Karen was a freshman in humanities. They quickly found common ground and developed a romantic relationship. They were young, in love, and looked like the ideal couple. Craig was a standout student in the late 1980s, known for his determination and engineering ability. Following graduation, they held a small wedding attended only by close friends and family. Their first child was born in 1991, and Lauren followed in 1993. They lived in a nice house in Weatherford and were quite wealthy by local standards. Craig received a lucrative job offer from a large utility company in Weatherford in 1999, while Karen was expecting her third child. His promotion coincided with the birth of their son, Cian, whom he cherished. Craig used his increased income to purchase a large house in the city's most prestigious neighborhood, as well as a dependable family car. Karen remained at home, and Craig became the primary breadwinner. Outwardly, the family appeared flawless. Emily and Lauren were talented athletes and musicians who frequently competed in vocal competitions and local events. Emily excelled in school and attended a prestigious pharmacy college, while Lauren, an excellent student, aspired to attend a conservatory and pursue a career in music. Cian was an outgoing, kind, and inquisitive boy who loved numismatics and aspired to be an archaeologist. Craig was very close to his parents and sisters, and he provided for his family. Karen made the house comfortable, raised her children, and baked delicious treats. They were involved in the community and worked to improve their neighborhood. They also raised 3 wonderful, talented children. However, behind the facade of perfection, family members kept many problems hidden. Karen told her younger sister, Linda, in 2007, that she was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. She complained that Craig had been controlling and monitoring her for years, and that his control was growing. Craig demanded a full accounting of all expenditures, including not only major purchases, but also everyday household expenses. Karen provided him with supermarket receipts and bank transaction information, and she reported her whereabouts every day while he was at work. Craig set a strict schedule for the entire Collar family. When he returned from work, his wife and children had to be there to greet him. They went to bed, awoke, and ate at specific times, and even intimacy between the couple was planned. Craig's desire for control grew stronger over time. He became more demanding and selfish, and Karen's activities were planned down to the hour. Karen felt enslaved. She had no free time, only duties and responsibilities. She attempted to meet all of her husband's demands, hoping that he would relinquish control and they could return to their old lives. However, Craig appeared to enjoy his control and was unwilling to change. Linda was very disturbed by her sister's revelations. She, like everyone else, had pictured Craig as the ideal husband, father, and family man, but he turned out to be a domestic tyrant. Karen did not, however, want to destroy her family. Furthermore, she and her children were financially dependent on Craig. As a result, she decided to find a job that would provide her with a consistent income. Karen's new hobby, despite her advanced age and 3 children, Karen maintained excellent physical fitness. She always followed good nutrition principles, tried new diets on a regular basis, took care of herself, and went jogging every day. She enrolled in a local fitness club without her husband's knowledge and began working out for several hours per day. It was her way of releasing stress, distracting herself, and organizing her thoughts. She went to the gym while Craig was at work, and Craig didn't notice her workout. The sports club's management quickly noticed the attractive, fit, and diligent woman. Karen was offered the opportunity to try out as a fitness instructor with a probationary period and the possibility of an official labor contract. The former housewife could never have imagined such an opportunity, as she will now be able to do what she enjoys while also earning a decent living. Craig eventually found out his wife was going to the gym. Karen expected a scandal and her husband to forbid her from going, but he responded calmly. He even seemed pleased that his wife had found work and was now making her own money. His only requirements were that she be home when he arrived, prepare meals, and not disrupt their planned intimate life. Karen accepted these conditions because they gave her the freedom to act and the ability to provide for her own needs without having to justify every penny she spent to her husband. Unexpected romance and a romantic triangle. Soon, the fitness club had a new instructor named Sunny Rice. Karen and Sunny quickly bonded and became friends. Karen, who'd been a stay-at-home mom for many years, was unable to interact with people outside of her family. Sunny became a trustworthy confidant. The women spent time together at work every day, going for walks, drinking coffee, and having heart-to-heart conversations. It didn't take long before their friendship evolved into something more. Naturally, they concealed their emotions and relationships from everyone. Karen eventually decided that she needed to confess everything to her husband. She spent months preparing for this conversation, trying to find the right words, unsure how to begin or what the consequences would be. She eventually opened up to Craig. Although Craig was perplexed by his wife's revelation, he reacted calmly and did not cause a scene. However, the next day, Craig stated that he agreed to his wife's relationship with Sunny, but only if he could join them. Karen was taken aback by her husband's proposal and unsure how to respond. Nonetheless, Craig took the initiative and started courting Sunny by sending her flowers and small gifts. He appeared to see this as an opportunity to improve his intimate life and inject passion and new sensations into his marriage to Karen. The women initially agreed to his proposal, but quickly realized that Craig saw it as a game of dominance. Their unusual love triangle did not last long, and Craig was forced to accept that he was not welcome in their relationship. Craig, feeling insulted, demanded that Karen end the affair immediately, but she continued to date Sunny, sincerely in love. After nearly 2 decades of marriage, Karen appeared to be ready to move on to a new relationship. A move to a different state and secret meetings. After months of scandals, confrontations, and agonizing deliberation, Craig determined that the best way to save his family was to relocate to another state. He started looking for a new job, sending out resumes, and soon landed a position as a water director for a large company in Columbia, Missouri, a city adjacent to Kansas. Craig hoped that his wife's move to another state would put an end to her affair with Sunny and allow their family life to return to normal. The move in the summer of 2008 was difficult for the family because the children had to change schools, make new friends, and adjust to life in a new city. Although the family was already well off, Craig's new salary was nearly double that of his previous position in Weatherford. However, with increased responsibilities and working hours, Craig naively believed he had permanently removed Sunny from his wife's life, but he was mistaken. Karen and Sunny maintained regular contact, exchanging calls and texts and meeting in secret. They'd drive to meet halfway and spend a few hours in a roadside hotel before heading home. Karen already knew her marriage was doomed. She no longer loved her husband, and divorce was almost inevitable. These secret trysts lasted until December 2008. On New Year's Eve, the callers returned to their hometown to see family and friends. Sunny was also present at the party. Karen and Sunny initially kept their interactions low-key, exchanging greetings. However, as the party progressed and people became more intoxicated, they appeared to lose sight of social norms. The couple was inseparable, holding hands and exchanging long glances. Some guests even caught them kissing. Craig was not only angry, he was furious. Karen had insulted and humiliated him in front of dozens of former roommates, friends, and co-workers, exposing her affair. Craig created a scene at the party by verbally attacking his wife and Sunny. Craig became enraged and forcibly dragged Karen from the party. On the way home, he lost control. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her so hard that her dress ripped. He then slapped her, causing her to stumble and fall, striking her to stumble and fall, striking her head hard, resulting in divorce and painful harassment. After returning home, the conflict persisted, and a few days later, Karen informed Craig that she was leaving him. She filed for divorce and demanded custody of the children. Craig initially apologized, begging to keep the family together for the sake of the children and offering to give their marriage another chance. Karen, on the other hand, refused to give up and obtained a divorce. Craig then began calling their mutual friends and relatives, pleading with them to speak with Karen and persuade her to stay with him rather than disband the family. Despite his best efforts, she firmly informed him that she was leaving for Sonny and that she was never truly happy in their marriage in the early spring of 2009. While they were still living together, another argument erupted, and Craig used physical violence for the first time since the New Year's Eve party. Karen reported him to the police, who arrested him. However, at the station, he claimed that his wife was hysterical and that he was the only one who held her tightly to calm her down, resulting in bruises on her arms. Karen moved out with the children after this incident, without waiting for an official divorce. Craig was dealt a serious blow, but he was even more enraged when he discovered that his daughters had sided with their mother, claiming that for the first time in a long time, he saw her happy. He saw this as a betrayal and refused to communicate with Emily or Lauren, instead calling Sean and taking him with him on weekends while completely ignoring his daughters. Meanwhile, despite the ongoing divorce proceedings, Craig remained hopeful that his wife would reconsider and return to him. He was jealous, tried to control her, and followed her around. He watched her house, followed her around town in a rental car, hoping to go undetected, and even attempted to install a hidden camera in her home when no one was present. Naturally, all of this required time and effort. As a result, Craig was forced to give up work. First, he took a vacation. Then he claimed to be sick, and finally, he began skipping work without explanation. His reckless behavior led to his dismissal. Craig was forced to move into his parents' home after losing his job and source of income due to a lack of funds. With so much free time, he was able to stalk his ex-wife all day, prompting her to take her ex-husband to court to prevent him from approaching her horrible Thanksgiving. Karen took her children to spend the Thanksgiving holiday with her 89-year-old grandmother, Dorothy White, in the small town of Berlin, Kansas, on the evening of November 29. The Berlin Game Police Department received a call reporting a suspicious van and the sound of gunfire. Dorothy's neighbors reported seeing a small truck pull up to the elderly woman's house. A man got out and entered. They then reported hearing screams and gunshots, but they are unsure. The man then left the house, got back in his truck, and drove away quickly. Neighbors did not try to apprehend him, fearing he was armed. When the police arrived at the house, they were greeted by a terrified 10-year-old boy calling for help. Sean Collar was unable to explain what had occurred. However, it was clear that a terrifying scene awaited the officers inside near the front door. Despite having 2 gunshot wounds in the kitchen, the 89-year-old homeowner was found alive in a pool of blood. Karen, 44, was found dead by police. She was shot in the chest and then killed with a close-range gunshot to the head. Her ex-husband had abandoned her with no hope of survival. Emily, her oldest daughter, was found dead between a wall and a couch. She had apparently attempted to flee from her enraged father, but he caught up with her and killed her with 2 blank shots. Lauren, her younger sister, lay in a pool of blood in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. She was still alive, begging faintly for her life, and repeatedly claiming that her father had done it. The elderly woman and Lauren were immediately taken to a nearby hospital's intensive care unit. Despite the doctor's best efforts, their lives were not saved. Lauren died on the morning of December 1 from massive blood loss and organ damage, while her great-grandmother died a few hours later. Sean, the only surviving witness, was in shock. Psychologists assisted him, but he required a thorough interrogation as the sole living witness to the tragic events at his great-grandmother's home. He explained that that evening, his mother was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and he approached her to request his favorite pies. Suddenly, the back door of the house swung open, and their father entered holding a shotgun. Without speaking a word, the man pointed the barrel at his ex-wife, shot her, and then moved closer to fire again. For the initial few seconds, Sean was frozen in horror as his father turned to face him, but he did not aim. Instead, he stared silently and intently at him. Sean realized he needed to run, so he jumped out the open back door. The boy dashed toward the main entrance, hoping to alert his grandmother and sisters and call for assistance. However, as he approached the threshold, he heard several additional gunshots. He took refuge in a small outbuilding because he was afraid to enter the house. He heard several more shots and waited in fear for his father to come after him. Mr. Collar Craig was immediately added to the wanted list, with warnings that he was armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, police received several reports of a speeding truck, allowing them to quickly determine the gunman's direction of travel. At one point, the man left his vehicle in a wooded area and started walking down a deserted road. Law enforcement quickly caught up with him and apprehended him the following morning. He had left the rifle and ammunition in the back seat, while prescription medication for depression and anxiety disorders lay next to the driver's seat. Mr. Collar did not resist arrest. He didn't appear to care anymore. He appeared perplexed and even terrified, and he openly admitted that he was armed with a gun and a hunting knife, but did not intend to use them. He also admitted that he had done something terrible that he thought the police were already aware of. When he was taken to the police station, Craig immediately admitted his guilt and poured his heart out to the investigating officer. He revealed that his wife had cheated on him with Sonny and humiliated him in front of his friends at a New Year's Eve party. His efforts to save his marriage had cost him his job and what remained of his self-esteem. The man cried, saying he had no idea why he had taken such a drastic step and that everyone, including his daughters, had betrayed him. Trial and a just sentence. Craig's trial started in December 2010. The defendant, after consulting with his lawyer, Thomas Haney, recanted his initial confession, blaming his actions on mental illness and insanity. It was his only way to avoid the death penalty for the murder of 4 people. He attempted to persuade the court that his client was in a difficult psycho-emotional state after his wife abandoned him for a lover. His children supported their mother, and he lost his job, forcing him to return to his parents' home. According to the lawyer, all of these factors contributed to Mr. Collar's breakdown, and he committed the crime while insane, unaware of his actions. Prior to 1995, there was a law that allowed criminals to obtain leniency by claiming insanity. However, in Kansas, where the crime occurred and the trial was held, the law was repealed. Furthermore, the prosecution discovered no evidence of insanity or affective state in Craig's actions, just cold calculation. He had already purchased guns and ammunition before going to Dorothy White's house, knowing that his entire family was present. He shot each victim twice, leaving no chance for survival. However, he deliberately spared his son Sean, allowing him to flee. In August 2011, the man was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to death. Sean, who was 12 years old at the time, testified during the final hearing. He stated that he did not want his father to die because he was his only remaining close relative. Despite numerous appeals from Craig and his attorneys, the verdict remained unchanged. Mr. Collar remains in prison today, fighting to have his case reviewed and his death sentence overturned. Sean, after the deaths of his mother and sisters, was officially detained by his maternal grandmother. He is now an adult, has completed his education, and has decided to live and work in his home state. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look back at what happened in Scotland in 2010. Zoe Nelson, 17, left home upset after an argument with her younger sister and mother. She did not return home that day. A few more days passed, and her case became widely discussed throughout Scotland. Zoe Nelson was born on August 13, 1992, in Wishaw, Scotland, in the year 2010. She lived with her mother, stepfather, and 2 younger sisters in New Mains, a village and former mining township on the eastern outskirts of Wishaw, 18 miles southeast of Glasgow. Zoe attended Motherwell College, where she was known as a popular student with many friends. Zoe and her 16-year-old sister Laura were both in relationships with the same guy, which caused a number of conflicts between them. On May 22, 2010, Robert Bain, 20, was living with his grandparents about a mile from the Nelson family's home. Zoe met Robert outside her house, and when Laura Ann saw this, she became upset and ran out of the house to confront her. Marianne Nelson, the girl's 40-year-old mother, witnessed the rival sisters fighting and recalls what happened that day. According to Marianne Nelson, Laura Ann ran out, flicked Zoe's hair, and attempted to slap her face, resulting in a fight at the end of the driveway. I divided it up. I said, "Go away, cow," and never return. She said she wouldn't return. Zoe kept her word and didn't return home until around 11 p.m. That same day, some locals noticed someone starting a fire in the wooded area known as Monkey Hill. The stench of smoke wafted into nearby homes, but no one paid much attention. Shirley Nelson, Zoe's aunt, would later recall that night and describe it in the following words. "When I finished my second shift at work, I was sitting in my garden in New Mains, having consumed alcohol the night before. We sat in the back of the house with my sister until approximately 11 p.m. When it became cooler, we smelled smoke," she explained. "We didn't think much of it because it was warm and all." The following day, she overheard other family members attempting to contact Zoe. She also tried her cell phone, but nobody answered. On the afternoon of May 23rd, Stuart Bell, 45, a government employee from Wishaw, rode his motorcycle into a wooded area near his home. When he saw something strange, he decided to stop. He described what he saw as something resembling a charred tailor's dummy. However, his opinion changed as he approached and took a closer look. When Stuart realized he wasn't looking at a mannequin, but rather a human body that had been damaged in a fire, he went home and called the cops, who arrived 15 to 20 minutes later. I shouted up the stairs to my wife that I had discovered a body in the woods and immediately called the police. He stated that when police arrived on the scene, the area was cordoned off. Nothing this gruesome had ever happened here before. The news of the body's discovery quickly spread throughout the community. When Zoe's family found out, her mother, Marianne Nelson, went to the police and reported her daughter's disappearance, whom she hadn't seen since they had argued, and told her not to return home. The Nelson family was soon informed of the bad news. Zoe became the victim of a crime. According to a police statement, the teenager's mother, Marianne, described Zoe as a popular girl and a typical 17-year-old with many friends who was well known in the community. She would have turned 18 in a few months, and we miss her terribly. Her stepfather, Daniel, and her two sisters, Laura Ann Ashley, are devastated by what has occurred. The family is urging anyone with information to come forward and help the police. Wu Logan, principal of Motherwell College, where Zoe studied a vehicle body repair course, said everyone at the school is shocked to hear the terrible news. Zoe was an extremely popular student. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. A thorough examination of the scene took several days, and at least 50 police officers worked on the case. Detective Derek Robertson of the police's main investigation team described Zoe's death as a young life cut short and stated that his officers would not rest until the perpetrator was apprehended. He stated, "It is critical that anyone who saw Zoe between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. on Saturday night come forward and assist us. It was the hottest day of the year, and we know that the area would have been busy with people taking shortcuts, sunbathing, and walking their dogs. There are a lot of dirt trails in the area, one of which crosses by the spot where Zoe's body was found." He added, "We are anxious to hear from anyone who is passing through the area looking at it from one of the houses that back onto it if they see anything suspicious." Zoe was described as 5 feet 6 and tall, with a heavy build and collar-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing gray tracksuit bottoms, a white long-sleeve t-shirt, and black Nike trainers. Detectives have been checking CCTV, phone, and computer records, carrying out door-to-door inquiries, and speaking to Zoe's friends and family as they tried to piece together her last movements. On May 26th, police released surveillance footage from the local store where Zoe was seen hours before her death. These small pieces of information were essential to the investigation. They allowed police to piece together Zoe's movements and eventually determine what happened to her, which led to the arrest of the person responsible for her death. Police said the public response to requests for information was slower than they had hoped. They had now set up a special email address so that people could contact them. The officers hoped that those who would not speak to them face-to-face would use this and other methods to report important information. Upon examination of the crime scene, a cap from a bottle of Sierra Silver tequila in the shape of a red plastic sombrero was found near the body, and a corresponding empty bottle was found on the other side of a small walkway nearby. Forensic experts estimated that Zoe's body may have been exposed to fire for 7 hours, so there was limited opportunity to determine the exact cause of death. When found, the body had a plastic bag partially melted over most of the face. So pathologists said the most likely cause of death was some form of asphyxiation. The palm of the right hand remained relatively undamaged, and 2 DNA samples were obtained from it. 1 DNA sample belonged to Zoe Nelson herself, and the other 2 are currently unknown. The cause of death was officially recorded as undetermined. By May 28th, the police had received several witness statements. One witness said that at about 5:15 p.m. on May 22nd, he saw Zoe, the man who was very drunk and violent toward her, hitting her in the head. Another witness said he saw Zoe Nelson walking past his home in New Mains in the company of a man with a tattooed face. A third witness saw Zoe and a man of similar appearance in New Mains and said, "He just looked angry. He hit a lamppost as he walked by and said he was going to take someone's life tonight." There were other witnesses, and when asked to describe the man Zoe was with, they all described the same young man, 20-year-old Robert Bain. Despite his age, Robert Bain already had a criminal history. He had previously spent 18 months in prison for robbery and had been released just 7 weeks before Zoe Nelson's death. He had been arrested 4 times for possession of illegal substances, but because he was a juvenile, there were no serious consequences for him. Investigators began to consider Bain as a prime suspect, and while they pondered their next steps, Robert Bain went to the police himself shortly before 6 p.m. On May 28th, Robert Bain walked into the police station in Wishaw and said he wanted to make a statement. He looked heavily intoxicated and was slurring his words. Bain said he had been in Motherwell a few days earlier, and a man named Stuart Campbell had gotten on the bus on the way back. According to Bain, he approached Stuart Campbell and asked him, "Were you with Zoe on Saturday night?" To which he replied. Campbell replied, "Yes, I took her life." This was the first time the police had heard the name Stuart Campbell since the investigation began, while they heard Bain's own name all the time, so they arrested him the same day. However, there was also a very good reason for the arrest, which the general public would only learn about during the trial, when he was formally arrested. Bain stated that he last saw Zoe on the morning of May 22nd after a chance encounter when he went to the local newsstand to buy cigarettes. On the morning of May 29th, the police released a statement saying a 20-year-old man was arrested and is currently in police custody in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson. Tests on a swab taken from Zoe Nelson's hand showed the presence of Nelson's DNA and traces of another person, which were found to match parts of Bain's DNA profile. Matching DNA from Nelson and Bain was found on both the tequila bottle and on its cap near the body. The forensic experts suggested that the presence of DNA inside the cap was due to the fact that both drank from the bottle and then put the cap back on. The scientific findings would support the conclusion that DNA from Robert Bain had been deposited between the fingers and on the right palm of Zoe Nelson, said the expert Marie Campbell. The odds against the DNA and the red plastic sombrero lid coming from anyone but Bain were 10 million to 1. Robert Bain was charged in connection with the death of Zoe Nelson on the basis of multiple eyewitness accounts and DNA evidence. He pleaded not guilty, acted defiantly, and even confronted one of the investigators. He also denied an earlier assault on Zoe, reported by a witness, when Bain struck her in the head with his fist. On June 16, 2010, hundreds of people came to Zoe Nelson's funeral. The service was held at Coltness Memorial Church in her hometown of New Mains before Zoe was buried at Cambusnethan Cemetery. Wishaw Zoe's mother, Mary Ann Nelson, and sisters Ashley and Laura Ann were among more than 200 mourners, as was her grandmother, Ann T.T. Nelson. Reverend Graham Rayburn, who led the service, said the number of people in the church showed what an impact Zoe had during her short life. "As I look around today, It is very clear that Zoe Nelson touched the lives of so many people. He said she was a typical teenager, just like so many of you gathered here. She was always happy and cheerful, always laughing and joking, always with a smile on her face. Zoe had a big heart. She always had time for young children, and she would go out of her way to help support her friends if she was able. Reverend Rayburn said that Zoe, who would have turned 18 next month, was a bit of a tomboy, describing her as a petrolhead who loved fast cars and was also a keen Ranger supporter. He told how Zoe never had a chance to meet her new nephew, born a few weeks after her death. She had also wanted to wait until she was 18 to make contact with her biological father, which she never had the chance to do. On March 1, 2011, the trial of Robert Bain began, and he continued to insist that he was innocent. A teenage friend of Zoe Nelson told the court that a week before she died, Zoe had said her scratches and bruises were sustained in a fight with Robert Bain. Zoe told her friends that Bain was very bossy and unstable and could get angry over any trifle. He wouldn't let her socialize with some of her friends. Although Zoe Nelson and Robert Bain's relationship could not be called serious since he had been out of prison for less than 2 months, but he had a great influence on Zoe and also maintained a relationship with her 16-year-old sister, Laura Ann. Laura Ann Nelson was just as involved in a relationship with Robert Bain as her sister Zoe. Even before Zoe's body was discovered by a bystander, Laura Ann knew her sister was dead. She had kept this secret for 5 days. The police had not previously made this information public. But at the trial, it was revealed that Bain had led Laura Ann to the place where her sister's body lay. Laura Ann, who testified in court from behind a screen so she could not see Bain, said that on the morning of May 23rd, the day after she and Zoe had an argument, she went to Bain's address to return some items of clothing to him. When she arrived, she said Robert looked nervous and had been drinking vodka. Shortly afterwards, they left the house, and Bain told her that he wanted to show her something. She said he led her to the place where Zoe's body lay. Laura Ann said during her court questioning that she realized it was her sister because she recognized the Ranger's tattoo on her arm. According to her, Robert had told her that he had hit Zoe, and when she tried to hit him back, he lost his temper, took her life, and then used gasoline to try to destroy any trace of the crime. Laura Ann also admitted to walking with Bain the day after the body was found, and she subsequently visited his home and spent some time in his bedroom listening to music. She also spent about an hour on the phone with him. Laura Ann's friend, who also testified at the trial, described her as happy and normal at a time when she knew her sister was dead. When asked why she didn't tell the police everything during her first interrogation, she said, "I didn't tell them because I was afraid my mother wouldn't believe me and think I was responsible for Zoe's death." The jury also heard Laura Ann Nelson say that Robert Bain threatened that she would get the same thing as Zoe if she told anyone about what he had done. On March 25, 2011, a jury of 7 men and 7 women handed down a unanimous guilty verdict. Bain had to be physically restrained as the jury delivered their unanimous verdict at the High Court in Edinburgh. The handcuffed bodybuilder jumped up in the dark and began struggling violently with security officers and the police head-butting one of them. He also shouted insults and threats at Zoe Nelson's family, forcing the court to be cleared while officers restored order. After a 20-minute adjournment, Judge Lady Dorian agreed to recommend the trial in Bain's absence. Robert Bain was acquitted of stealing alcohol from an Asda store in Newman on May 22nd, and disorderly conduct when he yelled, cursed, and waved a knife in various streets in Wishaw. That same day, Bain was also acquitted of stealing Zoe's cell phone, which was found in the woods, and of threatening a police officer during an interview at the Motherwell police station on May 28th. On April 27, 2011, Robert Bain was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for taking the life of Zoe Nelson. He received another 6 years for the obstruction of justice charge. Both of his sentences must be served concurrently. In jailing him, Judge Lady Dorian told Bain this was an appalling crime, the circumstances of which are properly to be described as shocking. As the Nelson family left court, Zoe's aunt, Shirley Nelson, 35, said they were disappointed by Bain's 20-year minimum sentence. "A life should mean a life. We should go back to the old days and bring back hanging," she said. All we can say now that all this is over is as a family, we would like to thank everyone for the help and support that have been given to us all. Now, as a family, we have to come to terms with the fact that we will never see Zoe again, as her life was cut short at the evil hands of Robert Bain. Speaking on behalf of the family after the verdict, Zoe's uncle, Stephen Hines, said Bain deserved it. He added that his reaction in court just shows how threatening he is. He's an animal, and he knows he's guilty. End of story. After the court hearing, Officer Derek Robertson, who investigated the case, said that Bain showed no remorse for his heinous actions. Today, when the verdict was raised, you saw what he can do, so the streets will be a lot safer, and hopefully the Nelson family can move on knowing that he is behind bars. He said on Christmas Eve 2020, 29-year-old Laura Ann Nelson was found dead in her apartment after not being heard from for days. She was left with 2 children, ages 3 and 4. Her death was not considered criminal because Laura Ann had health problems, namely type 1 diabetes. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The summer of 1985 in London was sunny and warm, with a strong sense of nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, Jeremy Bomber, heir to the White House farm, received a sudden phone call at his home. The young man, barely awake, answered the phone, wondering who could have called him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, whose voice was unusual. He was clearly in panic, and Jeremy couldn't understand his father's words. He tried to concentrate and figure out what had happened. However, his son's efforts proved futile. And then there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister has gone crazy. She has a gun and an alarm." Jeremy wasted no time in calling the police and reporting the frightening conversation. Emphasizing the potential danger from his sister, officers arrived on the scene an hour and a half late after receiving the call. They were followed by Jeremy. There was an unusual silence and stillness all around. This was suspicious given what the son of one of the farm owners had told the police over the phone. Because it was suspected that weapons were involved, the English police chose not to rush inside, as was their professional practice. The effectiveness of such actions can be debated endlessly, but it is ultimately up to the English authorities. When they arrive on the scene of call, they are usually unarmed and do not interfere with the situation, instead waiting for it to resolve itself or for a special unit to intervene. The police officers kept their distance from the house, while Jeremy remained close by. They asked him to tell them what had happened at the Bumper house the night before. According to Jeremy, they had sat around the dinner table as a family the previous evening. There was a minor misunderstanding at the end of dinner, but nothing major that could have resulted in such a tragedy. He also stated that he had left his weapons, a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine, with his parents. Both weapons were serviceable and loaded. A special team arrived on the scene and discovered that all doors and windows in the house were locked, with the exception of the window in the master bedroom on the first floor. They spent 2 hours using a loudspeaker to communicate with someone inside the house, but all they heard was a dog barking. It had been nearly 3 hours since the first police officers arrived on scene. At 8 a.m., the SWAT team finally entered the house where an eerie silence reigned. The group carefully moved around the first floor, inspecting each room. As they approached the kitchen, they saw chaos, including an overturned chair on the floor. A dead man lay in a pool of blood. It was Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Neville's body appeared disfigured, with bruises and abrasions on his arms and face, as well as a broken nose and jaw, indicating that he had fought hard. There was no way to help him. His chances of survival were completely eliminated after 8 bullet wounds, 6 of which were to the head. On one of the kitchen surfaces, there is a telephone with its receiver removed, as well as several rounds of point caliber ammunition. The image shocked the police officers, but they had to proceed to thoroughly investigate the entire house. It was decided to inspect the first floor first, and then proceed to the second floor if no other family members were present. Every step had to be carefully controlled to avoid creating unnecessary noise. However, the creaky floor of the old house made this a difficult task. There was nobody else on the first floor. However, on the second floor, there are 2 bedrooms. 4 more bodies were discovered. June, Sheila, and 2 young boys, Daniel and Nicholas, were all killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, while Daniel and Nicholas had 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila lay on the doorstep of her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. A total of 25 bullets were used to kill 5 family members. The number of bullet points prompted questions. Was it possible that someone had deliberately removed the bummers? And what was the motivation? Could it be that the real culprit was attempting to mislead the police? Answers to all of these questions were required, so authorities immediately began investigating and researching the history of all deceased family members, the history of the Bamber family. The county of Essex, with its natural beauty, is close to the noise in crowded London, where there is always an endless stream of tourists flowing. However, it retains its value in the eyes of the locals, providing a respite from the hectic capital. The county invites you to unwind in both your body and soul. Enjoy the fresh air, walk through endless green meadows, taste crystal, clear lake water, explore medieval castles, and immerse yourself in fascinating stories. These benefits most likely drew the Bamber family to Essex, where they chose to settle. June and Neville realized their dream when they purchased White House Farm. June married Neville in 1949 when she was 25 years old, and the couple moved to their farm with the goal of raising a strong, prosperous family. Neville, a Royal Air Force veteran who had completed his service, was appointed magistrate of the local court. However, fate dealt the couple several unexpected twists and turns. June's lengthy attempts to conceive proved futile. They did not give up, however, and instead chose to place their 2 children in an orphanage. So Sheila, at 3 months old, and later Jeremy, at 6 months old, joined their family. June and Neville were exemplary parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Their children received an excellent education from them in prestigious private schools. The Bummers' financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to give their children every opportunity. Despite his brilliant education, Jeremy had a withdrawn personality and preferred solitude since childhood. His tendency to rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he performed poorly, prompting his parents to send him to boarding school in 1970. When Jeremy was 9 years old, English boarding schools were rigid, and he quickly realized that he would face strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but they may have helped shape Jeremy's character for the better. After excelling at university, he became more relaxed, and his parents were proud of him. After graduating from university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man accepted the offer right away, and in 1982, he returned from his journey that began after completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable living conditions, including a cottage, a car, and a decent salary. They also expected him to help them in their old age. Despite outward success within the family, Jeremy experienced tensions due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced intense emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to lead them to faith were futile. She became depressed as a result of difficulties in her family relationships and frustration. She received treatment that included the use of electroshock, which was then considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila Caffell, and Neville's daughter, had a significant impact on her mother's depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion industry and wished to become a model. But June flatly denied the idea, saying she didn't want to hear about her daughter getting involved in show business. These were just a few of Sheila's many surprises for her parents. When she announced she was pregnant at the age of 17, June was faced with a difficult decision: either forbid her daughter from having a child out of wedlock, which was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June absolved herself of all responsibility and instructed Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know she had terminated the pregnancy. As a result, the mother and adopted daughter's relationship deteriorated. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila married Colin Campbell, the father of her first unborn child. The young men formed a family and had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after a while, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a significant effect on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital where she received electroshock therapy just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage where they spent nearly 2 years. Sheila's health only deteriorated. She became anxious, frequently expressing a desire to end her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of Satan. She had paranoid schizophrenia, and Jeremy used to cause a lot of problems for his parents. He settled down and was content with his life on the farm. Sheila reunited with her ex-husband Colin in 1985, and the two took their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to meet her parents at the bamboo house. They planned to stay for a week, after which Colin and the boys would travel to Norway. He brought Sheila and the kids to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone congregated at the lovely White House farmhouse. It ended up being the Bamber family's last dinner. The Bummers' funeral took place a few days after the tragedy, and Jeremy, of course, attended. It was a difficult and bitter situation for him. He cried a lot and was stunned by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new direction. Jeremy's strange behavior was noticed, and relatives of the Bamber family reported it to authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would say ridiculous phrases about himself as the boss. Those around him noticed a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but one typical of a contented winner. All of these observations and remarks were reported to the authorities, who decided to conduct a more thorough investigation. On this ill-fated evening, everything seemed perfect. A family dinner, a cheerful atmosphere, and a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville in June changed everything. The parents suggested that Sheila return the children to the orphanage, emphasizing her inability to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion irritated Sheila, who reacted angrily, stating that she was already thinking about it and would make her own decision. The warm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy went home. At the same time, Barbara Wilson, the Bamboo Farm secretary, called about a work-related issue. When Neville answered the phone, Barbara noticed he was irritable. There were several loud voices in the background. People appeared to be arguing excitedly. Barbara was taken aback by the atmosphere, as such occurrences were uncommon among bummers. She was unable to determine the cause of the conflict. However, Neville abruptly terminated the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all of the family members in the house had been shot. Jeremy was the only surviving member of the family, and he couldn't hold back his tears. The investigators were sensitive to Jeremy's emotions and gave him time to recover before beginning interviews. Before leaving the house, Jeremy shared all of the available information, including his sister's life difficulties and the dinner conflict on the evening of August 6. Given her mental state, Sheila's crime appears to be a desperate and most likely unconscious act. Under the influence of a parental remark, she couldn't take the new invasion of her privacy and lost her mind, so she turned to gun violence, shooting the bummers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that was what occurred. During an inspection of the house, it was discovered that the crime that destroyed almost the entire family was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was demonstrated by the weapon discovered lying on her body, pointing upwards toward her chin. The detective's subsequent actions appear absurd. The police decided to clean up the house and organized an unusual process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police wanted to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened, and the weapon found at the scene, which could be used as evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. To avoid jumping to conclusions when reopening the investigation, the scene needed to be thoroughly examined. The first step was for detectives to inspect the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator, who appeared to pick up an important piece of evidence without gloves. The presence of Sheila and Jeremy's prints raised no questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his hunting gun. He'd bought it legally. Sheila's fingerprints as a suspect in this crime were quite expected. However, it is important to note that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she come to take her own life? And that's when things became clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to question his innocence. She contacted the investigators and provided them with some interesting information. On the night of August 7, Jeremy called her to report problems at the farm. However, when Julie attempted to learn more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. She also recalled Ames complaining to her several times before the tragedy about his family's fatigue with his in-laws. However, the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the Bombers' will. It turns out that the Bombers had left a will stating that all of their property would go to their children after their deaths, and that their mother would rewrite their share in favor of the twins, Sheila. This fact turned Jeremy against his sister. He did not like this prospect, and he openly discussed it with his friend. Furthermore, Neville's will stated that Jeremy would have to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the worst part was when Julie overheard him say that Jeremy fantasized about murdering his family and blaming it on the mentally ill Sheila. He showed some acting talent by portraying himself as a witness to the tragic drama in front of the police officers. According to Julie, she told the police about it not only to assist with the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge. After learning about Jeremy's mistress, Jeremy gave the police the name of a possible suspect in an attempt to cover his tracks and divert the detectives' attention away. The plumber he allegedly hired to work on the property. However, this cunning plan proved ineffective. The plumber was discovered and interrogated, but his alibi was strong. The plumber not only did not understand why he was being questioned about the crime, but he also provided clear evidence that he was not present at the time of the incident. As a result, the suspect list was reduced to just one: Jeremy Bamber. Despite his temporary detention, the lack of concrete evidence resulted in his release. Furthermore, the police did not limit his travel abroad. Although it was known that following the inheritance, Jeremy's financial situation had improved significantly. Soon, he had left England for a vacation in central France, and a few days later, he easily sold his father's car. Jeremy's cousins demanded that the theory that Sheila murdered her family be reconsidered. They went to the police and the media, and the deputy director of the SID once ordered the Bamber cousins to leave his office when they asked him to consider that James Bamber had orchestrated the entire thing. After that, one of the brothers decided to investigate the scene in secret from the others. His strong doubts about Sheila's involvement in the murder prompted him to seek additional evidence. By then, Jeremy had gotten the keys to his parents' house and was living there alone. His cousin made it through the door and around every corner of the house, hoping to find new evidence, and his search was fruitful. In one of the closets, he discovered an unexpected item: a silencer for a .2 carbine with bloodstains. It was something that prompted him to draw new conclusions. The weapon's length, including the installed silencer, indicated that the assailant would be unable to turn it on himself and shoot himself. This implied that Sheila could not have been involved in the crime. After being shot twice and bleeding, she would not have been able to remove the silencer and hide it deep in the closet. But, assuming she fired without this additional device, a new question arises: why were there bloodstains on the end of the silencer? Thus, it only confirmed that it had been installed on the carbine at the time of the crime. On September 29, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested and charged with the Bamber family's murder. The trial, which lasted 18 days, started on October 3, 1986. At Chelmsford Crown Court, Jeremy Bamber appeared arrogant as he took his seat in the darkness. Throughout the trial, prosecutors charged him with lying. The station's telephone technicians confirmed that Bamber's home phone line was busy that night. The medical examiner testified at trial that key injuries on Neville's body discovered by experts included several bruises, indicating that the elderly man resisted blows. The medical examiner concluded that Neville had been beaten with the same point by a .2 carbine. However, given Sheila's frailty and short stature, it is unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to her father before his death. It is more likely that Jeremy was capable of such an action. Neville's body was covered in bruises, and it was clear that Sheila had taken some blows during the fight. However, her body showed no signs of beatings or bruises. Jeremy's lawyers insisted that Sheila, despite her mental problems, was physically fit and capable of committing a crime. Her gun experience and excellent shooting skills were strong evidence that she could have committed the crime. They also noticed that Sheila's blood was fresher than that of other family members. which led them to believe that she had first massacred her family before killing herself. This could have been due to a realization of her actions, or, as the defense lawyer suggested, a reaction to the approaching police officers. After hearing these theories, the prosecution categorically rejected them. The silencer was discovered in the closet, along with Sheila's blood, but, logically, it should have been on the carbine. These statements were unquestionable. The defense was in a difficult position, with no additional arguments to counter the prosecution's case. The prosecution claims that Jeremy's anger at learning of the divided will motivated him to commit the crime. He planned the bloodbath for financial reasons. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper saw Sheila and noticed nothing unusual about her behavior the day before. 2 employees had seen her with the children and reported that she was happy and adequate. Barbara Wilson, the farm clerk, testified that she called Neville around 9:30 p.m. and believed she had ended an argument. Barbara reported that Neville was upset and appeared to hang up in frustration, which he had never done before. In her opinion, he was a calm man. Between 10:30 and 10 o'clock, Jeremy left his in-laws and went home. Late at night, he returned on the bicycle he had borrowed from his mother a few days before the events, steering clear of the main road to avoid being seen. Making use of an open window in a first-floor room, when Jeremy got inside, he discovered a pre-prepared and loaded gun. When he entered his parents' bedroom, he fired 2 shots that killed Jane. Then he pointed the gun at Neville, but his father awoke and attempted to defend himself. A struggle ensued, and the father and son went downstairs. Jeremy was able to kill his father in the kitchen. He then returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her children to make it appear that his sister was responsible for the crime. Jeremy placed the carbine in the dead Sheila's hands. He then returned to his bike and rode home. He first called his friend Julie, almost gave himself away with excitement, and then called the police to report his father allegedly calling. This call also prompted questions about the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he would have probably called the police rather than his son, and the phone in the bamboo house was not covered in blood. Even though, according to Jeremy's testimony, the father was most likely injured at the time of the call. This indicated that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed for staging. Jeremy's own actions also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father called him? After all, this was his family. Based on all of the known facts and assumptions, the jury retired to deliberate on its decision. Before doing so, the judge asked the jury 3 main questions. Who should be believed, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber? It was also important to determine whether they were convinced that Sheila had not committed the crime. The judge emphasized that this issue was related to another critical question. Was the second fatal shot fired at Sheila with a silencer? If the answer is yes, it eliminates the possibility that she committed the shooting. Finally, Neville Bamber called his son in the middle of the night. The lack of such a call undermined Jason's entire version of events. On October 28, after more than 9 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Jason Bamber guilty by a majority vote that was close to the minimum required for conviction. He received 5 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas Hurd, the Home Secretary, ruled in 1988 that Bamber should not be released. The case remains a source of contention. Despite the lack of direct evidence proving Jeremy Bamber's guilt, he is serving his sentence, and there is speculation that a miscarriage of justice occurred, with his sister Sheila Bamber insisting on his innocence through appeals. His lawyer claims that the judgment was skewed due to Jeremy's aggressive behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber believes there is no evidence of his guilt, and there are numerous unexplained points in the case. Tests on Sheila's hands were not performed. There was police misconduct at the scene, and Jeremy's ex-girlfriend may have retaliated. Bamber requested a trial, which was held in 1991, but much of the physical evidence was destroyed by a police officer in 1996. Jeremy's defense team described it as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complicated and ambiguous. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies were inconsistent with the use of a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal requesting that all evidence be turned over to the defense under the guise of a lawyer, for which he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for fraud, seeking evidence of his innocence. Bamber created websites to discuss the case and offered a large reward for evidence. The Bomber family's conviction. The Bomber family's case continues to draw public attention, raising questions about the verdict's accuracy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. A 16-year-old girl who lived in the same house as her parents and younger sisters fell asleep in her room and was discovered dead the next morning. The police quickly realized they were dealing with a murder, but none of her relatives heard anything that night. It took 31 years to solve the case, but no one expected this outcome. Fawn Cox was born in Kansas City, Missouri, on March 24, 1973. Her appearance quickly led her to have 2 more daughters. The family lived in a modest 2-story home in a rough residential neighborhood. She helped her parents care for the younger children from an early age, attended church on a regular basis, and enjoyed swimming. When Fawn turned 16, she got a part-time job at a nearby amusement park. Her family was quite poor, and the girls tried to earn some money in their spare time after school. She spent the majority of her summer vacation in 1989 at work, mostly behind the cash register selling amusement ride tickets. Her mother and younger sister drove her home because taking public transportation from the park would have taken a long time. Fawn went to bed almost immediately after returning home because she had another day at work. The following morning, the girl slept on the 2nd floor. She had a room. Her sisters usually slept in the next room, but that night she was alone on the floor. Her younger sister, Amber, was babysitting for a familiar family. That night, Felicia, the other sister, chose to sleep on the 1st floor because it was cooler. It was a hot night, and the only air conditioner working was downstairs. Their parents were also sleeping on the 1st floor. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, the entire family awoke to the sound of Fawn's alarm clock, which she refused to turn off for some reason. Her younger sister and mother then went up to her room, where they were confronted with a horrific sight. Fawn lay on the bed with no sign of life. Her neck was visibly bruised. She also had no pulse. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but they were unable to assist her. It was clear that Fawn had died hours before. After examining her body, medical experts determined that strangulation was the cause of death, and the girl had also been abused from the start. Even though Fawn was killed in her room in a small house with poor soundproofing, her parents and sister heard nothing. However, there was an explanation. The air conditioner on the 1st floor was old and extremely loud, drowning out all other sounds in the house. Fawn's sister noticed the only strange thing that night: their poodle was acting anxiously and barking, but they paid little attention. This behavior was attributed to the dog's pregnancy. After investigating the scene, the police made several significant discoveries. Their theory was that the attacker or group entered the house through a 2nd-story window that overlooked the backyard. An old trailer parked near the house could be easily used to climb up to the outbuilding's canopy, which was nearly level with the window. The window had been left open because there was no air conditioning on the 2nd floor, and one had to deal with the heat in Fawn's room. The experts discovered the first important clues: a few short hairs, small blood stains, and traces of semen on her bed sheet, and sent them to the lab for analysis. In addition, several items were missing from the home, including radios, a Nintendo game console, and a stereo recorder. Several other items were discovered on the ground in front of the house, indicating that the burglar had thrown them out the window to take them with him but left them there for unknown reasons. Detectives also discovered that several items had been taken from a closet in an adjacent room on the 2nd floor. They suspected the perpetrator was hiding in the closet while everyone else in the house slept. Normally, Fawn's sister slept in that room, but not this night. As a result, no one noticed the items on display. The police discovered another strange clue: an old army cap in Fawn's room. All of her relatives said they had never seen her wearing it, so detectives assumed the killer had left the cap at the scene. Despite an impressive collection of evidence, police were unable to identify the suspects quickly. The issue is that in 1989, DNA forensics was relatively underdeveloped, and there were no shared genetic databases. At that time, Detective Benjamin Caldwell, who handled the case, put forward the main version of what happened. In his opinion, there could have been several assailants, and they must have known the house well. Not only did they know how to get to the second floor through the backyard in total darkness, but they must also have known the layout of the rooms. The next step for the police was to look for witnesses. They interviewed neighbors, friends, and relatives of Fawn, but all were inconclusive. The detectives had one weighty problem before them. The neighborhood in which the house was located was very poor and criminal. Various criminal gangs separated there, and their participants were quite difficult to bring to justice. A month after Fawn's murder, the case finally got off the ground. The police had a witness who pointed them to 3 suspects. This witness knew a number of important details that the police never divulged, so his story was taken seriously. The suspects were 3 teenagers, one of whom was in the same class as Fawn. They were arrested and questioned, but the boys denied being involved in the murder. While searching one of their homes, police discovered items taken from the victim's room. This was enough to charge all 3 with murder, but the detectives were still disappointed. First, the witness abruptly recanted and ceased cooperating with police. The second, DNA analysis of blood, hair, and sperm found at the crime scene did not yield a clear match to the suspect's samples. During those years, experts were unable to determine an exact match between the samples, and all of their tests produced questionable results. In other words, the analysis failed to confirm a complete game or a guaranteed mismatch. Despite this, the police were able to obtain useful information from one of the detainees. During one of the interrogations, he confessed that he had indeed broken into Fawn's house that night and the company of other boys and stolen some things. He painted how he made his way to the second floor through the canopy of the canopy and even revealed unknown details. According to him, when he threw a tape recorder out the window, its handle fell off. The boy hid it under a nearby bush, and the police did find the item in that very spot, except that the young man quickly retracted his statement and no longer cooperated with the investigation, which would have prevented his confession from being used in court. Because of this, the police had to let the men go, and the investigation was at a standstill again. Most likely the witnesses were simply intimidated, but without their testimony in court, the case had almost no chance. All we know is that one of them spent 8 months in jail for stealing items from Fawn's house. Since then, the case has been stored in a long drawer. The police reopened the investigation in the early 2000s. The first thing they did was upload DNA samples from the crime scene to the CODIS database, which had been created several years prior and contained DNA samples from people charged with serious crimes. Unfortunately, no matches were discovered for the Fawn killer. This database emerged as a result of significant scientific advances in DNA research. It also enabled the police to obtain DNA samples from the 3 original suspects and perform more advanced tests. This time, experts concluded unequivocally that the hair, sperm, and blood belonged to none of them. This was strange, given that the suspects were found in possession of Fawn's belongings. Detectives speculated that the 3 men had robbed her house at night, but there was another man with them who had abused and murdered the girl. All of this raised additional questions. Could it be that 4 criminals entered the house unnoticed and murdered Fawn, and as they fled the scene, the police still had no answers? Since then, the case has stalled again. With each passing year, the Fawn family has become increasingly skeptical that the murder will ever be solved. They continued to believe that those 3 suspects had been in their home that night and could have identified the murderer, but they never did. The only thing that could help them figure out the truth was a DNA sample kept in the police lab. Amber, Fawn's younger sister, revealed some disturbing details about the crime. She expressed her thoughts on facts unknown to the police on a popular American forum for unsolved crimes. Over the last 20 years, the forum has built a solid reputation, and its members have assisted the police in a number of high-profile cases. Amber's identity has been verified and confirmed, so her post deserves attention. She worked as a nanny Monday through Friday and was only home during the day. On weekends, the girl slept in the very room on the second floor, where the burglars had sneaked in. The criminals would have been identified immediately. They would also have watched the house and waited until Fawn's mother and younger sister arrived to pick up the girl from work. Despite all of this, Amber's story did not bring the case any closer to being solved, but it was already 2018, and DNA research had advanced significantly. New analysis tools helped solve dozens, if not hundreds, of long-forgotten cases. Fawn's relatives saw it all and resented why the police were in no hurry to reopen the murder investigation. They kept talking to detectives about the case, and each time they got the same answer: extended DNA testing requires money, and the police have dozens of cases, so the relatives were left to wait for their turn and funding to come in. but they decided to take the initiative and launch a fundraiser. In 2019, the family wanted to cover the full cost of the DNA samples and also offered a $10,000 reward for any information that would lead to the perpetrator's capture due to the extensive media coverage of the case and numerous interviews given by the family. Many people who cared responded to requests for help. The family quickly collected the necessary amount of money, but even here they were disappointed. The police department refused to initiate this investigation at the expense of the relatives of the victim. The lead detective explained that there was bound to be a big problem in such a situation if the relatives of one victim could pay for such tests and expedite the results. Then hundreds of other families who have been searching for years for the murder of their loved ones should have the same right, but it is simply impossible to implement such a thing in practice, since only a few laboratories in the world conduct innovative DNA tests, and with such a simultaneous influx of those wishing to do so, their resources are simply not enough. The leading company in this field is Parabon Nano Labs, which we have already repeatedly mentioned in the other reels. They have made tremendous progress in the study of DNA, from finding a person's relatives from the smallest genetic samples to creating an approximate portrait of the owner of the DNA. It was this lab that was to take over the study of the samples left in Fawn's bedroom the night she was murdered. The girl's relatives suspected that the police were reluctant to pursue their case for another reason. They were a low-income family from a bad neighborhood, and murder was not a top priority for investigators. In an interview, Sister Fawn stated that if it had been the murder of a wealthy or high-ranking family, all necessary investigations would have been conducted immediately. Unfortunately, they were unable to speed up the process, and the long-awaited breakthrough did not occur until late 2020, but the family was not prepared for such an outcome. The FBI provided funding for the police to send samples from Fawn's room to a laboratory. They began a thorough examination of the DNA and looked for possible relatives of the possessors. In November 2020, they focused primarily on the semen sample discovered at the murder scene. They were eventually able to identify the individual to whom that DNA belonged. It turned out to be Fawn's cousin, Donald Cox. Of course, this news shocked the entire family. Donald was 21 years old when Fawn died, and no one had considered his involvement. Nonetheless, Donald was a troubled man who was frequently incarcerated. He was tried for misdemeanors including theft and possession of illegal substances. Unfortunately, they did not collect DNA samples from such criminals during those years. Otherwise, this case would have been resolved much sooner. Donald died of an overdose in 2006, but the police looked into his death because the circumstances seemed suspicious. A sample of his DNA was preserved as a result of the investigation, but it was not entered into the FBI database because the man in question was a victim rather than a perpetrator. When the experts informed the police of their discovery, they matched the sample to the semen found at the murder scene and obtained a 100 match, despite the gravity of the situation. The relatives have received an answer to a question that has been bothering them for 31 years, but one crucial point remains in the story. The evidence suggested that the 3 original suspects had also been in the Fawn house that night. It was now clear how the perpetrators knew the house and the family's routines. Donald was a frequent visitor and was familiar with all of these details. However, the police closed the case and no new charges were brought against the 3 men. Sister Fawn said she didn't see the point in getting them to confess. Even though the men were present in the house at night, they may not have witnessed the murder. Donald may have remained in the house alone and attacked Fawn only then. Felicia added that the 3 suspects had already paid for their actions during this time. While the case remained unsolved, the entire neighborhood was convinced of their guilt. According to Sister Fawn, as a result, they were treated extremely negatively, with all of the consequences that would follow. Their lives were effectively destroyed. Furthermore, after the case was closed, it was revealed that the police had first learned about the suspects from the family of one of their relatives. They discovered a Nintendo set-top box among his belongings and remembered that it had been stolen from Fawn's home. It was on the news, and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of the details. In any case, it is impossible to prove their guilt, and the victim's relatives now know the killer's name. He lived for 17 years without being punished for his actions, as if nothing had happened. He communicated with his family, but his drug addiction eventually drove him to death, and he no longer posed a threat to anyone. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivian Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design after graduating from high school. She was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4th, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m. and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren driver stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorchon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girl's deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, the Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. "We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime," said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20th, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Again in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually opened the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, he ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn's streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms. This seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service, and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-0 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in 2019. Jassy Correa planned to celebrate her 23rd birthday at one of Boston's entertainment venues. However, she did not return home after meeting up with friends. What happened to her was widely reported on American television channels. Jassy Gelsa Pires Correa was born in Praia, the capital and largest city in Cabo Verde. Jassy and her father immigrated to the United States when she was 3 years old. They resided in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Boston became her home, where she grew up, attended school, and eventually became a devoted mother to her daughter, Gabriella. Jassy's personal life was not a fairy tale. Approximately a year before the events we'll discuss today, Gabrielle's father, Miguel Castro, attacked her. She wanted to leave, but Miguel refused. Instead, he beat her severely. Jassy later reported Miguel to the police, and the court eventually sentenced him to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Boston's Del Frisco. She enjoyed dancing and was enthusiastic about photography. The young woman valued her time spent with her family, friends, and daughter. She enjoyed visiting the park with her young daughter. On the evening of Saturday, February 23, 2019, Jassy left her 2-year-old daughter with her family to celebrate her birthday with friends. They chose the venue, a nightclub on Warrenton Street in Boston's Theater District. She wore her new orange jumpsuit and had a good evening. A few days later, her friend informed the police that she and Jassy had spent the night dancing and drinking champagne. After the nightclub closed, Jassy and her 2 friends went outside. As is often the case, the friends parted ways, leaving Jassy on her own. She didn't return home after that night. Her phone was turned off, and all calls went to voicemail. There was no news from Jassy on Sunday morning. Nobody has seen her since she left the venue on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26, her father, Joaquin Correa, went to the police station with a friend of Jassy to report that his 23-year-old daughter had gone missing. The police opened an investigation. The first thing the detectives needed to figure out was where Jassy went after leaving the club. Her family and friends distributed information flyers to passers-by and throughout the city. I was hoping someone would share important information. Detectives speak with Jassy's friends who were with her that night. However, because they had no idea where she had gone, this did little to help the investigation. After leaving the nightclub, they said their goodbyes, with Jassy intending to return home. Police interviewed witnesses and examined CCTV footage from the club and surrounding streets. One of the recordings showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Fremont Street near the nightclub, where she spoke with several people at 2:14 a.m. It was after she had left the nightclub. The footage also showed Jassy, who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, getting into an Uber that she had not ordered. The young woman accidentally got into the wrong car. To put it mildly, the driver was upset about it. They began arguing, and he pushed her out of the car. What happened next was of particular interest to the investigators. She continued to argue with the driver after being forced out of the vehicle. At that point, an unknown man approached her and offered to take his hand. He took her aside briefly, and they began talking about something. Perhaps she wanted to leave, but this man refused to let go of her hands. In this video, you can see them standing on the sidewalk, and the man holding Jassie's hands pulls her towards him. Further investigation of the CCTV footage revealed that Jassie left the area with this man, knowing how the story would end. One realizes she fell into the hands of a predator who decided to exploit the situation. The next video from the cameras shows Jassie jumping on the man's back and being carried to his car. They got in the car and left 14 minutes later. The police had to find answers to numerous questions. Who was this man? Where has he taken Jassie? Fortunately, they quickly learned his name and address. The man Jassie was with turned out to be Lewis Coleman, 32. He grew up in a good family, and some sources say he had a master's degree in physics and had no legal issues. The police database contained no information indicating that Lewis Coleman owned a car. Coleman's mother, who lived in California, had a red 2016 Buick, which was exactly the type of car Coleman put Jassie in. Korea Coleman resided in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles from the venue nightclub. The police arrived at his home, but the man was no longer present. CCTV cameras inside and outside the building confirmed both the police and Jassie's family's worst fears. Coleman's drive from the venue club to his apartment in Providence took about an hour, so he must have stopped somewhere because he returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday. He got Jassie into his car about 2 hours later. Coleman emailed his colleagues the next day, informing them that he would be away for a few more days. "Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I am still out sick. I will be back in a few days," Coleman wrote. According to what he wrote, he needed time to hide the evidence of the crime. That's what he tried to do over the next 2 days. We'll now look at more CAT TV footage to see what happened to Jassie after she left with Coleman. For ethical reasons, the police never released the first recording, which showed Coleman going to his apartment with Jassie. The following is how FBI Special Agent Thomas Zukaskas described what he witnessed on the recording. Coleman walked from the red sedan to the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. I believe the footage shows Coleman carrying the victim into his apartment building. According to Zukaskas, the video from the building's lobby shows Coleman entering the building around 4:27 a.m. with a woman in his arms. Then he took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Jassie wasn't moving at the time. She was either unconscious or had already died. Coleman was caught on camera at Walmart on Tuesday, February 26, the same day that Jassie's father reported her missing to the police. The list of goods he purchased was very revealing. The receipts obtained by the police showed that he had purchased 3 Tyvek suits, duct tape for candles, electrical tape, a mask, surgical gloves, 2 pairs of safety goggles, a respirator, and the Clan Release bleach bath the next day. On February 27, Coleman returned to Walmart while relatives and friends distributed information flyers featuring Jassie's picture to passers-by. The footage was shot at 9:22 p.m. He is shown wheeling a cart that contains very characteristic items. He purchased a large suitcase and a canister on February 27, 2019. Coleman was captured on video entering the apartment building around 9:58 p.m. with what appeared to be a large suitcase. The footage then shows Coleman wheeling the suitcase away from his apartment unit, towards the elevator, out of the building, and into the parking lot to his vehicle on February 28, 2019 at 2:15 a.m. More comments are unnecessary for this footage. Simply watch it, and you will understand everything. Coleman appeared to have difficulty lifting the suitcase into his car's trunk. Around 2:44 a.m., Coleman allegedly exited the building several times between 4 and 4:02 a.m., carrying cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a black laptop case, and a small duffel bag. Jassie Korea has not left Coleman's apartment since the morning of February 24. The U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling, told reporters later that day, on February 28, 2019, the police obtained a search warrant for Coleman's apartment, and they discovered 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa with 4 large cushions, one of which was missing a cover, in a dumpster outside the apartment complex. They discovered white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's bleach, stained jeans and a belt, a white nylon hooded cover, an unopened box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags with plastic gloves, and an empty package from a car air freshener. I used 3 packs of purifying charcoal and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped Coleman's car near Wilmington, Delaware. Coleman was ordered out of the vehicle by the officers, who also inquired about the presence of any other passengers. According to some sources, Coleman responded, "She is in the trunk." Officers discovered Jassie's body wrapped in a sofa cushion cover in the trunk of Coleman's vehicle, inside a black trash bag inside a large suitcase similar to the one Coleman brought into his apartment on February 27, 2019. Experts who examined the vehicle discovered 2 cracks in the windshield on the passenger side. It gave police reason to believe that the man assaulted Jassie in his car. They arrested Coleman and took him to a Delaware State Police barracks. Coleman had a large bandage covering the right side of his face. When asked about it, he allegedly said, "It's from the girl." During the forensic examination, experts determined that Jassie died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on her body, the DNA samples of which matched Coleman's. Prosecutors claim Coleman's DNA was also at Jassie's fingertips. At the same time, experts couldn't say where Jassie died. It could have occurred in either the car or Coleman's apartment. Jassie's death shocked her family. Her 2-year-old daughter had also lost her mother, which was equally heartbreaking. Some Boston officials paid a visit to the Correa family and promised to seek justice for Jassie. As is customary, some people accuse Correa on social media of being alone on the street at such a late hour. Rachel Rollins, Suffolk District Attorney, expressed her thoughts on this. She claimed that Jassie was not in the wrong place at the right time. She was right. Every woman has the right to celebrate her birthday on a night out with friends. Let's not get into a debate over whether we should walk home alone or how many people we should call when we leave the club. If anything, we should remind the men in our lives that violence against women is not a woman's issue. It is a problem that men accept responsibility for in their own lives, the lives of their sons, and their social lives with friends and colleagues, On Saturday morning, March 9, 2019, mourning family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to say goodbye to Jassie Correa. Some loved ones dressed in all white, while others pinned buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts featuring Jassie's face and the phrase "Justice for Jassie as a family man." We express our sadness as friends and community, but we must also accept Jassie's death. We don't know, but God does, and I have complete faith and trust in God that her death was not in vain, stated Michaela DeAndrade, Jassie's cousin and best friend. While delivering the first eulogy, Boston Mayor Marty Walsh promised to work to make the world a safer place for women. Young women deserve to go out at night to celebrate their birthdays with their friends and then return home to their children and families. Walsh stated that no family should ever go through what Jassie's family has. Correa's father, Joaquin Correa Jassie, thanked the congregation of more than 200 people inside the church. According to a cousin, Jassie's mother, who lived in Portugal and hadn't seen her daughter in 20 years, was also present. The parents appeared to be overcome with grief as they prepared to lay the 23-year-old to rest. There were no empty seats in the church, and many people lined the back wall. Joaquin Correa thanked the city for its support, as well as all of the various law enforcement agencies and departments that spared no effort or resources in carrying out their noble and risky mission in the 3 states involved. "My dear Jassie, rest in paradise," he said. "Rest in peace, my beloved child." Lewis Coleman was charged with kidnapping, which led to his death. The charge of kidnapping resulting in death carries the death penalty or a life sentence. But in November 2019, prosecutors announced that Coleman would not face capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented a variety of evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging Jassie Correa's body into his Providence apartment and a history of his online searches in the days after her disappearance. FBI agents described Coleman's online searches in the days following the alleged kidnapping, which included how a person can fit in a suitcase and how to extract a tooth that is not loose. However, Coleman's legal team has argued that the evidence presented by the prosecution had little to no relevance to the charge against him. It is not a question of whether he handled himself appropriately following her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate after that. And, frankly, that is where the majority of the government's evidence has been gathered. I would argue that none of these factors are determinative of the elements of the kidnapping allegation, according to Attorney David, whose several motions filed by the prosecution and defense detail what happened the night of Jassy Correa's disappearance and the days before police discovered her lifeless body. Both sides had different stories about what happened. However, the documents revealed disturbing details about the events leading up to Jassy's death. Prosecutors proved Coleman was at the same nightclub as Jassy and her friends, where he was chatting with a woman he had recently met. It was not Jassy. They talked, danced, and exchanged phone numbers. They texted each other while at the club, and when it closed, the defense and prosecution expressed opposing viewpoints. Prosecutors claimed Jassy was not the aggressor, and that Coleman killed her after duping her into believing he would drive her to a friend's apartment. Coleman's defense team argued that Jassy was aggressive after the Uber driver pushed her out of the car. At trial, defense lawyers attempted to argue that Jassy started the fight with Coleman on her own initiative, and that the crime was a spontaneous altercation, rather than a planned and executed stalking, kidnapping, and deprivation of life. Prosecutors said the defendant's argument appears to be that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds at the time of the autopsy, assaulted the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds when he was arrested. Coleman's lawyers attempted to downplay their client's involvement in the crime. After all, in addition to alcohol, the toxic illogical examination found traces of a variety of prohibited substances in Jassy's body. Coleman was convicted of one count of kidnapping with a fatal outcome in June 2022. The defense team filed a new motion, arguing that there is insufficient evidence to support a conviction. However, they were unable to influence the trial's outcome. In October 2022, the court sentenced Louis Coleman, 36, to life in prison without parole for kidnapping and murdering Jassy Correa. The court also ordered him to pay her family approximately $60,000 in compensation. Jassy Correa, 22, was a vibrant and beautiful woman with a toddler daughter. Louis Coleman, a complete stranger to her, abducted, raped, and strangled her to death. This sentence will never alleviate the pain and suffering that Louis Coleman caused Jassy and Correa that night, as well as her loving family, her mother, father, brother, and so many others, every day since February 24, 2019, by his depravity and callous disregard for Ms. Correa's life. Louis Coleman gave up his right to live freely, and society still believes that Louis Coleman has shown no remorse. According to First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy, after luring 22-year-old Ms. Correa into his car, we assaulted and killed her. Louis Coleman did not even consider turning himself in. Rather, he devised a gruesome plan to conceal the assault, or he simply committed it. Today's sentence of life in prison is just. Levy said this in a statement. It is unclear where Louis Coleman was taking Jassy's body and what he planned to do with it. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story that occurred in 2022. This case involves multiple countries, and the sentence was issued less than a month ago. What began as a fairy tale ended as a horror film. Ekaterina Bowman was born on May 13, 1989, in Leningrad, one of Russia's largest cities, which was later renamed St. Petersburg. The chain of events that resulted in something horrific began in Turkey in 2009, when Ekaterina, 20, went on vacation with her family. It was here that she met Walter Bowman, a German citizen, 13 years her senior. Walter was fluent in Russian because he was born in Kazakhstan, which, like Russia, was a part of the USSR until 1991. Walter completed his education in Germany and made a good living, but his personal life was not going so well. He was constantly looking for the ideal woman and dreamed of meeting her. But he didn't meet the definition of a perfect man. He lived with his parents, didn't care about his appearance, dressed sloppily, and looked repulsive overall. He met many women on the internet, and almost all of them were Russian. He spent a long time chatting with one of them before deciding to travel to Russia to see her in person. But when she met Walter in person, he did not leave a good impression on her, and she no longer wanted to communicate with him. That's why, when he had a holiday romance in Turkey, his friends couldn't believe it. Ekaterina was young and gorgeous. She must have had many admirers, but for whatever reason, she chose Walter. This romantic love story began like many others, with two lonely hearts feeling attracted to each other. After Ekaterina returned to Russia and Walter returned to Germany, they continued to communicate via social media and lengthy phone calls. He told his friends how good and beautiful she is, and how they spend hours on the phone and write poetry to each other. He would then pay a lot of money to travel to St. Petersburg to see her on occasion. At the time, Ekaterina was in her second year of university in St. Petersburg. Walter was serious about his intentions, so he helped her transition to Hamburg University. Ekaterina left Russia and relocated to Germany in 2010. People in Bremerhaven, a port city on the North Sea coast, described Ekaterina as a smart, attractive, and cheerful young woman. After moving, she maintained constant contact with her Russian family. Through Germany, she continued her studies in business administration, which she had begun in Russia. She enjoyed running and practicing yoga, and she was always looking for quiet places. A few months later, the lovers were married. Walter's friend Alexandra described their wedding ceremony as follows. They had a lavish wedding. I used to be a wedding photographer, so I've seen a lot, but Ekaterina was the most beautiful and happy bride I'd ever seen. They undoubtedly spent a lot of money on their celebrations. The registration took place at a lighthouse, from which they took off in a massive white horse-drawn carriage. Nobody had ever seen anything like this in Germany, and there were only a few guests, which seemed strange. According to Alexander, the wedding ended well before dawn. Their wedding photograph captures a happy scene. Walter appears to be a man who supports his young wife, whereas Ekaterina hugs him gently and smiles blissfully. It appeared that two people who were perfect matches had finally found each other. The couple settled into a happy family life, and their story read like a fairy tale. Instead of a luxurious castle, the newlyweds settled into Walter's parents' home. And this is when Ekaterina encountered her first problem since moving to Germany. Living with Walter's parents proved difficult. The fairy tale began to fall apart. Walter's mother was a tough woman, and she will play a significant, if not the primary role in how this story ends. So it's best to give her a brief introduction. Ludmila Bowman spent her first 38 years of life in Kazakhstan. She was an exceptional student. She began as an assistant chemist and technologist, progressed to chemical engineer, and finally to middle school teacher. She married when she was 18 and had her only child, which may explain why he was the most important person in her life. The Bowman family had German roots, so they moved from Kazakhstan to Germany, where they settled in Bremerhaven. Ludmila spent many years working at a marine institute, researching the problem of global warming. She was in a good position. They would frequently go out to sea and participate in about 25 expeditions, including those in the Arctic. Her migration history served as a model for many German immigrants, which is why her 1-meter-long portrait hangs on the facade of Bremerhaven's Immigration Center, alongside 30 other portraits. But Ludmila couldn't accept that her son Walter was no longer a small boy, but rather a fully grown man in his 30s. When he wasn't present, she would call him every hour, asking when he would return, where he was and with whom, because he was her only child and she didn't have a healthy distance from him. Ekaterina has also faced prejudice from Ludmila, but she continues to strive to please her husband's mother in every way. Ludmila constantly interfered with her son's marriage and criticized Ekaterina. She accused her of being a bad housewife. Ekaterina attempted to combat this attitude, but her efforts were never successful. When she went outside, she changed into a gray mouse. Otherwise, she'd have to hear from her mother-in-law about how she dressed like a prostitute. Walter worked in a port, earning approximately 4,000 euros per month. He was always at work on weekends and holidays because it paid better. He was not a workaholic, but rather greedy. He saved the majority of his earnings and had substantial savings that he didn't want to spend. In 2017, when Ekaterina got pregnant, Walter decided to spend some of his savings. He bought a house and moved away from his parents. The search took a long time because Walter wanted to spend as little money as possible. Ekaterina had hoped that the move would improve their relationship, but it did not. Ludmila was a constant visitor to their home and continued to interfere in all aspects of her son's life. Around the same time, Ekaterina gave birth to her daughter, further straining the couple's relationship. Following the birth of his daughter, Walter became more strict and controlling of his wife. He spoke down to her and forbade her from learning to drive a car, as well as from communicating with her daughter in German, because he wanted her to know only one language, Russian. Ekaterina had no idea what the changes in her husband's behavior were about. He developed even more resentment, jealousy, and control than before. It was becoming increasingly difficult to predict his behavior. He could lose his temper over trivial matters. The couple's relationship deteriorated, and Walter went so far as to use his physical superiority against his wife, beating her. Authorities first learned about the bomb and family in late 2019, when the couple told the social worker that they had reconciled, but Ekaterina and her husband continued to berate and curse at each other. Walter secretly took photos and videos of Ekaterina while recording their phone conversations, sometimes in front of their baby. Walter asked a computer expert from his circle of friends to hack his wife's phone, but he declined. Walter accused his wife of being a bad mother and mentally unstable. Ekaterina, in turn, accused Walter of losing interest in her work and becoming burned out as a result. She could no longer live in constant stress and fear, so she sought help from a domestic violence support center. The first time she asked for assistance was in the fall of 2020. After his wife and daughter left, Walter did everything he could to get them back. He promised to change, admitting that he had acted inappropriately and telling Ekaterina that he couldn't live without her and their daughter. As a result, Ekaterina forgives him and returns home with their daughter, but the fighting between the spouses continues. When Walter realized he had wronged his wife, he would give her gifts or plan a family trip. The man changed his attitude toward both his wife and the child. Walter's attitude toward his daughter can only be described as complete control. When he was at home, he wanted his daughter to be constantly in his sight. If they went somewhere, he would not let her leave his arms. Despite the fact that she was only 3 years old, he reduced his work hours at the port in half in order to spend more time with his daughter. He would take his daughter to kindergarten and pick her up in the evening. He cooked for her, and she slept in the parents' room at night. Those who knew Walter well described him as a dramatizing strategist. He was skilled at manipulating others, and one of his primary goals in life was to be frugal with money. He often appeared nervous and impatient. After becoming a mother, Ekaterina visited her family in Russia several times, always accompanied by Walter. He feared that his wife would return to Russia, depriving him of the opportunity to be with his daughter. Ekaterina began considering divorce as she witnessed her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. At the same time, she discovered that all of her documents had disappeared. As it turns out, Walter took all of his wife's papers and left them at his mother's house. When Walter's mother paid them a visit, the couple got into another argument, and Ekaterina was kicked out. She was thrown away like a useless item. She contacted the police, and the situation was resolved. Ekaterina and Walter once got into such a heated argument right before kindergarten that administration notified youth support services about the situation. The quarreling couples began receiving child education assistance. For 6 weeks, a family crisis counselor would accompany the family and monitor the child's well-being. The counselor concluded that leaving the child with their parents was too dangerous. Ekaterina only continued to live with her husband because of her daughter, but she was unable to accompany her to Russia. For her daughter to leave Germany, Ekaterina must have obtained Walter's permission, indicating that he is not opposed to his child leaving the country. In August 2021, Ekaterina took the daughter for the second time and reported to a women's crisis center that her husband had threatened her life. Social services wanted to place a 5-year-old girl in an orphanage, and the Youth Affairs Department's psychologist described the situation as severe. Ekaterina agreed to the Youth Affairs Service placing her daughter in foster care, but Walter and his mother opposed it. That's why both parents had to care for the child. The girl lived with her father for a few days before moving to a women's shelter with her mother, always alternating and under the condition that the couple's daughter attend kindergarten to learn German. In a few weeks, the family was reunited again. According to some Russian sources, Ekaterina had bad roommates at the women's shelter, and the kindergarten that the daughter must have visited was too far away. As a result, she returned home, but the couple has begun the divorce process and lives in separate rooms. Ekaterina's desire to return to Russia was increasing. Walter wasn't against it, but only if his daughter stayed with him in Germany. That is why Ekaterina only visited St. Petersburg in 2021 and 2022. In Russia, she went on a date with a man she met online. He came from the Siberian city of Omsk and was a pilot. Ekaterina returned to Germany in mid-January 2022 and communicated with the Russian pilot on a daily basis. They exchanged many love messages, but a few weeks after returning to Germany, on February 4, 2022, the 32-year-old woman stopped communicating with her family and new lover. When Ekaterina ran away again, she only took an empty suitcase and 13,000 euros from her husband's stash. She left behind her phone, keys, clothes, and, most importantly, her 5-year-old daughter. This is what Walter told the police on February 6, 2022. When Ekaterina's parents couldn't reach her for 2 days, they contacted the German police and requested a welfare check. We learned about her disappearance in a strange way. I couldn't reach her on the phone for several days. Walter then picked her up and explained that he hadn't seen her since February 5th. He also stated that she does not respond because she does not have funds on her account. Svetlana Ekaterina is a mother of journalists. The entire city went searching for Ekaterina. People searched every square meter, posted flyers, and investigated every version of what happened. Walter was one of the few people who did not care about Ekaterina's disappearance. Concerned citizens distributed flyers throughout the city. The man was busy renovating his home. They assumed the worst immediately after the woman's disappearance, and her husband was the focus of attention. Only 4 days after Ekaterina allegedly fled the Beaumont family home, the police conducted a search. Walter had completed the renovations at this point, having painted the floors in the guest room and replaced a couch. He was also seen buying a large amount of cleansers from the local store. The police discovered that the surveillance footage from the house's video cameras had mysteriously vanished. Officers searched the house for 3 hours for evidence of the crime, leading a detection dog through the garage and into the house. In the garage, the dog became agitated but did not give a signal. The first tests conducted by criminalists revealed no evidence within the house or garage. Police discovered a knife and an electric shocker in the littered car and seized them as potential evidence. Officers noted that Walter was unconcerned about his wife, who had gone missing. Instead, he wanted to know if he would be granted sole custody of his daughter, aged 5. If his wife did not return, the search for Ekaterina continued day after day, but nothing was discovered. It's as if she disappeared. Officers recognized that the chances of a young mother fleeing and leaving her daughter's documents and phone behind in a foreign country are extremely low. Walter had the police's suspicion, as evidenced by his statement that Ekaterina fled with an empty suitcase. Ekaterina's mysterious disappearance alarmed people throughout the city and beyond. Women who didn't know Ekaterina organized a search. "We'll keep looking for her until we figure out what happened," said one of the organizers. 2 weeks after the young mother went missing, approximately 400 volunteers from across North Germany searched for her in Bremerhaven several times, aided by rescue dogs. This incident elicited a massive response on social media. Ekaterina's family brought attention to her disappearance in Russia, and the story aired on the major Russian channels. "My daughter was with this man for 12 years, but for a year and a half, their marriage was nothing but fights, and he hit her several times," according to Ekaterina, a journalist's mother. "He kept my daughter in isolation and confiscated her IDs and bank cards. He didn't let her meet anyone." On March 1, 2020, 25 days after Ekaterina's disappearance, shocking news spread first in Bremerhaven, then across the country, and eventually in Russia. During a walk along the Weser River, an ordinary passerby noticed a strange suitcase that had washed ashore. He was horrified when he opened it. Inside were fragments of a woman's body, packed in garbage bags. It is important to note that not all fragments were contained within the suitcase. Several of them were missing. Sadly, the victim was 32-year-old Ekaterina Beaumont. By a strange coincidence, the suitcase was discovered near the lighthouse where she got married. The suitcase washed ashore, which was a stroke of luck for the investigation. According to experts, it could have swum to the North Sea, leaving Ekaterina missing indefinitely. This is how her hopes for a happy resolution to her relative's mysterious disappearance were dashed. They could only say goodbye to their dear daughter, mother, and friend. The city residents organized a small impromptu memorial. Their neighbors, who were not unconcerned about what happened, left flowers, lit candles, and even wrote letters. Walter Bowman was arrested as the primary and sole suspect. After discovering the body, the family home was searched a second time. This time, experts worked for several days. The police discovered a bottle containing a strong sedative in Ekaterina's blood. The police also discovered single-use gloves, foil, and adhesive tape, as well as a large supply of garbage bags and cleaners. Furthermore, canisters containing acetic acid solvents, bleached suitcase keys, and the pink scarf worn by Ekaterina in her most recent selfie were discovered in the garage and shed. Investigators also noticed that Ekaterina has few personal items. The majority of her clothes were discarded, and her wedding photograph, a memento of happy times, was hidden behind the piano. The police have also discovered the white jacket that Ekaterina was wearing in her last selfie. The jacket was discovered in a trash can at the workplace of Ludmila Bauman, Walter's mother. While in custody, the man frequently wrote letters to his mother, confessing his love for her and referring to her as his son. The letters contained urgent appeals, such as "Help us all, Mother, save us. You can do it. You represent my only hope for the future, and please save me." 8 months later, it became clear what he meant. Ekaterina died on Friday, February 4, 2022. At 4, she took a 10-minute walk wearing our light-colored jacket and yellow skirt. Neighbors' video cameras captured the event. In the evening, the family ate dinner, which included tuna, halibut, mashed potatoes, and olives. It was a bottle of wine. According to Walter, Ekaterina drank only 1 glass while he consumed the remainder. That's why he fell asleep at 8 p.m. According to court documents, Ekaterina's phone was last connected to the network at 7:41 p.m. At 8:25 p.m., she called her new lover via video chat on her computer. She was in a good mood and promised to call him again as soon as she put her child to bed. But she did not call him that evening. She did not call anyone. 2 hours later, the Russian pilot sent a message wishing her a good night, but it went unread. A forensic examination revealed that Ekaterina had died 2 hours after dinner. This was confirmed by an examination of her stomach contents. Forensic experts discovered strong sedatives and alcohol in her blood, as well as a broken hyoid bone. The cause of death was determined to be strangulation. Experts claim that everything else done to the body was done with extremely sharp tools. Walter opened his car briefly the next morning, at 7:22 a.m. At 10:20 a.m., the car drove away and returned at 4:49 p.m. 3 days later. Walter called his wife's phone number, most likely to confirm his legend that she had run away. He also messaged her a few times, asking the most obvious question: "Where are you, Ekaterina?" Prior to Ekaterina's disappearance, Walter and his mother communicated frequently via WhatsApp, but after February 4, they went silent, which is completely unusual. In the middle of February, Walter drove his car to auto service, where he informed an employee that the interior needed to be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. On August 26, 2022, the trial began. The prosecutor claimed that Walter slipped sedatives into his wife's drink and strangled her after she fell asleep. Walter planned out what he was going to do with her body. The prosecutor's office cited the husband's fear of losing custody of his daughter in the event of divorce, as well as financial losses, as motivators. It was also revealed that traces of blood were discovered in the garage, which Ekaterina's husband intended to clean in accordance with online advice. They were found beneath the shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, and in the seams. Traces of blood were also discovered on the carpet in his car's trunk. Despite thorough cleaning, experts from the Institute of Forensic Medicine determined that Ekaterina had blood in all of the places mentioned above. Walter's phone and computer were seized by police, and they provided answers to numerous questions. Not long before the tragedy, he searched for information on how to avoid punishment for taking someone's life, including which acid dissolves, how many liters of acid are required to fill a bathtub, and how to read other people's WhatsApp conversations. How long does it take to die from a sedative? Can you be convicted without evidence in Germany between December 2021 and the end of February 2022? He conducted approximately 500 search queries. Everything indicated that Walter had planned this crime. On the day of his wife's disappearance, he Googled the electric shocker twice, and forensic experts discovered evidence of electrocution on Ekaterina's body. Investigators believe Walter was using a shocker to see if his wife was still alive. In court, Walter wore his wedding ring and stated that he had been widowed for far too long. He remained silent and made no comments about the charges brought against him. He would sometimes plug his ears while the witnesses were testifying, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most emotion he displayed was when he saw his mother in court. He cried when she was questioned as a witness. He looked at her with his hands folded, as if in prayer. "Get me out of here." He begged his mother in a letter, and it appears that she agreed to help her son. During her testimony, Ludmila Bowman stated that she was the one who killed Ekaterina, not her son. She said this to the astonished court. She arrived at her son and daughter-in-law's house in the middle of the night after her son called and asked her to care for the granddaughter. When she arrived, she found Ekaterina on the couch, soundly asleep. Ludmila explained that she wanted to wake her up and began shaking her. Ekaterina awoke and struck her in the face. They got into a fight, and Ludmila claims that she choked her son's wife during it. She also stated that she was the one who performed the following actions on Ekaterina's body. "I loved Ekaterina as a daughter. I did not want this, but was it Ludmila who did the crime? It's possible that her love for her son was so strong that she decided to accept the blame for him." As I previously stated, mother and son were extremely close and spoke on the phone frequently. The entire WhatsApp chat between mother and son occupied 1699 pages of investigation files. Despite her self-incrimination, Ludmila left the courtroom as a free citizen on that and all other days of the trial. The jury in the prosecutor's office did not believe the woman's statement and assumed she was only trying to protect her son. Even experienced attorneys were taken aback by the mother-in-law's incrimination. The attorney for a 66-year-old woman demanded her arrest, and her son's lawyers demanded Walter's release, but it did not come to this. The mother was released while her son remained in jail, but she refused to give up. Ludmila wrote a letter to the court detailing her actions with the body. She stated again, "My son did not do this." She stated again, "My son did not do this." She wished to be questioned again and charged. However, the court denied her request and refused to believe her again. Ludmila was able to prove that she took part in the crime. As previously stated, not all fragments were found in the suitcase. Ludmila Bowman demonstrated where to look for the missing fragment, which did not fit in the suitcase. The provided information proved to be correct, and the police discovered another bag that was weighed down so that it did not float. The bag was discovered exactly where Ludmila pointed. The pedometer on Ludmila's phone also indicated that she walked 220 yards on the night of the murder, around 0:40 a.m. Neighbors' video cameras near Walter's and Ekaterina's house captured a person passing by Walter's father's phone, who was also active at the time. He drove Ludmila to his son's house, despite telling investigators he was asleep. Experts determined that by this time Ekaterina had died, implying that the 66-year-old woman was giving false testimony. Then, there's this unusual detail. Ludmila Bowman arrived at the son's house after Ekaterina had died, and she was present during the subsequent actions involving the body. Even though she didn't take part in the process, she helped clean the house. Essentially, she assisted her son in concealing the crime's evidence and served as an accomplice. However, it appears that the corresponding laws work differently in Germany. Ludmila was not arrested or charged with anything. This appears strange, doesn't it? Please share your thoughts on this in the comments. The mother became increasingly desperate to save her son as the verdict date approached. She wrote another letter to the judge, stating that she, not Walter, committed the crime. Now the letter stated that I despised Ekaterina, but couldn't tell my son about it. He was fighting for his wife's love, and I was afraid she would want to end his life. That's why I decided to get rid of Ekaterina by making it appear as if she poisoned herself over her tragic love for a Russian pilot. In her words, she printed a goodbye letter in Ekaterina's name and planned to place it next to her when she died. She spiked the juice with various drugs and gave it to her son, not telling him what it was, but instructing him to give it to his wife at dinner. Ludmila stated that she came to the son's house to leave a farewell note under the name Ekaterina, but when she woke up, Ludmila had to strangle her. However, the court did not believe the woman's confession because all evidence pointed to the crime being committed by her son. Walter remained silent throughout the entire process. During one of the final hearings, he recited his notes on 230 sheets of paper about his time in Kazakhstan, his life and love. The main message of his statement was that I had always loved Ekaterina and our daughter, but her emotional burnout and psychological problems caused many arguments over 230 sheets of paper, but he only mentioned the night that changed everything. He stated that he was sleeping when his mother murdered his wife and dragged her into the garage. Walter blamed his mother for the horrific crime, claiming she betrayed him, used him, and threw him in prison. When addressing the judge, he also stated that my daughter had lost her mother, and she should not lose her father as well. The scariest part of this story isn't even the details of the terrifying crime. However, all of this occurred in front of the couple's 5-year-old daughter. The Russian grandmother is currently barred from communicating with her granddaughter, who is believed to have been placed with a German foster family. Walter was at home with his daughter. Everything happened in front of her. He created a psychotraumatic environment for the girl. She frequently mumbled something while pointing to her head and forearms. She saw everything that indicated that Ekaterina was Svetlana's mother. The girl is currently living in a traumatized children's facility and has been given a new name so that she does not learn the truth about her real family. Svetlana is attempting to obtain guardianship for her granddaughter, but German authorities will not even allow her to speak with her on the phone. The verdict was announced on May 23, 2023, when Ekaterina's daughter was 6 years old. Walter Baumann was handed a life sentence. Under German law, he is eligible for parole after 15 years. The urn containing Ekaterina's ashes was buried in her hometown of St. Petersburg. The case of Ludmila Baumann remains open. The prosecutor's office may charge her as an accomplice, but so far, this has not occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, at the Summer Olympics in London, a young Puerto Rican boxer named Felix Verdejo Sanchez shone brightly. He was dubbed a diamond, one of his country's most promising athletes, and was expected to win championships and gold medals. Then it appeared to everyone that this talented and motivated young man would achieve great things in sports. In 2021, the boxer's name appeared in all of the world's media, but this time, in the Criminal Chronicles section. This story is about a teenage attachment that turned into an addiction and resulted in a terrible tragedy, as well as how the author of the main knockout of 2014, who was praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasily Lomachenko, nearly received a death sentence, but was eventually sentenced to life in prison. It is worth noting that, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence and confessions from the boxer's accomplice, he continues to refuse to plead guilty. The future world boxing star was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico, in 1993. Born on May 19, he grew up in a large, modest family and developed an early fondness for sport. True in childhood. He intended to make baseball a part of his life, but a funny incident changed everything. When the boy was 9 years old, a family friend came to see them with his son of the same age. The boys were playing in the yard when they suddenly got into a fight. Parents separated the children, and the future athlete's father advised him that if he wants to fight someone in the future, he should wear boxing gloves. Following that fight, Felix was taken to a local gym at his request, where the boy fell in love with boxing, as he later admitted after the first training session. At the age of 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championship. A year later, he won his country's championship, and a year after that, he competed in the Olympic Games in London, reaching the quarterfinals. In the same year, he began his successful professional wrestling career. Verdejo competed in 29 fights, winning 27 of them convincingly, and in 2014 he was named the author of the best knockout in a fight against Sergio Villanueva. Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, a year later, and defended it 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who witnessed the fight was certain that this young man would leave his mark on the history of world boxing. Meet Keishla Rodriguez. The girl was born in San Juan in November of 1993. Her full birth name is Keishla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Josie and Kyla Rodriguez, shared another daughter, Belize Nicole, and they also raised Kyla's son, Jonathan. Keishla, who had a previous marriage with a woman, grew up to be an open and sociable girl. She excelled in school and adored animals, with aspirations of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Her best friend was her sister, Elise, to whom she confided all of her secrets and concerns. Kishla attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was her age. Young people have known each other since childhood, and in adolescence, they formed a romantic relationship. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced and separated. Kyla moved to Florida with relatives, while her daughters, who were already adults, chose to remain in San Juan. Despite the fact that each of the sisters had long since lived their own lives, they remained in close contact and informed each other of everything that happened to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already competed in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model named Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At the time, the girl was only 14 years old and still in school. Even so, she had big plans for the future with a promising and world-renowned athlete. In addition, Eliza's parents were not opposed to the relationship. Felix, an attractive and talented boxer who has always had a large fan base and is on his way to becoming a star, was literally bathed in the rays of fame and surrounded by female attention. He did not pass up the opportunity to write a novel or have a side affair. In addition, despite his serious relationship with Eliza, he continued to meet with his school friend Kishla, whose sister barely informed her mother Kayla Rodriguez, who was aware of the affair and did not approve of it. In addition, the situation was very unclear. On the one hand, Eliza considered herself the only woman, while the athlete's great love was planning their wedding and making long-term plans for their future together. On the other hand, Kishla was aware that the lover had a fiancé, but Felix refused to let her go. Furthermore, he was her first great love, and the naive girl secretly hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer married Eliza, who was barely 19 years old at the time. Eliza was already a well-known model, with tens of thousands of social media followers, and had recently opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete was involved in a serious car accident while rushing on his motorcycle. He was rushed to the hospital with serious head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, was concerned that his talented charge would go off the rails at the peak of his career. Despite the disappointing prognosis, Felix recovered quickly and returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer posted a photo of himself with Elise, who was pregnant for a long time, on his social media profile. In the photo's comment, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess," and a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter named Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public appeared to be a devoted husband, a caring father, and an excellent family man. But, hidden from his wife, he continued to meet with Kishla, who refused to let go. As Eliza later admitted, she suspected her husband was cheating on her. But every time he made a tearful vow to leave his mistress, Kishla tried to end the painful relationship, but Felix refused to let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he discovered that Kishla had someone who was unsuitable for her and her chosen one, Kishla, who had fallen in love with Verdejo since high school, would continue to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, decided to devote her life to animal care and accepted a position at a veterinary medicine and aesthetic center. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which he adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered her husband's correspondence with several mistresses, including Kishla. The wife scandalized her husband and threw him out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and forbidding him from seeing their daughter. Eliza's threats had some effect. Furthermore, the athlete's career at the time was in serious decline, with unnecessary problems that he didn't need for a while. He stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix refused to let her go. Kishla attempted to control almost every step after a few months of secret visits, and in April 2021, she discovered she was pregnant. She purchased a rapid test from the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and explained everything. Abortion was out of the question because Kishla was already 27 years old and ready to have a child, even if it meant raising it on her own. A few days later, Kishla broke the news to her child's father, hoping in her heart that he would accept it, but Felix was not pleased, to say the least. He became enraged and told his mistress that she should see a doctor, and if the pregnancy was confirmed, she would need to have an abortion. Rodriguez responded with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten and insist. Felix stated that an illegitimate child will eventually destroy his reputation, which he cannot allow. Following Kishla's hospital visit, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, making him furious. Felix yelled and demanded that Kishla immediately get rid of the child, but she flatly refused. The athlete then decided to go undercover, claiming that he did not believe her and wanted to personally inspect the issued medical certificate. He invited Kishla to a meeting in the evening in a crowded location, which did not surprise her given that they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer visited his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and had connections to the criminal underworld, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly explained the situation and requested assistance in getting rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision for the police and faced the prospect of imprisonment. It didn't scare him, but the athlete persisted, confident that everything would go well and that the cops would never come after them. Furthermore, Felix promised him a substantial monetary reward, and Luis agreed. Felix called Kishla and said he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29 to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Kishla called her sister back right after speaking with her lover, telling her everything. She remained hopeful that Felix would accept her child and not insist on an abortion. However, the situation is not particularly alarming. She was aware that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was concerned that he would not do anything to her. Marilise called her mother and expressed her concern. Even with their combined efforts, they were unable to persuade Kishla to cancel the fateful meeting. Rodriguez arrived at the meeting on time, driving her own Kia Forte and carrying a doctor's note. Verdejo arrived there in his pickup truck. In the back, Luis was hiding. Kishla immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the test results. He mentioned terminating the pregnancy again, but Kishla, crying, refused. Against this backdrop, the couple began to argue violently, leading to shouting before Felix suddenly hit Kishla in the head with his fist, causing him to lose consciousness. Until Kishla regained consciousness, Felix injected her with a syringe containing a large dose of illegal substances that Luis had obtained at his request. Then, he and his accomplice carried her to the back of the car, where pieces of wire and a concrete block had already been prepared. The men tipped Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp to ensure that no one saw anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice took the wheel of the cashless vehicle. They drove together to the bridge that crosses the San Jose Lagoon. It was almost deserted at night, and the men made certain no one could see them through Kishla, who was still alive in the water. However, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so that the victim would not have a chance. After finishing the massacre, each of the perpetrators returned home. Kishla and his co-workers were the first to become concerned when she failed to appear at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetic Center the following day. Kishla has always been a responsible person who would never skip work without informing anyone. Because she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to call her sister and find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her home. No one answered the door, but Marilise had a spare key, so she was able to enter without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours. Berelise was already panicking because she realized something terrible or irreversible had happened to Kishla. She immediately called her mother, told her everything, and then informed the police about her suspicions and threats against her sister. She also called Felix, but he said he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not attended any meetings. The missing girl's mother boarded the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She suspected that her lover had taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for an abortion without her consent. Kyla didn't want to consider the fact that cash flow was no longer viable. The first step was to question the missing girls, their neighbors, and co-workers, but they saw nothing suspicious and were unable to provide any useful information for the investigation. In parallel, messages about Rodriguez's disappearance were posted on popular social networks, with requests for responses from anyone who knew anything about her fate or current location. The case quickly gained widespread attention, and when it was revealed that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child with him, reporters lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold back and openly expressed their suspicions, including blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30, Keishla's car was discovered abandoned on the east side of the city. She has her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were discovered in the interior, giving a slim chance of finding its owner alive. On May 1, a passerby on the lagoon bridge noticed a strange shape in the shallow water that resembled a human body. He informed the police, who quickly recovered the body of a young woman from the water, presumably the same one the entire city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the very end that it was not Keishla. However, their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for a few days and had changed significantly. However, the girl was easily identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery reached the press, city residents revolted and began to hold spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible, who were detained and taken to the police station for questioning on the same day. However, the athlete categorically denied his involvement, claiming that on the night of Keishla's disappearance, he was at home with his family because there was no evidence to charge him. Felix was released under his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who admitted during the initial interrogation that she was aware of his affair with Keishla, but had only recently learned of her rival's pregnancy. Furthermore, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, claiming that he was not home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was review traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keishla was thrown. That's how they discovered Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car driving behind each other. However, the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and some of the deceased hair was discovered in it. Lewis was the first to surrender to police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a lighter sentence. Felix was also arrested, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt. Despite the presence of irrefutable evidence, Felix was apprehended with a firearm that he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had a valid permit. Furthermore, a cell phone check reveals that Felix Lewis and Keishla were in the same location on that fateful night. Keishla's final farewell took place on May 8, and the funeral ceremony made national headlines. It was a type of action that called for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the fullest extent of the law, while also drawing public attention to the issue of gender violence. The coffin containing Rodriguez's body was transported to the cemetery in a white carriage, over which white flower petals were thrown from the air, rather than the traditional hearse. Many well-known Puerto Ricans, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile case in which Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and murder of an unborn child. Each of these crimes carried the death penalty. However, the relatives of the deceased requested from the start that the court sentence the killer to life in prison so that he could suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the global coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held virtually. The court determined that the crime was committed by a group of people through prior conspiracy with particular cruelty to a pregnant woman. The chain of events of that night, as well as the details of the crime, could be reconstructed, thanks primarily to Lewis' testimony, who did not deny guilt. He admitted that, at the request of a friend, he obtained the drug for injection and brought a wire and a concrete block to dispose of the body. But Felix insisted on his lack of involvement in the case. Although his words had no significant impact on the situation, the boxer's wife, who testified in court almost immediately after her husband's arrest, filed for divorce and attempted to distance herself from what was going on, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter instead. According to some reports, Lisa Santiago recently remarried. Elisa admitted in an interview that she had received numerous anonymous calls and messages containing death threats, as well as death wishes for her and Miranda. Many believe the athlete's spouse was the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In summer 2023, it became clear that the jury, having reviewed all of the evidence and heard testimony from all of the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty of all of the charges against them. Despite this, the killers have yet to be sentenced. The next court hearing is set for mid-November 2023. Most likely, both men involved in Keishla Rodriguez's and her unborn child's deaths will be sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When Michelle Whitaker, 32, went missing in August 2002, her family alerted the police. She was last seen at a truck stop in South Carolina. Michelle's family endured 6 years of futile searching and praying for her return. Every day they wondered if Michelle was still alive or had passed away. Everyone dreaded the worst-case scenario, and the clues the police discovered years later only confirmed those fears. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born August 16, 1969. As one of her parents' 5 children, she had a close relationship with her entire family. Michelle, according to her mother, Laura Andrews, was a very happy child until they relocated from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina. When Michelle reached adolescence, she and her mother began to have frequent disagreements because, in her opinion, her mother was overly strict. Michelle married after graduating from high school, but it lasted less than a year. She was too young and inexperienced to deal with the issues her partner was causing. Michelle's long and difficult ordeal began with her husband's abusive treatment. Those close to her believe that this period in her life was the source of her later problems. She couldn't handle the situation at the time and went down the wrong path. Following her divorce, her family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the age of 30, Michelle was struggling with alcoholism and had been through 3 failed marriages. She was working part-time as a waitress and barely getting by. Michelle met David one evening after work in 1999, and he offered her a ride home. Michelle agreed, but then regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took Michelle to an isolated location where he assaulted her and forced her to be intimate with him. He was arrested a year later and pleaded guilty to assault and battery. He received an 8-year prison sentence. Michelle was arrested shortly before her disappearance for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time for drastic action. They contacted the local police and requested that Michelle be detained until a place in a rehabilitation facility could be secured for her. Despite their heartache, her parents believed that such extreme measures were the only way to handle the situation. Michelle was very upset by this act. Since then, the mother-daughter relationship has deteriorated significantly. Michelle was wrongfully released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her abuse of illegal substances and alcohol. The date was August 5, 2002. Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man Michelle was staying with contacted Laura Andrews and informed her that he couldn't find her daughter after they had an argument. Laura found out about Michelle's disappearance when she called a friend who worked at the local police station and asked for help finding her daughter. The police were well aware of Michelle's lifestyle. Laura was advised to wait a little longer and told that Michelle would undoubtedly arrive on her own. 2 more weeks passed, but Michelle never returned home. On August 21, 2002, an official missing person report was filed. As local authorities began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance, they quickly discovered the last place she had been seen. It turned out to be a truck stop. They obtained this information from a local resident named Doug. He happened to meet Michelle on the street the day before she went missing. Doug was riding his motorcycle in the evening and stopped outside a bar where Michelle was sitting. He approached her and struck up a conversation. Michelle informed him that she had a fight with her boyfriend and that he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, after visiting one bar, they went to another, where Doug claims they played a few games of billiards before riding his motorcycle for a while and returning to his house when dawn broke. Thus, it was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had been visiting local bars prior to her disappearance, and Doug was the last person to see her alive. This made him the primary suspect. His testimony also revealed Michelle's alleged plans to visit Myrtle Beach, a resort city on South Carolina's Atlantic coast. She figured she could make good money by working in local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he dropped her off at a truck stop and left her there. He gave her a t-shirt because she was short on clothes. In addition, he gave her money for coffee and newspapers. After wishing her good luck, he drove away. In an attempt to expose Doug, the police tested him with a lie detector, but he passed. Detectives also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying prior to her disappearance, but no evidence of his involvement in the disappearance was discovered. The police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed traveled to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. Michelle remained silent for several weeks. Her family and friends were becoming increasingly anxious. Despite Michelle's anger and resentment toward her parents, they did not believe she could have abandoned her family and gone into hiding. Michelle's prolonged absence made the local sheriff question her intentions. After all, when people travel for a long time, they usually bring some personal items with them, whereas Michelle left with almost nothing. She also had a pet dog, which she adored and was extremely attached to. No matter who the detectives interviewed, everyone agreed that Michelle would never have abandoned the animal on her own accord. Meanwhile, her parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any trace of their daughter. I had received numerous reports that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina. They dashed there immediately. They spent 3 days actively looking for her, putting up flyers and speaking with locals. All of this, however, proved ineffective. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews began to question her actions towards her daughter. She had seen her daughter on a path of self-destruction, and she couldn't just watch, she wanted to protect her in any way she could. Laura was also concerned that Michelle's disappearance could have been influenced by the aftermath of her vicious attack in 1999. She could not forgive herself for the words she told her daughter after she survived the attack. Although it was a heinous act on the part of a man, the mother believed Michelle was to blame because she had chosen this path and had injured herself as a result. Her words were another blow to Michelle's self-esteem. The sheriff's office assumed Michelle had reasons for fleeing because of her reputation. The detectives reasoned that she would be apprehended sooner or later. However, a year had passed and the search had yet to produce any results. Michelle left no digital footprints, which alarmed the cops. This was definitely not a good sign. Police and family members were both curious whether Michelle had been the victim of a crime. After all, perhaps a truck driver exploited her vulnerability. However, even that theory was never proven. 2 more years passed, and the police station received no tip-off messages for quite some time. Then, on the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where she was last seen, local TV stations returned to the story. And just days after Michelle's story aired on television, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The letter was anonymous and handwritten on a small piece of paper. It stated that the author knew the location of Michelle Whitaker's body. The letter was accompanied by a small homemade map indicating the precise location of the body. The letter was written in a competent and proper manner, lending it credibility. The next day, the sheriff led search dogs to a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle had last been seen. Her loved ones were distraught. 3 years later, I wasn't sure what to think. Some accepted that Michelle was no longer alive, while others, despite the odds, continued to believe she was alive and well. Search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the search was eventually abandoned. While the investigators were relieved that no bodies had been discovered, the letter puzzled them. They obtained a handwriting analysis and a DNA sample from the envelope, which led them to believe that the letter was written by a woman. However, the author was not identified. Not long after, new headlines appeared in the newspapers, terrifying Michelle's family even more. Dana Satterfield's case was one of the most high-profile in Spartanburg County. Dana Satterfield, 27, owned and operated Alana, a beauty salon off Highway 221 in Roebuck, South Carolina, on July 31, 1995. Dana was brutally attacked shortly before her beauty salon closed and died as a result. The sheriff found her semi-naked body in a back room. Police obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, but they were unable to determine who it belonged to. 7 years later, in August 2002, Michelle Whitaker went missing for a month and a half. Heather Seller, 20, went missing on September 24, 2000, leaving no trace behind. Heather was last seen with her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Vick. While investigating Heather's disappearance, police discovered a link between Jonathan Vick and Dana Satterfield's death. And it was his DNA that was discovered at the crime scene 10 years after her death in 2005. Vick was arrested. He was only 17 years old when he committed the crime. In December 2006, Vick was sentenced to life in prison, and he was the main suspect in the disappearance of his ex-fiancée, Heather Sellers. The police were unable to find sufficient evidence to indict him, and the case remains unresolved. Heather and Michelle vanished approximately 50 days apart. However, something more connected them. They both worked at Waffle House, knew each other, and had been seen with Jonathan Vick. When Vick was arrested in 2005, Michelle's family members were shaken and suspected she was one of his victims. Vick was questioned regarding Heather Sellers and Michelle Whitaker. However, he denied any connection to their disappearance. The investigation into the two cases was eventually halted due to a lack of evidence. Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, approximately 65 miles from Spartanburg, in 2006. 1 year later, the entire family gathered at the church to commemorate Michelle's 5th disappearance anniversary. Laura Andrews, Michelle's mother, refused to treat the gathering as a memorial service. After all, the body had never been found, and there was a glimmer of hope that Michelle was still alive. Another year has passed. The investigation into Michelle's disappearance was transferred to Detective William Geary, who was already working on a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle Whitaker's. Michelle's case was considered a felony because many years had passed with no evidence that she was still alive. This was a strong reason for the investigators to suspect that something terrible had occurred. The 6th anniversary of Michelle Whitaker's disappearance was approaching. On August 4, 2008, Detective Geary received a call from a woman informing him that she knew Michelle's location and that she was still alive. She stated that Michelle is currently residing in the state of Oregon. The woman saw Michelle's file on an episode of Forensic Files, as well as Laura's website. She recognized Michelle as a woman who was living with her friends. After 6 years of fruitless searching for Michelle Whitaker, the investigators were understandably hesitant upon receiving such a message. Detective William Geary, eager for proof, asked the woman to send him a picture of Michelle. Geary showed the picture to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case. He immediately recognized her. An Oregon State police officer was promptly dispatched to the address in question to conduct an accurate identity check. Ironically, on August 5, 2008, the same day Michelle argued with her mother and left home 6 years ago, a detective called Laura Andrews to inform her that her daughter had been found alive. Laura struggled to comprehend what she had heard. It wasn't until she put the phone down that a slew of questions arose in her mind. Where is she? How is she? Where has she been the whole time? Despite the good news, a family reunion was not possible at that time. Michelle's privacy was respected by the police, who could not tell her parents where she was. She should have called home herself. The detectives had no choice but to try to persuade Michelle to speak with her relatives, even if only to calm them down. Michelle called her mother the next evening. After 2 more weeks at the Atlanta airport, Michelle and her family finally met for the first time in a very long time. Michelle admitted that she was tired of living the way she used to, following her fight with her mom. She determined that her family would be better off without her. Originally, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, she had intended to go to Myrtle Beach and find a job there. But she had hitched a ride and wound up in Las Vegas, then California, and eventually Oregon. Michelle apologized to her family and the police, who spent energy and resources looking for her for all 6 years she had been living under her real name and didn't think anyone was searching for her. Share your opinion with us in the comments. and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. "How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others, particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude." On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ella and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Arrow Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Ella's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, Police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between 2 local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a 3rd suspect in this case, but he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse Pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminal stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Wood Church and Beechwood Estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub, for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Wood Church, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail. He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision, following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court. They found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high. On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26, she would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life. That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss a story that occurred in England in 2011. Emily Longley, 17, was full of hope and saw a bright future ahead of her. But, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. This case drew a lot of attention, not only because of the death of a young woman, but also because of how things turned out after she died. Emily Longley was born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley. Hannah, Emily's younger sister, was born 2 years later. The girls had been close since childhood. They had a loving and caring family, When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, the family relocated to New Zealand. Auckland was their new home. Emily fell into the wrong crowd after emigrating to New Zealand. Her middle-class parents sent her back to the UK to begin a new life with her grandparents. Emily flew to England in 2010 to attend Brockenhurst College. She wanted to study business and become a model in England. She lived at her grandparents' house in Bournemouth. Bournemouth, located to the west of the Pool, is a town in the county of Dorset and a popular resort on the English Channel coastline. Emily moved to England while her sister, Hannah, was still in school, and her parents, Mark and Caroline, divorced but remained friendly. Emily was a stunning young woman who attracted a lot of attention. She met Elliot Turner, a 20-year-old, and he left an impression on her. Their communication eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Emily returned to New Zealand in April 2011 to see her family after a 6-month absence. Her father met her at the airport, and she ran up to him, hugging him tightly and telling him how much she missed him. Emily had a very close relationship with her father, who adored her and missed her infectious smile, laughter, and dirty jokes. The following day, the entire family visited Emily's favorite pizzeria. She informed her parents that, in addition to attending college, she was involved in modeling and had made some incredible friends. She also mentioned her current boyfriend, Elliot Turner, who is 20 years old. They'd only been dating for a few months, and she felt too young for anything serious. "I think I'll end it when I get back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks socializing with friends and family. She had a great time. No one expected to lose her so soon. Emily found it difficult to say goodbye to her family as her flight boarded. However, Emily promised to return in 5 months. She wanted to see the Rugby World Cup matches, which were scheduled to begin on September 9. A few days later, Emily texted her father to tell him she was breaking up with Elliot, but she didn't go into detail. Elliot acted strangely after seeing photos of Emily that she had posted on social media while in New Zealand. Elliot was envious of the guys in these photos. Elliot Turner, the wealthy jeweler's son, was 20 years old and appeared to be living a carefree life. Turner was a well-known figure in the Bournemouth and pool bar and club scenes, as well as a member of the firm, a group of wealthy young men. Turner's friends all talk about him because he brags. He met Emily in December 2010. The couple had a great time at the resort and frequently partied late into the night. Turner, who had a history of obsessing over women, soon became jealous. As a result, their relationship quickly turned violent. Some described him as being threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive. He received a harassment warning letter from the police in January 2008, when he was 16, telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails after she ended their relationship. Turner loved being the center of attention. He did not have to work for a living. His parents provided him with everything he needed. Elliot everything he needed others, including his parents. His life revolved around parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He saw himself as a man who could do whatever he wanted. Elliot carried a hammer in case anyone attempted to contradict him. Turner's friends believed he fancied himself a gangster and aspired to be the person everyone went to for help. He could come to the bar and buy drinks for everyone. Elliot brags about driving a new Mini Whopper, which was a gift from his grandmother. He attempted to maintain his bad boy image by posting a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites, and he frequently referred to himself as Scarface or God. He did not lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became deeply attached to her. She praised his image as a successful person, which he had worked hard to develop. As their relationship progressed, Turner began to exhibit more controlling behavior. He even threatened to kill Emily, an emotional plea to Turner. Emily wrote him a note a few months before she died saying, "I love you too. Do not say you will kill me." 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. Stop being so aggressive and become more cool, because that is far more attractive, and you scare me because you are so intimidating. When Turner began to reveal his true face and his controlling behavior began to exceed all reasonable limits, Emily realized he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner do not understand rejection. Emily spent the evening of May 6, 2011, with friends at one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she arrived at a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read Emily's Facebook messages and discovered she was dating another man. It annoyed him. He entered the club and started arguing with Emily. The entire story ended with a girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused and threatened her with violence. He did not like Emily's outfit. He felt it was too revealing. He dismissed Emily's breakup with him. The man was not going to let her leave. Elliot spoiled her evening, so she chose to leave. However, her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends overheard him say, "I'll kill her. I'll go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It would not bother me." Turner caught up with Emily and persuaded her to go to his house. He stated that he wanted to talk in a more relaxed setting. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Maybe that's why Emily joined him. Perhaps she expected him to behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them enter the house. The following morning, Nina Turner, Elliot's mother, called 911 to report Emily's inability to wake up. It was approximately 9 a.m. Before the ambulance arrived, there was a need to follow the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, they could only announce Emily Longley's death. Anita, an Indonesian citizen, came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they refused to deny him anything, which was a huge mistake. During her conversation with the emergency services operator, his voice did not sound like that of a mother who had just discovered her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened in New Zealand, thousands of miles away from England. Emily's father, Mark, awoke at 2 in the morning to find a slew of missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and younger daughter, Hannah. Hannah also left a voice message, which Mark could barely understand. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background, followed by her words, "Emily has died." Mark refused to believe it. He phoned his mother in England. When she responded, his entire world fell apart. His mother was crying uncontrollably. Moments later, one of the cops grabbed her phone. "I'm sorry to inform you that your daughter Emily has died," he said. Mark could not believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch, smiling, just a week ago. Even after flying to the United Kingdom, the bereaved father refused to accept that his daughter had passed away. Unfortunately, it was not a dream. Emily's parents faced a heartbreaking challenge when their eldest daughter passed away. The police informed them that Emily had died in her sleep. It did not make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police gathered some evidence, but it was unclear what had happened to Emily. They needed to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators that they had been home all night and had heard nothing suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by sharing photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had no evidence to refute Turner and his parents' claims that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. The most important aspect of any death investigation is determining the cause. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they have a better understanding of the situation and how to proceed with the investigation. While awaiting the autopsy results, the investigators discovered that Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page just a few days before her death. "I have a stalker." She added that someone had just called me, and I was like, "Who is this?" And they said, "You don't know me, but I know everything about you." And I was like, "How did you get my number?" And he said, "I'll tell you when I see you," and he kept inviting me out. So I hung up and they haven't stopped calling. Emily posted on Thursday, May 5. Simultaneously, the police discovered that Emily had a fight with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub patrons before dying. Investigators discovered that Turner tried to control Emily's every move, that he was aware of her meeting with another man, and, most importantly, that Elliot threatened to kill her several times. However, his friends dismissed this as meaningless, believing that Turner's words were simply meant to strengthen his image as a gangster. The autopsy did not reveal the exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts speculated that it could be strangulation, with one stating that the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators suspected that one of the Turner family members was involved in Emily's death, so they installed listening devices in their home. The police were right to investigate whether they were hiding anything. They overheard Elliot instructing his mother on how to interact with the police and what she should say. His father, Lee Turner, appeared to be the only one who recognized that what he was doing was wrong. He eventually submitted to his son and wife's will. While listening to the recordings, Investigators also learned what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted to causing her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily died. He, of course, denied any guilt. His lawyers attempted to challenge the authenticity of the audio recordings. However, after reviewing all aspects of the case, the judge permitted the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not realizing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he was angry every day, and no one had ever irritated him more than Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer claimed that his client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner claimed that the corral in his bedroom became violent, and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he did not strangle her. He discovered her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner expressed disgust with his actions that night, allegedly after discovering Emily's death. He wrote a letter to his mother telling her how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner intended to leave the country on the day Emily died, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home, following the 999 call, they discovered packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death, after discovering false emails on her phone claiming he had smashed her face into a table. When describing their fight before she died, he mentioned that Emily had begun beating him with her hands and feet. He attempted to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a taxi. He claimed she simply ignored me at first. Then, 5 seconds later, she went crazy. I'd never seen Emily become so enraged. I wasn't sure what to do. She wouldn't stop. I kept repeating myself, "Stop it. Calm down." At this point, I grabbed her by the neck with my right hand. Defense attorney Anthony Dunn inquired, "Why did you do that?" Turner responded to keep her from going crazy. I didn't know what to do. My right hand came into contact with her neck. When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her turn, she replied, "Not very hard, but quite hard." I grabbed her and pushed her down on the bed. I pressed down on her neck while she was lying down. He claimed to have held her for 5 or 6 seconds before releasing her and storming out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily Turner, he said no. He said he thought Emily had fallen asleep. He allegedly realized Emily was dead only after she failed to wake up the next morning. Emily's father, Mark, told the Herald newspaper how difficult it was for him to lose his daughter. The truth is that death is unpleasant. It doesn't matter whether it's your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It stinks that someone is present one day, but not the next. Well, it is not something we can handle easily. Every anniversary is difficult. Birthdays are difficult. Christmas is difficult. Easter is also difficult because it marks the last time I truly spent time with her. Mark Longley said the most difficult part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. I miss witnessing the life she was denied. We caught a glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father. Of course I am biased, but the world was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more enjoyable. During the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy child whose parents wanted to help him avoid punishment. The court heard that he was given full control of the family's home in Bournemouth's affluent Queen's Park neighborhood, where he would host parties for his middle-class friends. His father, Lee, described him as wild. He was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' home, allowing him to come and go without disturbing them. He strangled Emily on his bed in his minibar-equipped room. The police searched the computers seized from Turner and discovered the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The primary motivation for the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As previously stated, Elliot Turner learned about it. Even when in custody, Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him and that he had acted in self-defense by strangling her out of jealousy. In letters written from his prison cell to his friends, he announced that he would soon drive a new Range Rover and relocate to Spain. He intends to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable lifestyle. However, when the jury found him guilty, he quickly lost his illusions. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man who exuded arrogance. She described Emily as a lovely, kind, and fun-loving girl who made everyone around her happy. You have suddenly and needlessly extinguished that light. You didn't love her. She was only a trophy. The relationship, if you can call it that, was entirely about you. It was about control, which you exercised through aggression and threats. You can set aside thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls and focus on why you were serving a life sentence. Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months concurrent imprisonment for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner was not the only one on trial. Turner's parents, Nita and Lee, whom he used for cash to fund his extravagant partying, adored their son so much that they attempted to conceal his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita removed the jacket from the bedroom where the letter was allegedly found. His mother even put off calling an ambulance so that her son could cover his tracks and the family could come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner said she did not believe Emily had died, under cross-examination. They asked if she believed Emily had ruined her son's life. After a 6-second pause, she replied, "No." In the recording, Lee asks Anita if they did the right thing. "We have done the right thing." Anita responded. Both Nina Turner, 51, and Lee Turner, 54, were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs stated that the two of you chose to fight the case with little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you were unaware of the letter's contents when you destroyed it. The fact that it was burning in your conscience is clear from your anguished tone of voice on the recording. They were released in 2013, having served half of their sentence, and they continue to live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's father, Mark, burst into tears as he discussed the verdicts following the trial. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he stated, "What we have heard over the last 5 weeks has shocked and disgusted us. That a man so evil as Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of her for traveling halfway around the world to improve her life. This is the life Turner chose to end." Mark stated that there was a lot of discussion about Turner's boasting, and that no one took his threat seriously until it was too late. He went on to say that even his mother didn't believe him when he texted her that he was going to break Emily's neck. If someone had taken his threat seriously, Emily might still be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he did. In October 2020, according to the press, Elliot Turner's cellmates beat him in prison. It happened after he hung pictures of Emily in his cell and boasted about receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he announced that he would return to his life of champagne, Bentleys, and birds in 5 years. Turner will be eligible to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the correct decision regarding a person who has still shown no remorse for his actions. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you. Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home. When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, We need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m. while recording the message? Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Michelle O'Keefe, who murdered an aspiring actress. Unfortunately, even in the most developed and democratic countries, the judicial system is imperfect. Innocent people are sometimes sentenced to prison for crimes they did not commit due to investigative errors or other mishaps. Such injustices are usually brought to light only after the true perpetrator has been identified and proven guilty. But what happens when someone convicted of murder is exonerated years later, while the true perpetrator goes unpunished? Because the police lost crucial evidence at the time. The case of young American Michelle O'Keefe, who was murdered under mysterious circumstances in the early 2000s, shocked the country. The investigation lasted several years, and the main, and essentially only, suspect was imprisoned for a significant period of time. It appeared that the case was closed. However, after 11 years in prison, the convicted individual's innocence was proven. Simultaneously, new information emerged, and another suspect appeared to be the real murderer. However, more than 2 decades after the student's murder, her parents have lost faith in justice, losing hope that the person who killed their daughter will face a fair sentence. Let us start at the beginning of this story, and try to figure out where the investigation went wrong, and whether these mistakes could have been avoided. Who was Michelle O'Keefe? Michelle Teresa O'Keefe was born October 11, 1981. Michelle grew up in the quiet town of Hanford, California, as the eldest of 2 children born to Patricia and Michelle O'Keefe, alongside her younger brother Jason. The O'Keefes were a wealthy family who owned a profitable local store. Her parents were dedicated to ensuring that their children received a high-quality education and had the opportunity to fully develop their talents and potential. Michelle was a standout student who excelled in sports and ballroom dancing and was known for her attractive and artistic demeanor. She aspired to be a famous actress, appearing in films and conquering Hollywood. She possessed the talent, ambition, and qualities required for such an accomplishment. Michelle was accepted to one of California's most prestigious colleges after graduating with honors from high school. She pursued her passion for dancing by taking acting classes in the evenings. Michelle actively participated in a variety of events, appeared in commercials, and frequently appeared as an extra in film and music video productions. On her 18th birthday, her loving parents gave her a luxurious blue Ford Mustang with a cutting-edge design concept. Michelle had always wanted to own this car and was overjoyed to receive it as a gift. Unfortunately, it was this striking vehicle that drew her killer's attention, resulting in the young Michelle's tragic death. The last shoot occurred on February 22, 2018. Michelle O'Keefe and her close friend Jennifer Peterson, another aspiring actress, traveled to Palmdale, a scenic town in Los Angeles County, for a video shoot. They were set to appear in the latest music video by popular rock musician Robert James Ritchie. Kid Rock, better known by his stage name Jennifer, and Michelle appeared in the video as extras, dancing and revealing their outfits. The shoot took almost the entire day. So when they returned, their cars were parked at a nearby amusement park. It had almost ruined Jennifer's plans to return home. Michelle had acting classes that evening. The friends talked in the parking lot for a few minutes before parting ways. Jennifer walked to her car while Michelle chose to stay behind and change into her regular clothes. She felt it was inappropriate to attend her acting classes in the same outfit she had worn for the video shoot because it was quite provocative. With no private changing areas in the parking lot, she finds it awkward to do so in her car. Michelle chose to quickly change her clothes on the street next to her car, assuming she was alone. Unfortunately, this decision was most likely a fatal mistake. Jennifer recalled staying in the parking lot for a while longer, chatting with her boyfriend on the phone. As she started to leave, she noticed Michelle's Ford Mustang's headlights turning on. Believing Michelle was about to follow her, Jennifer was reassured that her friend was safe as loud music played in her car. The last thing Jennifer saw before turning the corner was Michelle's Mustang backing out. To the murder of an aspiring actress. That evening, Raymond Lee Jennings, a young security guard, was on duty at the park and its attractions. Around 9 o'clock, the 25-year-old heard gunshots in the direction of the parking lot, followed by a car alarm. Lacking a firearm and armed only with a taser, he hesitated to approach alone, knowing he had little chance against armed assailants. Jennings immediately called his supervisor, Iris Malone, and reported the incident to the police. Malone arrived within minutes, so before law enforcement arrived, she and Jennings decided to conduct a cautious inspection of the parking lot. They immediately noticed a blue car backing out of the middle lane and coming to a stop with its headlights on and engine running. This was Michelle's Ford Mustang. The car's owner was in the driver's seat, motionless and unresponsive. On closer inspection, Malone and Jennings discovered blood inside the car, and on Michelle's body, as well as several bullet holes. The driver's door was wide open, and the crime scene looked horrific. Michelle appeared to have been chased and initially wounded in the parking lot. She attempted to flee, jumped into her car, and even got it started. However, the assailant caught up with her and fired several more shots, denying the student any chance of survival. Michelle's appearance was very provocative. She had bright makeup and 1,000 hairstyles designed specifically for the video shoot. She also wore regular jeans and a shiny top. Michelle had apparently changed in the parking lot, as a shiny miniskirt that matched the top and a regular t-shirt were found next to her on the passenger seat. One of her shoes was on her foot, and the other layaway in the parking lot was likely dropped as she dashed to her car. The local sheriff's deputy arrived at the crime scene first, followed by the security guard and his supervisor. He noted that the young woman showed no signs of life, but he contacted emergency services in case he was mistaken, and she still had a chance of survival. He also recorded the statements of Jennings and Malone. The arriving police officers conducted a thorough examination of the crime scene, gathering all available evidence. They discovered several shell casings in the parking lot and spotted a bullet mark on the asphalt slightly away from the vehicle. This led to the conclusion that the perpetrator likely fired a shot into the ground to intimidate the victim before shooting her directly, as evidenced by bloodstains in the parking lot. The victim ran towards her car, but was unable to escape. The assailant caught up with her and fired several shots. She died almost instantly from severe injuries and blood loss. In total, 5 shell casings were discovered on the ground. Experts determined that all shots were fired from the same weapon, but the bullets were significantly different, raising questions that required immediate answers. An earring was also discovered on the ground, most likely dropped by the victim. Later, her friend identified the item, confirming that it belonged to Michelle. However, the second earring was not discovered on or near the victim. Unfortunately, this detail was initially deemed insignificant and was long forgotten, resulting in a critical oversight. Initially, close relatives and friends of the murdered young woman were interviewed. They all agreed that Michelle had no enemies or ill-wishers due to her sociable, open, and friendly personality. Everyone who knew her praised the student. Thus, a personal motive for the murder was quickly ruled out. The next theory considered was a failed robbery or carjacking attempt on her new car. However, this appeared doubtful. The only personal item missing was her phone, which she had used just minutes before the attack to notify her mother that the filming had ended and she was returning home. Michelle's purse, containing her wallet and several $100s in cash, was discovered at the passenger's feet. Police speculated that the assailant may have missed the purse in the confusion and darkness, and they did not search the car because they feared the gunshots would alert security. This may also explain why the carjacking attempt was aborted. The attacker appeared to have intended to threaten her with the weapon rather than shoot her, but something went wrong. Another theory suggests that Michelle was mistaken for a lady of the night due to her appearance. She was dressed provocatively, wearing heavy makeup and high heels. It's possible the criminal saw her on her way to the parking lot and followed her. He may have approached her with malice in the dark, but when he was flatly rejected, he killed her in retaliation. Her top was partially pulled down, exposing her left breast, which lent credence to this theory. This indicated that the attacker was probably a man. However, it was also possible that her thin, strapped clothing slipped during the scuffle chase, or as the terrified, injured young woman attempted to enter her vehicle. Raymond, the parking lot security guard who was believed to be the sole witness to the incident, was the only suspect and the first person interrogated. He confirmed hearing gunshots and a car alarm around 9 p.m. and immediately reported it to his supervisor and called the police. Raymond stated that he saw no one in the parking lot before or after the shots. Given the early hour and popularity of the area, no one fled or left the scene in the minutes that followed. It's possible that someone nearby saw or heard something. The police investigated Raymond's background and discovered that, despite his young age, he was the head of a large family with 5 children. He served in the California National Guard and aspired to be a law enforcement officer, working while attending the police academy and gaining necessary knowledge and skills. As the primary witness to the murder, Raymond attempted to assist the investigation, naively believing that this experience would benefit his academy exams. When investigators asked him to give his version of events during an interrogation, Raymond elaborated on how things could have happened. Being an exceptional student, he carefully considered every detail, attempting to piece together a coherent picture. He speculated on where the attacker and victim were during the initial gunshot, as well as how events unfolded after that. He built his story around the evidence, including the location of shell casings, blood droplets, the victim's belongings, and the car. He also estimated the shooting distances. At the time, Raymond had no idea he was unintentionally digging his own grave. He simply wanted to help the investigation and be useful. However, the detectives investigating the case came to their own conclusions, implying that such detailed knowledge could only be held by the murderer himself. There were no other suspects, so the security guard was charged with the girl's murder. Several weeks after Michelle's murder, police became aware of Victoria Richardson, a 17-year-old African-American girl. On that tragic evening, she was in the parking lot with her 18-year-old boyfriend and a few friends. They had gone horseback riding in the park and returned to the parking lot after dark on February 22. According to Victoria, they were in their car, music blasting, about to leave when they heard strange noises. They initially mistook them for firecrackers or fireworks and paid little attention, only to realize they were gunshots. Victoria remembered seeing a man in a security guard uniform walk towards a nearby parked blue Ford Mustang just a minute and a half before. After hearing strange noises and activating a car alarm, the friends exited their vehicle and saw the Mustang, which had rolled backwards and was no longer moving. They reportedly saw the security guard again, who warned them about an armed person in the parking lot and advised them to exercise caution. Hearing this, the group hurried back into their car and cautiously exited the parking lot, attempting not to draw attention. When asked about the guard they interacted with, Victoria described him as a middle-aged, heavy-set African-American man. This description corresponded to another employee who had worked in the parking lot the day before Raymond's shift. The second guard was promptly detained and questioned. He had a solid alibi because he was at a family gathering at the time of the murder, as confirmed by approximately 20 people. As a result, despite inconsistencies in the witness account, Jennings remained the only suspect. Prolonged investigation and arrest. After 5 years, the investigation concluded that Raymond was the murderer, in part because his knowledge and forensic skills could convincingly divert suspicion away from himself. However, the evidence and witness testimonies did not line up. The crime itself seemed irrational and strange, with no obvious motive for the suspect. Raymond owned his own legally acquired pistol, which was not with him on the night of the murder. He showed the police the weapon, and forensic analysis confirmed that the bullets were not fired from it. Investigators speculated that he might have hidden unregistered firearms, but this theory was not supported. Meanwhile, the murdered girl's parents carried out their own investigation, hiring private detectives. Patricia and Michael believed that law enforcement was inadequately handling the case or was simply inactive. They actively participated in interviews and television appearances, using their story to put pressure on the authorities. They believed Raymond was responsible for Michelle's death and should be punished. Although there were no compelling reasons to detain him at first, Raymond went to Iraq for military service, where he remained for nearly 5 years. When he returned to the United States, he was immediately arrested and imprisoned. Raymond agreed to take a polygraph test but failed, which worked against him. He claimed that because he could not post the $1 million bail, he would have to remain in custody for about a year while investigators and his defense prepared for the trial. Trial and verdict. According to the prosecution, Raymond, a security guard, mistook Michelle's revealing outfit for a sex worker and followed her to her car. After she rejected his advances, a resentful Raymond opened fire and then radioed his boss about the incident, stating that he would not approach the crime scene. The defense pointed out that the murder weapon was never discovered, either on the day or later. There were no DNA traces, fingerprints, or other evidence of Raymond's presence at the crime scene. Interestingly, epithelial particles under the victim's nails did not match Raymond's DNA. Instead of determining whose DNA it was, the investigators convinced the court that it was unrelated contamination. Raymond's personal belongings, his car, locker, and home, were thoroughly searched for the murder weapon, but a gunpowder residue test on his clothing was oddly not performed at the time. Notably, Raymond resigned a few days after the incident in response to threats from unknown individuals and returned his work uniform, which police received only a week later. It was claimed that he thoroughly washed the uniform before returning it, thereby removing any gunpowder residue. However, the presence of sweat and dust on the uniform indicated that it had not been washed. Victoria Richardson, the aforementioned witness, testified in court, stating that she saw a guard in the parking lot during the shooting, but did not specify who she saw, citing darkness and potential confusion. The prosecution used her testimony as evidence of Raymond's guilt. The jury deliberated for a week, but failed to reach a unanimous decision. As a result, a new trial was scheduled to allow both parties time to prepare. In February 2009, 11 of 12 jurors convicted Raymond of murder. In December 2009, the Supreme Court convicted Raymond Jennings of murder under aggravating circumstances and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. Raymond maintained his innocence, saying in his final statement that he felt no remorse because he had not committed the crime. Michelle's parents and brother, on the other hand, believed he was guilty and were pleased with the verdict. New trial and acquittal. Raymond Jennings was incarcerated for nearly 11 years, losing hope and justice after his appeals were repeatedly denied. However, in late 2015, renowned attorney Jeffrey Ehrlich and his son Clinton, a law student at the time, expressed an interest in his case. They reviewed the case files and discovered numerous errors, inconsistencies, and clear violations of the evidence and trial proceedings. The Ehrlichs believed Raymond had been wrongfully convicted and set out to prove his innocence. They compiled all of the evidence and appealed to the department in charge of reviewing convictions. They specifically pointed out that Raymond's uniform contained no gunpowder residue or blood splatter, only sweat and dust, indicating that it had not been washed. They also noted that Raymond was unarmed, and detectives did not take into account the presence of other people in the park that evening. According to a new report, the murder was a spontaneous act, most likely a botched robbery. Furthermore, the main witness, Victoria Richardson, and her boyfriend, both of whom have a criminal record, were serving time for armed robbery at the time of the final trial, but were never considered suspects. A combination of different cartridges fired from the same gun. Unusually for someone with military training, he alluded to a street gang style. Richardson and her boyfriend were members of such a gang, but because they were not initially investigated for Michelle's murder, many leads were permanently lost. Notably, the boyfriend wore an earring similar to the one discovered at the crime scene on the night of the murder. Despite failing to prove the criminal couple's involvement in the murder of the aspiring actress, Ehrlich's case established Jennings' innocence. As a result, the former guard was factually acquitted, which differs significantly from legal or presumed innocence. Sergeant Raymond Jennings was released from prison after serving nearly 11 years for a crime he did not commit. The judge stated that jurors were not informed of the presence of gang members at the crime scene that evening. In March 2017, Jennings was awarded $500,000 in compensation for his wrongful conviction. A devoted man, he later claimed that God had answered his prayers and that justice had prevailed. Only Michael O'Keefe's parents remained deeply upset, believing that the man they suspected of murdering their daughter had been wrongfully released. The O'Keefes divorced after losing their son in a car accident, and their daughters believe the killer was punished. Despite the fact that the case remains unsolved, the chances of anyone being held accountable for Michelle's murder have dropped dramatically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occurred in the city of Duluth, which is in northern Georgia. In April 2005, Jennifer Wilbanks disappeared just 4 days before her wedding. Hundreds of people came searching for her, and the story of her disappearance captured the attention of the international media. Many women fantasize about marrying the person they love. They believe that this grand occasion will be unique in their lives, so they want the wedding ceremony to be at least as good as everyone else's. Making a guest list, selecting a venue, designing a menu, and purchasing a wedding gown were all exciting experiences. Jennifer Wilbanks, 32, has gone through. Jennifer Carol Wilbanks was born February 28, 1973. She has lived in Georgia all of her life, where she has family, friends, and worked. It was in Duluth that she met her 32-year-old fiancé, John Mason. John, like his family as a whole, was financially successful. The Masons operated a private medical clinic in Duluth. His friends described him as a kind and caring man who was always willing to help others in need. John and Jennifer had been dating for a year and seemed like the ideal couple. Everyone who knew them was overjoyed when they announced that they were getting married. The wedding preparations went well for them. The swanky ceremony, to which several hundred guests had been invited, was set for April 30th, 2005, a Saturday. However, 4 days before the wedding, on Tuesday, April 26th, John Mason reported Jennifer's disappearance to police. He explained that she had gone for an evening run and had never returned. He tried to find her on his own, but when he couldn't, he turned to law enforcement for assistance. The next day, April 27th, a search was launched involving over 300 police officers and volunteers. They searched the woods and bodies of water along Jennifer's planned route. In such cases, every minute counts, so the police involved officers who were supposed to be off duty. On the same day, April 27th, one of the search teams discovered potential clues, including clothing, sneakers, and a strand of long, dark hair. All of the findings were sent to the laboratory for analysis. Jennifer's family posted and distributed flyers featuring her image in the hopes that someone would have seen her or had valuable information for the investigation. The media became involved in covering the story. Additionally, billboards with Jennifer's image appeared throughout the city. The police checked the house where she lived with John, but it was mostly a formality. Detectives discovered nothing suspicious in the couple's home. So on Thursday, April 28th, Major Donald Woodruff of the Duluth Police Department announced that Jennifer Wilbanks' disappearance was being investigated as a criminal case, with the FBI and Georgia Bureau of Investigation involved. A second day of searching produced no results either. There was no sign of Jennifer. Her family was shocked by what had happened and did everything they could. They asked radio and television stations to publicize Jennifer's disappearance, implying that she had been kidnapped and taken out of state. They begged the possible kidnapper to let her go. The cable news networks swarmed around the incident like flies on a pie. Where was Jennifer? Did something bad happen? She did not take her person's keys. She planned to marry in 4 days at a grand wedding with 28 chaperones and 600 guests. Jennifer's style did not include not calling her family or sobbing during press conferences and interviews due to stress. In this photo, an unhappy groom, John Mason, is comforting his bride's mother. Those who watch real crime videos on a regular basis, as well as those involved in Jennifer's disappearance, have most likely already solved this case mentally. Answer a single question for yourself. Have you figured out who will appear in the document? John was the last person to see Jennifer alive, and when the investigation yielded no results, suspicion fell on him. The detectives decided to find out who was hiding behind the guise of a law-abiding do-gooder who went to church every Sunday and, according to his friends, couldn't kill a fly. The man was asked to take a lie detector test, but he refused. Instead, he took a private polygraph test in front of his lawyer, and the results were given to the police. However, such strange and unusual behavior only heightened detectives' suspicions about John Mason. The test results provided to the police did not definitively answer the question of whether John was involved in the disappearance of his fiancée. Detectives conducted a more thorough search of the couple's home to determine whether he had any motive to get rid of Jennifer, and 3 computers were seized. It is worth noting that no evidence of a struggle or other crime was discovered in the house on Friday, April 29th. Jennifer's relatives offered a $100,000 reward the day before her wedding for information that could help them find her, dead or alive. Police held a press conference to announce that the active part of the search would be halted. According to the chief of the local police, they must have investigated every possible lead in this town. There were no clues, so they called off the search in the area. John Mason attended the press conference but did not speak with reporters. Jennifer's uncle suggested that John simply didn't know what to say, which added to the speculation about his role in his fiance's disappearance. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the clothes, shoes, and lock of hair discovered on the first day of the search had nothing to do with Jennifer's disappearance. According to police reports, the finds were for litter. The only suspect who might have had a motive was John, a journalist who was at his house all day and literally followed him around. There was little doubt that he was involved in the bride's disappearance, but proof had yet to be discovered. The next day, April 30th, was scheduled to be spent at the wedding. But now, people were gathering to pray for Jennifer's safe return. On the evening of April 29th, John received a phone call. A number appeared on the screen, but John wasn't sure who it belonged to. When John answered the phone, he put it to his ear. He was nearly speechless. He heard Jennifer's voice. She claimed that she was kidnapped, taken somewhere, and forced to be intimate. She cried and said that after everything was done, she had been released and now she had no idea where she was. This image depicts John rejoicing that his beloved is alive. I cried. I laughed. I tried to remain calm and talk to her to help her stay calm. John stated that he had no idea that his joy would be quickly overshadowed by an interesting circumstance. After speaking with John, Jennifer dialed 911. She told the operator that she had been kidnapped and then released, and that she had no idea where she was. The number from which she called was traced, as it came from a payphone in Albuquerque, New Mexico, more than 1,400 miles from Duluth, Georgia. Police officers were dispatched to the address where the phone was found, and when they arrived, they discovered Jennifer. Her family thanked everyone involved, including the media, for successfully convincing the kidnapper to release Jennifer. When the police took Jennifer to the station, they noticed that her appearance did not match the accounts she gave of her captors, whom she described as a man and a woman in their 40s, torturing her in a blue van with her hands and feet tied inside. The FBI agents who came to speak with Jennifer quickly discovered inconsistencies in her story. And when they pointed these inconsistencies out to her, she admitted that no one had kidnapped her on April 26th. She told John that she was going for a run, but instead went to the station and boarded the bus that brought her to New Mexico. According to her, she did so because she could not stand the pressure and excitement of her upcoming wedding. News outlets found that she had a history of criminal behavior, including 3 separate charges of shoplifting. In 1996, she stole $37 worth of merchandise from Walmart in 1997. She was accused of stealing $1,740 worth of merchandise from a supermarket. She was 24 years old at the time. Jennifer repaid the damages and was placed on community service, and after completing that, the theft charges were dropped in 1998. She was caught stealing again, this time for $98 in damages. She was also accused of stealing from the homes of people who hired her as a nanny. She always managed to avoid imprisonment because the thefts were petty after her kidnapping story ended. All was well in some sense. Jennifer was found alive and unharmed. But on the other hand, the state of Georgia spent nearly $60,000 searching for her on April 30th. Jennifer returned to Duluth to shield herself from the attention of the people and reporters greeting her at the airport. She hid her head under a plaid. There was no more talk of the wedding, which was scheduled for that day, and it was postponed indefinitely. She left Georgia because of the pressure of the wedding. Officer Michael Medrano said the list of things she needed to get done, and no time to do it, made her feel overwhelmed. It turns out that Miss Will Banks basically felt the pressure of this large wedding and could not handle it. Duluth Police Chief Randy Belcher added that John turned out to be an abandoned bridegroom who, contrary to rumors, suspicions, and baseless accusations, had nothing to do with his bride's disappearance. Jennifer was dubbed the runaway bride. She publicly apologized to her family, friends, and residents. According to John, The first thing he did when he saw Jennifer again was to give her the engagement ring she had left behind to show that he still wanted to marry her. Just because we haven't walked down the aisle, just because we haven't stood in front of the 500 people and said, "I do," my commitment before God to her was the day I bought that ring and put it on her finger. Mason said on Fox, and I'm not backing down from that now. On May 9, 2005, Jennifer went to a medical facility to address the physical and mental problems that she believed were instrumental in her escape. On May 25, 2005, she was charged with making false statements relating to her abduction. She faced up to 5 years in prison for this charge on June 2, 2005. As part of a plea bargain, Jennifer was found guilty of perjury and sentenced to 2 years of probation and 120 hours of community service. She was also ordered to pay just over $15,000 in restitution for expenses incurred by the city in her search. The story doesn't end there. However, in September 2006, Jennifer sued her now ex-fiancé John Mason. The couple had, by this time, broken off their engagement and separated. In the lawsuit, Jennifer claimed that while she was in treatment, she gave John power of attorney to act on her behalf. According to her, John sold the rights to their story for $500,000 to Reagan Media. He used the proceeds to buy a house that was registered in his name only. Now that they had broken up, John had kicked her out of the house. Jennifer demanded $250,000 in compensation for her share of the house and another $250,000 in damages. John Mason countersued, claiming emotional distress over being left at the altar and suspected involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. In December 2006, both parties dropped their lawsuits. Allegedly, a settlement was reached between them. Thanks to the attention of not only American but also various world media, Jennifer became popular for a while, and some companies wanted to make money from her fame. Hero Builders, a manufacturer of figurines, rushed to create a doll depicting Jennifer Wilbanks in a sports suit with Vegas Baby written on it. Included was a small towel that was placed over the doll's head to imitate the woman's appearance on television when she returned to Duluth. Wilbanks has inspired a runaway bride action figure and a hot sauce called Jennifer's High Tail and Hot Sauce. A musical play based on the story of Jennifer Wilbanks opened on March 13, 2008, at the Red Clay Theater in Duluth, Georgia. A photo of Wilbanks appears in the trailer for the 2008 movie Professional Poker the Grand as one of the many women Woody Harrelson, his character, has been married to in the past. John Mason, who had already spent a lot of money on a failed wedding where several hundred people had been invited, married another woman in 2008. In a quiet ceremony at his parents' home in Duluth, Jennifer married in 2010, but 11 years later, the marriage dissolved and she still lives in Georgia. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman arrived in the parking lot of her school to go to a sporting event and disappeared. Without a trace, soon a very creepy discovery awaited everyone, and the police got involved in the case. It took detectives a full 28 years to solve this creepy mystery, and none of them had any idea that this case would be the first of its kind. Sarah Yarborough was born on June 12, 1975, in Portland. Her parents soon moved to another state, settling in the town of Federal Way. It is near Seattle, and is essentially a suburb of it. Sarah also had 2 brothers, helped her parents take care of the younger one, and was very close to him from an early age. Sarah was involved in music and ballet. The girl always strived to do well in school so she could get into a good college because of her academic performance. She flew twice to New Zealand in the school program. Later, Sarah joined her school's cheerleading team. She also had a great many friends. She was a kind and non-confrontational person trying to help anyone in need. On Saturday morning, December 14, 1991, when she was 16, Sarah gathered for an event with her cheerleading team. They were together at the school building where the bus would pick them up. She took her dad's car and drove to school. Only Sarah got the time wrong. She thought the bus would pick them up at 8 a.m. when in fact it wasn't supposed to arrive until 9. All her friends gradually started arriving at the place, but none of them saw Sarah. Some students saw her car in the parking lot, but there was no young woman inside, not even when the bus arrived for the students. Her friends thought this was strange, but no one could contact Sarah because none of them had cell phones at that time. Around the same time, two 12-year-old boys were walking around the school grounds, walking through the wooded area behind the school tennis courts. They noticed a strange man. He came out from behind the bushes, looked at them, and walked away in the opposite direction. He seemed strange to the children, but they did not pay much attention and walked just a few meters away. A shocking sight awaited them: a young woman lying on the ground with no signs of life, thinking she was dead. The school children ran home to tell their parents, while the parents of one of the boys went with him to the place. The father of the other decided to follow the suspicious man the children had seen. His son told him that he saw a car that looked like a Chevrolet Nova pulling away from that spot. Given that he lived near the school, his father decided to go outside and try to track down that car. At one point, he managed to locate a similar car, but it quickly disappeared from his sight, and the man was unable to find it again. Meanwhile, the other boy's parents came to the school and realized that the young woman on the ground was probably dead. They immediately ran to the school building and called the police offices. They arrived on the scene and confirmed that the young woman was indeed dead. They were also quickly able to determine that the deceased was Sarah. From the marks on her neck, the officers concluded that the victim had most likely been strangled. Next, the body was some of her belongings, including a jacket, underwear, and socks, with no other items near her. The officers found her purse and car keys inside the car in the school parking lot, leading them to believe that the perpetrator may have attacked her directly next to the car and then dragged her behind the trees. The body was turned over to medical examiners, and the police set about looking for clues. The first thing they did was try to interview all the people who were on and near the school grounds. The two guys who found Sarah gave a rough description of the man who had come out from behind the bushes near her body. They said he was a tall man in his early 20s with shoulder-length blonde hair, a dark raincoat, and black pants. Soon the police found another witness, and here a very surprising story awaited them. A man out for a jog noticed a strange picture in the same wooded area. A young woman was lying next to the bushes with a man hovering over her. The young woman was not moving at all, and the witness thought that some couple had just decided to have some privacy. A few minutes later, he ran down the same road in the opposite direction, and the man and the young woman were still there. In both cases, it did not appear to him that he was watching a felony being committed. The witness himself explained to the police that he had only recently immigrated to the United States from another culture and was not sure what behavior was the norm in that country. But nevertheless, this witness gave the police a rough description of the killer, which matched the words of the children who discovered the body. Detectives interviewed several dozen other people who had been near the school, but no other useful leads were found. Meanwhile, medical experts examined Sarah's body and concluded this triangulation was the cause of her death. Apparently, the perpetrator used her own pantyhose. In addition, a serious injury was found on the young woman's head. The experts assumed that from this below the victim lost consciousness, which was consistent with the runner's story. He saw that the young woman on the ground did not move at all. Forensic investigators studied Sarah's clothing, and on almost every item, they found traces of male semen belonging to the same person. But in 1991, there was no common DNA database yet, so all the investigators could rely on was a direct comparison of DNA samples from specific suspects. There was another nuance that was brought to the detectives' attention. Even though forensic scientists found traces of male semen on Sarah's clothes, the medical examiner stated that there were no signs of sexual abuse on her body. With all this information in hand, investigators formed their own view of what happened. Sarah arrived at the school almost an hour early, and there was no one in the parking lot, but her attacker most likely spotted her there, waited for the young woman to get out of the car, hit her on the head with an object, and Sarah lost consciousness. He then dragged her from the parking lot behind the trees, where her body would later be found. The perpetrator removed some of her clothing and performed lewd acts on her before strangling the victim with her own stockings. When one of the children who found Sarah's body told police about the car in which the perpetrator allegedly fled, the scene detectives put out a search for a Chevrolet Nova, and soon they were able to find her, but here they were disappointed. It turned out that the driver of that car had just been delivering donuts that morning, He provided his DNA sample, which did not match that found on Sarah's clothes. Apparently, the kids just saw the car that drove down the road next to them and thought the perpetrator was behind the wheel. In fact, none of the boys could recall exactly whether they saw a man approaching any car from the bushes. Over the next few days, police continued to search for witnesses and new leads, but no significant progress was made on Monday. School classes resumed even though all the students were horrified by what had happened. In addition to the fact that the murder had taken place only a few meters from their school, the perpetrator was still at large and his identity remained unknown. The young women were afraid to walk the grounds alone, so the boys on the sports teams arranged to walk each student to her car or bus so they would not be left alone on the street. Detectives determined that there were about 70 potential witnesses in and around the school that morning, and they talked to each of them, but no new details could be learned. Based on the accounts of the two children and the jogger, a rough portrait of the killer was compiled and distributed to all local newspapers and television stations. The story received extensive media coverage, and over the following weeks, the police received hundreds of tips. Investigators checked every one of them, but in all cases, they hit a dead end. At one point, they received a tip about a man who matched the killer's description and had a criminal history. But here the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months. In total, the police received about 4,000 different leads, and the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months, and they tried to work with each of them, but the resources of the local police department were simply not enough to cope with so much information. Time also played against them, even as investigators continued to search for the perpetrator, and each month there were new cases to be investigated. When Sarah's family learned that the police didn't have enough resources to handle all the tips, her grandfather tried to help as much as he could. He worked for a technology company and convinced management to temporarily provide the police department with a very powerful computer for $150,000. It was a colossal sum in the 90s, but management still went along for $150,000. With this computer, police officers could store information about all the leads in one place, process them at an increased speed, and sort them in a convenient form for quick study. Despite all this, every lead led them down a dead end, and they made no progress in the years that followed. 2 years later, Sarah's classmates graduated, and before graduation, they decided to memorialize their friend. They raised an impressive sum of money and spent it to create a memorial. It was a bench on which Sarah's things were cast in metal. Next to these things, there was also a picture of the young woman's dog reaching for her purse. Over the years that followed, the case was periodically reopened, re-examining all the available evidence, but the result was the same. They were still unable to get any closer to catching the culprit. During this time, the police interviewed several thousand people and took DNA samples from nearly 300 possible suspects, but all this was inconclusive. He heard about a company that began working in the field of genetic genealogy. The policeman contacted them and asked if they could try to locate relatives of the person who left his DNA on the victim's body. The experts undertook the task, but unfortunately they failed. First of all, in 2011, genetic genealogy was just gaining momentum, and the experts were very limited in their capabilities. For example, they had not learned to search for male and female relatives in one sample. If they had the DNA of a man, they could only look for family ties with other men, and vice versa. Second, they had another obstacle in front of them in the form of various laws that prohibited the use of genetic data samples to search for relatives of suspects. Nevertheless, it bore some interesting fruit. For one thing, the team of researchers approached by the detective had already been working for several years to create a genetic pedigree of the first people who sailed to the United States from Great Britain in 1620 on the ship Mayflower. After studying the DNA of the killer Sarah, they discovered that the man was related to one of the ship's passengers, Robert Fuller. However, it was almost impossible to trace him through this chain, especially in those years when there were just over 100 people on the ship. But over the centuries, the number of their descendants has exceeded 25 million, and secondly, the detectives had no idea that he had made the Sarah Yarborough case the first of its kind. Although his idea was not successful, it was the first crime that was attempted to solve. With the help of genetic genealogy, the detective tried to use the information available and tracked down several men with the Fuller surname who were living in the area of his town. At the time of Sarah's murder, he found photos of them and met the only business, a jogger and two men who had found the body as children. Unfortunately, neither of them recognized the killer in the photo. Finally, the investigators asked for DNA samples from all Fuller in the area and sent them to the laboratory. None of them matched the DNA of the killer, but something interesting happened here. The experts established that one of those men was indeed a distant descendant of Robert Fuller from that very ship. However, he was definitely not the killer, and also did not know that any distant relatives live near him. The perpetrator may have been so distantly related to him that their families simply never knew of the connection. The detective retired in 2017, and the case was turned over to a new team of investigators who revisited the company, which had taken on the killer's DNA sample in 2011. By that time, the ability to study genetic material had advanced a great deal, and experts agreed to try to trace the perpetrator's lineage. It took 2 whole years. The experts used public databases to find even the most distant relatives of the killer, then manually tried to trace their family ties and reach people who lived in Federal Way at the time of Sarah's death. In all, they had to weed out several thousand people before they finally got lucky. Experts determined that a DNA sample from Sarah's clothes was highly likely to belong to one of the 2 brothers at the time of the murder. The older one turned out to be a criminal with an impressive criminal record. He had been imprisoned for violent crimes, and his DNA sample was in the FBI database, which meant that he had nothing to do with Sarah's murder, because then his DNA would have shown a match back in the 90s. As for the younger brother named Patrick Nicholas, he too has been on the police's radar for violent crimes, including crimes against minors, but that was before the DNA samples of such criminals were added to the database. Detectives immediately organized a surveillance of the man who was 55 at the time, lived in a neighboring town called Wellington. The cops had been following his every move for 2 days, and soon the opportunity presented itself. Patrick went to the laundry, and while he was waiting for his clothes to be washed, he went out to smoke and threw a cigarette butt on the ground. One of the cops immediately took it into an evidence bag and returned to his car. Patrick went out to smoke a second time, and this time a rag handkerchief fell out of his pocket. The men didn't pick it up and went back to the laundry room, and the police were happy to take the second piece of evidence in case the experts were not able to get a DNA sample from the cigarette. However, the experts were easily able to extract samples from all these items, and the very next day they told the detective the long-awaited news: Patrick's DNA was a perfect match for the semen found on Sarah's clothes in 1991. The judge immediately issued a warrant for the man's arrest, and the police took him into custody. It all took 5 days from when investigators first learned his name to the formal murder charges. When his biography was leaked to the media, many began to ask the perfectly logical question: why was a man with such a criminal history not even considered a suspect for all those 28 years at age 19? Patrick Nicholas approached a young woman and got into her car, where he tried to abuse her. The victim managed to escape, but to do so she had to jump into the river and swim for a long time until she was a safe distance from the perpetrator. Patrick spent 4 years in prison, after which he was released. The next crime that the police caught him for was in 1994 when he tried to abuse an underage young woman. He was arrested again, but his DNA was not entered in any database. The reason for that is strange. The article he was prosecuted for was not hard enough to collect DNA, and the police never came across his name in 3 decades. He also didn't appear in any of the 4,000 leads obtained over the years. It also turned out why genetic genealogy experts could not trace them back to Robert Fuller. It turned out that Patrick's biological grandfather was adopted and grew up under the adopt a family name. One of the men who discovered Sarah's body as children in 1991 immediately stated that Patrick was without a doubt the killer. He admitted that the incident had had a profound effect on him. He was only 12 at the time the body was discovered, and the perpetrator had seen his face for years. The witness was constantly afraid that the killer would come after him, and it was only after Patrick's arrest that he finally felt safe. Patrick's trial did not begin until 2023. The man insisted on his innocence, and his lawyer tried to challenge the main evidence. In his opinion, the presence of Patrick's semen on the clothes of the murdered young woman did not prove his guilt, but this argument did not work. The lawyer also tried to challenge the accuracy of the DNA analysis itself, but the experts declared the absolute invalidity of such claims. Patrick was eventually found guilty of first-degree murder without prior intent. On May 25th, he was sentenced to 45 years and 8 months in prison, virtually eliminating the possibility of ever getting out during the pronouncement of that sentence. Patrick showed no emotion, Unlike Sarah's relatives, they also spoke before the judge, thanking everyone involved in the trial and the investigators for bringing the killer to justice even though he had managed to evade justice for 28 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep. Around 4 a.m., Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911 and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her. As the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance, a police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" and he thought he saw Jonah nod ever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only 1 being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancée to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancée's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room, a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially, they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005. 1 year after the murder, the state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone. And it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Take a look at this photograph. It features Rexford Lynn Keel Jr., also known as Lynn Keel, and his wife, Elizabeth Bess Edwards Keel. They were married for more than 20 years. In 2005, Lynn worked as a truck driver, while Elizabeth worked for Microbac Laboratories. Many of us probably have photos that, when we look at them, remind us that the lives of the people depicted in them changed dramatically shortly after the photo was taken. These words are equally applicable to this one. Lynn and Elizabeth lived in this house, which is in Nash County, North Carolina. As you can see from the map, the location is quite remote. Lynn and Elizabeth, like many others, were planning for the new year as 2005 came to an end. But on January 1st, 2006, trouble struck their home. It was cold, and the steps outside the house were covered in ice. Elizabeth slipped and fell while leaving the house, hitting her head hard on the concrete steps corner. The injury she received was fatal. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded that Elizabeth died from blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled an accident by her husband, relatives, colleagues, and friends. Elizabeth's sudden death was a huge shock. She was just 42 years old. After about a year, Lynn Keel decided to move on. He no longer drove trucks and instead worked in real estate. In 2007, during that trip, he went to Latin America for business purposes. Lynn, 45 years old at the time, met Diana, who was 19 years younger. Diana was from Bogota, Colombia. She was strikingly beautiful and a single mother of a daughter. Their relationship developed quickly. Diana moved to the United States, inspired by the American dream. She and Lynn moved into his home in Nash County, where his wife Elizabeth Keel was killed in an accident about a year before. Diana and Lynn married relatively quickly. A short time later, the couple welcomed a son named Max in 2017. Diana graduated from Nash Community College. The same year, she started working as an emergency room nurse at Wilson Medical Center. Their first few years together were nothing special, but their relationship gradually deteriorated. Diana told a close friend that Lynn was an overbearing man who spoke sharply to her and frequently verbally abused her. The atmosphere inside the house was almost always tense. Lynn would not let Diana be alone with anyone for extended periods of time. She started to consider divorce, but she was afraid of her husband because he threatened her. He manipulated her using the baby. He threatened her, saying that if she left him, he would deport her and she would never see her son again. Diana put up with it all because her children were her top priority. However, everyone's patience eventually runs out. Diana's daughter Laura was 18, a graduate of Southern Nash High School, and a freshman at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, while 10-year-old Max lived with his parents. As previously stated, Diana worked as a nurse at Wilson Medical Center. She was loved and respected by both patients and colleagues. On March 7, 2019, Diana's mother, Esperanza Prada, who lived in Colombia, received a message from Diana that read, "Mom, I love you very much." The message arrived completely unexpectedly. Esperanza knew her daughter's marriage was unhappy, and she wanted to divorce her husband, but was afraid of him. It was only 3 days later that Diana's daughter Laura raised the alarm. On March 10th, she tweeted a plea for help in finding her mother. The message stated, "This is insane. You see what happens to everyone else and don't believe it will ever happen to you. My mother is missing. If you see or hear anything, please notify me. And please, retweet. This helped me spread the word. Thank you." Laura called the medical center where her mother worked the same day, but Diana's co-workers had not spoken to her in the previous 2 days. An employee of the medical center contacted the police and requested a welfare check on Diana. A co-worker informed the dispatcher that Diana had not been heard from in 2 days. She was scheduled to work tonight. She's on schedule. The Wilson Medical Center nurse stated that she is the type of co-worker who is always 30 minutes early and who responds reasonably to text messages. She has not completed any of them. The woman said Diana's behavior was out of character and requested that the sheriff's office conduct a welfare check. Diana was a devoted mother who communicated with her family every day. She checked her social media frequently, but her messages were now unread. Her FaceTime calls went unanswered. Lynn was present when a police officer arrived at the Kiel home. It was surprising that his wife's disappearance was reported to the police by her co-workers rather than him. Lynn informed the police officer that he had last seen Diana 2 days before, on March 8th, when she left the house. Her car was still parked outside the house, which raised suspicions. Lynn was called in for questioning. When questioned, Kiel 57 stated that his wife had gone out to run some errands but had not returned. He explained that she would leave from time to time and would not return for several days. The statement did not ring true. Free of charge, the man was released. Diana was reported missing, and police began a search for her. Investigators discovered that the woman had not used her cell phone or bank cards in the past few days. And this was not a good sign. As I mentioned at the start of the video, this house is in a remote area, and there are no neighbors to share important information with the police. Nonetheless, detectives discovered that on March 8th, the couple was seen in a heated argument on their front porch. A courier had delivered a package addressed to Diana that day, and he was the last person to see her, aside from Lynn Kiel, of course. After the police interviewed Diana's co-workers, they revealed that she was having marital problems. There was no doubt that she would not abandon her son and flee. The only thing preventing her from divorcing was the fear of losing custody of her 10-year-old son. Everyone the detective spoke with named only one person as a possible suspect in Diana's disappearance. That person was her husband, Lynn Kiel. Early in the investigation, an alarming discovery was made. Diana disappeared 2 years earlier. Lynn had insured her life for over $1 million, and he was the sole beneficiary in 2008. The sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic dispute at the house, but no further action was taken. Only 2 days had passed since the investigation started. In addition, during the emergency call, the police received a disturbing call. A man later identified as a North Carolina Department of Transportation employee reported finding something on Poe's Hole Road. It appears that something is lying in the woods. He said, I am not sure what it is, a body of something. I do not know. How far is it down? The dispatcher inquired. Right here, at the end. The caller stated that I would be waiting right here. Unfortunately, what the man who called the police saw was Diana's body, which appeared to have been there since her disappearance. It turned out that the worker was investigating an illegal dump when he noticed something suspicious. Pokes Hole Road is a dead-end street that leads to farmland. The fact that the body was discovered was fortunate. If fortunate is the right word under the circumstances, who knows how long it would have taken the police to locate Diana's body, given that it was 30 miles away from her home. I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about her. Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone stated, "What a tragic event, even more tragic. We now have a 10-year-old who has not had a mother," Stone added. "It's very difficult, especially when I realize how fragile life is. And now we have a child without a mother. It's extremely difficult. We have many unanswered questions. That is why we, at the Nash County Sheriff's Office, operate with compassion, honor, and diligence. Although it is unclear how the woman died, there is clear evidence of foul play. When the police discovered his wife's body, they only had one suspect, Lynn Keel. He was very surprised. He was brought to the station for questioning, and he answered the investigators. He claimed, as before, that Diana had frequently disappeared for several days but had always returned. These words contradicted what Diana's colleagues, relatives, and friends had said. Everyone knew Lynn Keel had complete control over his wife's movements. He even forbade her from seeing her friends following the interrogation. The man was released because the autopsy results had yet to be obtained. 2 days after the body was discovered, authorities confirmed that it was Diana Alejandra Keel's. Her death devastated her children, family, and friends. Diana's daughter Laura set up a GoFundMe page to help cover the funeral expenses. My current priorities are to ensure that my mother is laid to rest in a manner more fitting than her death, and to ensure that my brother continues to feel the love that our mother shared with us on a daily basis, she wrote. By doing so, I hope to honor my mother's legacy. Diana's cousin in Colombia told reporters that the mother of two came to North Carolina to pursue the American dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare. Javier Guevara said, "I can't believe it, I can't believe this. It's very sad." After the medical examiner's report was obtained, the terrifying details of Diana's death were revealed. She suffered extensive skull fractures as well as numerous sharp injuries to the left side of her face and neck. Some of the injuries were discovered after Diana had died, which could indicate that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against her. When police arrived to arrest Lynn Keel and search his home, he had fled. He was placed on a national wanted list, and a report stated that he may be driving a gold-colored pickup truck and that he could be dangerous. It was discovered that after being questioned at the police station, Lynn Keel drove his 10-year-old son to his parents' home, stole his father's car, and fled. According to the search warrant, Diana and Lynn Keel shared authority and seized a number of firearms including rifles, pistols, and revolvers. Swords, machetes, and knives were also seized. Warrants show that authorities discovered 2 pages from Diana Keel's 18-year-old daughter's diary inside a Dodge Ram owned by Lynn Keel. When asked about the contents, the sheriff stated that he did not feel comfortable disclosing what was written on those pages. Meanwhile, the search for Lynn Keel continued. It was determined that he had left the state, but his current location was unknown. Stone stated that the sheriff's office had received calls from Texas and Florida regarding Keel's truck, but no additional information about his capture was confirmed. He asked the public to drive by local motels and hotels and look for a pickup truck with the license plate number listed on the information sheet that had been distributed. "We have no idea where he could be." He stated that this is an opportunity for the public to assist because this individual is dangerous. On March 17, 2019, 5 days after Diana's body was discovered, Lynn Keel was apprehended by Arizona State Police 34 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. He had a large sum of cash and a large supply of canned goods. He allegedly intended to cross the border and flee into Mexican territory. Lynn Keel was airlifted to Nash County following his arrest and charged in connection with the death of his wife. Diana. Experts believed she was still alive when she was loaded into her own SUV, driven into the woods, and abandoned for dead. Lynn Keel was also charged with kidnapping. When forensic investigators searched the house, they discovered overwhelming evidence that Diana was attacked in her bedroom. According to the prosecutor, after taking Diana to a remote location, Keel went to a nearby Walmart and purchased cleaning supplies with which he attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. After he was arrested, Diana's daughter, Laura, posted the following on her Facebook page: "I know everyone has an opinion about what my stepfather did to my family. However, I beg you all not to spread hatred. My brother's heart is so pure that he doesn't need to see hatred. We all need to remember how wonderful my mother was in healing us as best we can." The brutality of the crime, as well as Keel's subsequent flight from justice, drew the attention of local, state, and national media outlets. The media attention prompted the public defender at the time to request a change of venue so that a jury pool could be selected outside of Nash County. Despite the widespread media coverage of the crime, the motion for a change of venue focused on perceptions in Nash County. The Nash County Sheriff's press conferences were among those covered by the media. There have been numerous written articles in local newspapers, online articles, television coverage, and social media discussions. The defendant's previous wife died, prompting media speculation. The motion stated that the state objected to the motion, but also expressed concerns about efficiency and a waste of resources and time if a trial began in Nash County and then had to be transferred to another venue after the trial process began in Nash County. According to the motion, Nash County Superior Court Judge Quinton Sumner ultimately decided to move the venue to Pitt County. Sumner stated in the document outlining his decision that there is prejudice against this defendant in Nash County, which prevents him from receiving a fair and impartial trial. Rexford Lynn Keel, 59, pleaded no contest to the charges against him in October 2021, avoiding a lengthy trial. A no contest plea, like a guilty plea, indicates that the defendant accepts responsibility for the killing charge and has pled to second-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping kills. Defense attorneys asked the judge to consider the fact that he has kidney failure and has been incarcerated for the past 2 years. However, at the sentencing, Diana's mother reminded the court of the reason her daughter had died. She said she wanted to tell women that if their partner was abusive, they should leave. Do not stay there. She begged the judge to impose a severe sentence. "I want you to feel the same compassion for Keel as he did when he killed her." Diana's cousin issued the following statement: "From all of Diana Alejandra Keel's family, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all law enforcement involved in apprehending and bringing Lynn Keel, the suspect in Diana's murder, to justice. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Nash County Sheriff's Office, as well as the genuine empathy they showed, along with so many heartfelt messages of support and love since this nightmare began. We know Diana Alejandra has been viewed by the public as an incredible mother, daughter, sister, cousin, friend, and co-worker. She adored her 2 children more than I could ever express. All she did was for them. She brought joy to the world with her contagious laugh, bright smile, and big heart for others, including animals, to everyone who knew her and would have liked to know her. Please think of her and her children with love and positivity. Thank you very much for your continued support." Lynn Keel did not reveal the motive for the crime. Perhaps he learned Diana was meeting with a lawyer and intended to start divorce proceedings. We should also remember the insurance policy worth more than $1 million. Lynn Keel was sentenced to 32 to 41 years in prison as part of the plea agreement. But that is not all. Lynn Keel's first wife, Elizabeth, died and the police had questions. Was her death truly an accident? Her family claimed they had always had questions about her death. Elizabeth Keel's family issued a statement saying they have always questioned his death and are deeply saddened that another life has been taken. We'll follow up on all of the leads and review the information from the first incident reports. Stone stated, "We'll speak with the district attorney's office. It's something we should consider." Elizabeth Keel was buried in a family plot in Spring Hope. Stone said he is currently working with a pathologist and reviewing all of the evidence. He stated that they are likely to exhume Elizabeth Keel's body. Dr. John Butts was North Carolina's chief medical examiner for 24 years. One would only go to exhume a body if there was a question that had not been answered at the time and could be answered by re-examining the remains. But he claims that there have been many cases in his career where a death that was thought to be accidental turned out to be murder. Someone died after falling from something. Then more information reveals that they did not fall. They were pushed, and there would be no difference in the examination. We would have the same results. However, the circumstances that led up to the incident have since changed. Butts stated that no new information regarding Elizabeth Keel's death has surfaced in the last 2 years. We can assume that authorities found no reason to reopen the investigation and exhume the body, but we may hear more about this case in the future. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends. They were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or 2 at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion. despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, When investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. Two multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately, he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Ciara to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Ciara's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Ciara's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Ciara arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Ciara decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Ciara would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Ciara showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house, he won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklairs were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said. "So I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Ciara told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Ciara and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Ciara as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Ciara's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Ciara left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Ciara never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Ciara's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Ciara would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly LaClaire stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Ciara had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Ciara as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Ciara awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, 'No, there is no way my daughter would not do that.' If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died." Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Ciara missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Ciara's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Ciara went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Ciara had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Ciara's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Ciara's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana, but couldn't confirm Ciara was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown, as the case is still being investigated. In March 2022, investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Ciara would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife," he told one of his children at the end of the call. "You know what it means to kidnap an adult. She isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, all I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track, Breland informed the judge. Breland stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Breland was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Breland's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police described Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly LeClaire, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times. He even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk, Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away, apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside. Shortly before this, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV, while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway on the open terrace. The neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment, the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon Seeing the attacker tried to save his wife but became a victim himself after the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Heroux suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Heroux would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Heroux, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.